The hour of 9:30 has arrived, and this hearing will come back to order. We've already had a classified part of the hearing beginning at 8 a.m. But at this point, we held a hearing on the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command and the U.S. Force Korea. At the outset, I want to thank Admiral Paparo and General Brunson for their distinguished service to our country. Last year at this hearing, I stated that the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific was shifting in China's favor. Since then, the Chinese Communist Party has significantly increased its coercive activity toward Taiwan and the Philippines. Last week, the Chinese conducted an exercise called Straight Thunder 2025A. This exercise demonstrated the extent to which the People's Liberation Army could execute a maritime blockade of Taiwan and pummel it with missile strikes. As China conducts more exercises with Taiwan in mind, it also escalates the rhetoric against the island. Last week, Chinese military officials called Taiwan's democratically elected president a parasite. The Chinese have also substantially increased their harassment of our Filipino allies. China's vast maritime militia, backed by the PLA Navy and Chinese Coast Guard, is using increasingly aggressive tactics to advance its expansive claims in the South China Sea. The second Thomas Shoal remains a major flashpoint. Chinese maritime militias have tried to keep the grounded Filipino Navy ship, the Sierra Madre, from being resupplied. Secretary Hegseth recently visited the region. I was pleased to see that he reaffirmed our mutual defense treaty with the Philippines, reminding the world that the treaty applies to attacks on the Filipino armed forces anywhere in the South China Sea. Even so, it is clear that the Chinese have been emboldened by 4 years of weakness during the past administration. There is another reason China has become so confident in its malign schemes. Xi Jinping has steadily modernized his military, and that hardware has made him more brazen. China boasts the world's largest navy. It also has an air force that is capable of denying the U.S. air superiority in the first island chain. We'll certainly want to ask about that, gentlemen. Its missile force can saturate our theater defenses. China has been expanding its nuclear arsenal at a pace that far outstrips our own. Multiple STRATCOM commanders have called China's growth breathtaking. In just a few short years, Beijing has built more intercontinental ballistic missile launchers than the United States. Meanwhile, our own modernization programs languish from past neglect. But China is not the only urgent threat in the Indo-Pacific. The Biden administration chose to ignore North Korea. It allowed Kim Jong-un to increase his nuclear arsenal and project his military into European theater to aid Vladimir Putin in Russia's war against Ukraine. Kim Jong-un has abandoned the goal of unification of the Korean Peninsula, and again, we'll want to talk about that, and has declared South Korea to be the principal enemy. The North Korean nuclear and missile arsenal continues to grow and diversify, with the rogue nation adopting a strategic doctrine that embraces nuclear first use. Kim will surely seek remuneration for his support to Moscow. The Russian technology transfers and military assistance Kim receives will help him to further strengthen his strategic military forces, missile forces. The continued demonstrations of Russia, China, and North Korea aligning and cooperating should be of great concern to all the West. This concern should then lead to action. If we are to maintain global peace and stability, we must continue taking steps now to rebuild our military and reestablish deterrence. As I noted in my Peace Through Strength report last May, it's time to make a generational investment in our national security. I do believe that view is bipartisan. We must be able not only to deter and defeat the People's Liberation Army, but also to maintain deterrence in other theaters. Our adversaries, led by Beijing, are playing a global game. We must be smarter and more agile than they are across the board. Last year, Indo-PACOM's unfunded requirements list totaled $3.5 billion. This year's unfunded requirement list was $11 billion, and virtually none of that was funded under the full-year CR. This is unacceptable, and also I hope we're going to get from everyone an accurate and full assessment of the various unfunded requirements. We need real growth in the FY26 budget request, in addition to a historic defense reconciliation package. We need more survivable long-range munitions, more assured U.S. command and control systems, and an improved ability to counter China's increasingly capable cyber and space systems. We need a wholesale overhaul of our logistics infrastructure and a rapid deployment of unmanned systems. We need a renaissance in our camouflage and deception programs, and we need a drastic improvement in our shipbuilding. The risk is simply too high for us to avoid making these changes. So I look forward to hearing from our distinguished and well-informed witnesses and having a candid conversation about what this committee and this Senate and this Congress can do this year to address these challenges. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Admiral Paparo, General Brunson, welcome. Thank you for appearing today, and please convey our thanks to the men and women serving under your command and defending us. This is a challenging time for our forces in the Indo-Pacific. China is deploying a wide range of military, economic, and political pressures against its neighbors while aggressively challenging America's leadership in the region. The United States does not seek conflict with China, but we have deep economic and security interests in the Indo-Pacific that must continue to be protected through strong deterrence and smart competition. Several months ago, I traveled to Guam, South Korea, and the Philippines to assess our posture in the region. I observed a number of joint military exercises, met with allied leaders, spoke with foreign business leaders, and inspected our military infrastructure. Overall, I was impressed with our progress, particularly the development of our partnership with the Philippines and the remarkable emerging partnership between Korea and Japan. These relationships should inspire us to redouble the development of networks like the Quad, AUKUS, and ASEAN as we bring other nations into our security cooperation efforts. Indeed, as countless U.S. military leaders and diplomats have told me, the key asymmetric advantage our nation has over China is our network of allies and partners. With that in mind, I am concerned that the Trump administration is unraveling much of the progress we've made. Many observers fear that President Trump may shrink the U.S. troop presence in Korea and Japan, reduce our military exercises with both nations, and scale back plans for our joint forces headquarters in Japan, despite the fact that Korea and Japan contribute significantly to burden sharing and hosting our forces. Although the President has temporarily suspended tariffs against our closest allies and partners, the last few days have undoubtedly sown seeds of doubt about America's stability and trustworthiness, feelings that would be amplified if the President decides to reinstate the sanctions after 90 days. In addition to dismantling America's soft power tools like the U.S. Agency for International Development, President Trump's actions serve only to push our friends away from us, and that is not appropriate. Admiral Paparo, General Brunson, you engage with our foreign partners every day, both as a matter of diplomatic leadership and military necessity. I am interested in your views on how tensions with our allies would disadvantage your forces and America's interest in the region. Admiral Paparo, Taiwan remains the most dangerous flashpoint in our competition with China. We have seen a recent surge of aggressive Chinese military exercises around Taiwan's airspace and territorial waters, and the world has a right to be concerned. In several consecutive National Defense Authorization Acts, this committee has provided new security assistance tools to help develop Taiwan's capabilities and strengthen our own posture. In particular, the Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative and the Indo-Pacific Campaigning Initiative should enable greater support and training for Taiwan and facilitate Indo-PACOM's increased exercises and freedom of navigation operations, consistent with the Taiwan Relations Act. However, your command has once again had to divert ships and aircraft for prolonged and intensive operations in the Middle East. Admiral Paparo, I would like to know your assessment of Indo-PACOM's readiness to carry out your missions, as well as the United States' broader strategy in the region. Key to America's success in the Indo-Pacific is the posture of our forces in South Korea. As I mentioned, I am encouraged by the recent progress we have seen in the trilateral relationship among South Korea, Japan, and the United States, and I hope that developments like these will provide more opportunities to engage other regional partners. As we do so, we must continue to manage the threat posed by North Korea. We know that Kim Jong-un continues to view nuclear weapons as, quote, the ultimate deterrence against foreign intervention, and he intends to gain international acceptance as a nuclear-armed state. North Korea's relationships with Russia also continues to grow, especially in light of North Korea sending troops and weapons to support Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And Kim Jong-un is likely receiving technical assistance from Russia for missile and nuclear capabilities. General, I would appreciate your view on the current threat from North Korea and how your forces are maintaining readiness through training and exercises with their South Korean counterparts. Again, thank you to our witnesses. I look forward to testimonies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now recognize each of our panelists for opening statements. And General Brunson, you went first in the closed session. Would you like to do that again?
My boss says yes, so I do. Thank you for giving me at least the illusion of choice. Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, and distinguished members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm honored to appear before you for my first posture hearing in front of this committee as the commander of United States Forces Korea, Combined Forces Command, and United Nations Command. I'd like to take a moment just to simply thank you all for your steadfast leadership, your friendship, and your critical support to our service members, their families, our civilians, and the contractors who support us around the globe. But I especially want to thank you for your continued time and attention to the people of the Republic of Korea and the soldiers, sailors, airmen, guardian, and Marines who serve there on the peninsula. I'd also like to thank the Korean people right now for their continued resilience through challenges and hard times. I'd like to thank them for their dedication to our alliance. And I'd also like to thank them for their continued provision of an environment that allows us to build, sustain, and retain the readiness that we develop on the peninsula. In my career, every opportunity that I've had to lead our nation's men and women has been an honor. It's a privilege to serve alongside Admiral Paparo, our friends, our partners, and allies in the region, working to strengthen our ties, to further security, freedom, and prosperity amongst the nations. For over 75 years, we've invested our national treasure in the Republic of Korea and remain the last U.S. fighting force on the continent of Asia. The return on investment of U.S. forces being stationed in Korea is not measured only in dollars, but in terms of access, forward basing, enduring partnerships, and deterrence. In 2024, the DPRK focused on advancing their cruise missile and hypersonic glide vehicle research and development programs, launching 47 ballistic missiles with one failed satellite launch attempt. Kim Jong-un also has 2 highly publicized visits to nuclear sites. And over the past year and a half, DPRK has exported munitions and troops to support Russia, demonstrating the ability to provide external support while simultaneously advancing domestic capabilities. In the coming year, we expect the DPRK to further develop hypersonic and multiple independently targetable reentry vehicle MIRV capabilities to complete his 8th Party Congress goals. Kim Jong-un's leadership has shifted focus from reunification to declaring sovereignty. This change is evidenced by the hardening of DPRK's southern border, the rejection of reunification discussions, and the destruction of unification monuments and buildings. The DPRK continues to build its nuclear weapons program and boasts a Russian-equipped, augmented, modernized military force of over 1.3 million personnel. Lastly, DPRK's cyber threat is increasingly sophisticated, as demonstrated by the recent theft of approximately $1.5 billion in cryptocurrency. In contrast to that, I would speak to the ROC, U.S., Japan trilateral efforts, which are bearing much fruit, not only in ballistic missile defense, but in training and readiness developed on the peninsula. I thank you all for allowing me again to appear before you. I look forward to your questions, and thank you.
Thank you, General. Admiral Paparo.
Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, and distinguished members of the committee, thanks very much for the opportunity to appear. With me over my right shoulder is United States Indo-PACOM's Senior Enlisted Leader, Fleet Master Chief, Special Operations, Dave Isom. This is his last hearing. He's retiring after 38 years of selfless service as a SEAL and Special Operator. Speaking of asymmetric advantages, the NCO Corps of the United States of America is one of the Joint Forces' absolute asymmetric advantages. Fleet Isom's leadership in this critical duty has been exemplary. It has been indispensable to my own transition as the commander of U.S. Indo-PACOM. He's been indispensable to me personally. I honor his service. In a region that's home to over half the Earth's surface and half the operational joint force, Indo-PACOM faces a confluence of challenges. China's unprecedented aggression and military modernization poses a serious threat to the homeland, our allies, and our partners. In 2024, the People's Liberation Army demonstrated growing capabilities through persistent pressure operations, with military pressure against Taiwan increasing by 300%. China's increasingly aggressive actions near Taiwan are not just exercises, they are rehearsals. And while the PLA attempts to intimidate the people of Taiwan and demonstrate coercive capabilities, these actions are backfiring, drawing increased global attention and accelerating Taiwan's own defense preparations. As General Brunson said, North Korea's development of advanced nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles pose a direct threat to our homeland and our allies, and are executing a deepening cooperation with Russia. Russia's growing military cooperation with China adds another layer of complexity, creating a compounded challenge with the deepening cooperation among China, Russia, and North Korea. And China and Russia's Pacific Fleet is a growth enterprise. U.S. Indo-PACOM deters these challenges to regional stability and competition and crisis while maintaining the availability to prevail. But that margin is eroding, as Chairman and Ranking Member have discussed. In 2024, we conducted 120 joint exercises, among them 20 major joint exercises, including not just the U.S. Joint Force, but allies and partners. We continue to strengthen the relationship with Japan, South Korea, Australia, the Philippines, India, Taiwan, the ASEAN nations, Pacific Island countries, and in fact, European partners are active in the theater. As the first priorities, we must be dominant in space and across the information environment, leveraging capabilities to counter the PRC's command, control, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and targeting complex. This will enable us to gain a non-linear advantage over potential adversaries. In fact, to maintain and increase that non-linear advantage. To maintain credible deterrence, Indo-PACOM requires additional sustained investment in long-range survivable fires, in integrated air and missile defense, in force sustainment with an emphasis on autonomy and AI-driven systems. China's outproducing the United States in air, missile, maritime, and space capability and accelerating these. I remain confident in our deterrence posture, but the trajectory must change. The Pacific Deterrent Initiative should counter the China threat by investing in key readiness and capability, which would, in fact, if funded, advance the intent of this initiative and deliver major posture improvement. Deterrence remains our highest duty. However, that must be backed up by the real capability to prevail in combat. The Joint Force remains confident, resolute, and determined to prevail. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. I look forward to the questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you both for your testimony and for your service. Let's start with General Brunson. Just quickly, yes or no, North Korea continues to expand its nuclear weapons arsenal, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they continue to expand their delivery systems of nuclear weapons. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know, you never know whether to believe what you read in the newspapers and see on the media, but there are reports that some mid-level officials in the Pentagon are considering reducing our military presence on the Korean Peninsula to focus instead on the China threat and defense of the U.S. homeland. If our strategy in Korea is to deter war and win it if we have to, would that be a good or bad idea?
Senator, Chairman, to reduce the force becomes problematic, and I won't speak to policy, but what we do provide there, sir, is the potential to impose cost in the East Sea to Russia, the potential to impose cost in the West Sea to China, and to continue to deter against North Korea as it currently stands. I'm trying to focus right now on the capabilities necessary to do all those things that we might participate routinely in the campaign that my boss is fighting, which is to prepare, deter, and then prevail in conflict should it come. But the forces in Korea play an important role. In over 75 years, they've done the same.
Admiral, a significant reduction of our military presence on the Korean Peninsula, good or bad?
Well, inherently, it would reduce our ability to prevail in conflict.
And for both of you, would a conflict on the Korean Peninsula likely involve China?
My belief is that there would be a risk that it would involve China and would have to be conducted carefully if it were so. And so that risk has got to drive our calculus.
And General Brunson?
So our preparedness would prevent them from entering in any conflict because of the potential to take them off their own party goals.
Okay, who wants to take the question about the air superiority of the PRC over ours in that theater?
Chairman, the People's Republic of China have an order of battle of 2,100 fighters, an order of battle of over 200 H-6 bombers, and they are producing fighters at a rate of 1.2 to 1 over the United States. Furthermore, their advanced air-to-air missile, long-range air-to-air missiles also present a tremendous threat. If you don't hold the high ground along the first island chain, you are vastly limited in your ability to operate. I think everybody knows the importance of the high ground. So ceding air superiority is not an option if we intend to maintain a capability against our adversaries and the ability to support our allies.
Admiral, is it a fact that China is now capable of denying U.S. air superiority in the first island chain?
I give them high marks in their ability to do that. I have some game too. And
okay.
Air superiority, air supremacy is the complete mastery of the air. Neither side will enjoy that. But it'll be my job to contest air superiority, to protect those forces that are on the first island chain, such as 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force, and also to provide windows of air superiority in order to achieve our effects.
Admiral, Kim Jong-un is not motivated by charity in helping Russia in Ukraine. What does he expect back? What's he likely to get back?
Chairman, he expects concessions. He's doing it in order to gain concessions. And those concessions would be modernization of their air defenses, specifically the MiG-29, the Su-27, advanced help for their surface-to-air missiles, quieting technology for their submarines, additional help in order to instantiate a ballistic missile submarine as well, and then likely propulsion help and potentially even help with re-entry vehicles for their burgeoning nuclear program.
Okay, thank you. We'll take another round. Let me just make sure that people understand, General Brunson. You are USA Commander, United Nations Command, Combined Forces Command, and United States Forces Korea. You do not answer at all to the United Nations headquartered in New York City, do you?
No, sir. Those authorities go through the chairman to the Secretary of Defense and then on to the president.
Okay, totally different organization. Thank you very much, and The distinguished ranking member is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, let me begin by thanking the Command Master Chief for his dedicated service to the nation. Thank you, Chief. And let me associate myself with Admiral Paparo's comment that our asymmetric advantage, one of the keys, is our non-commissioned officers. General Brunson, you have indicated the importance of our forces on the Korean Peninsula. Can you also elaborate on the support and the magnitude of the burden sharing that the South Koreans contribute to us?
Yes, Senator Reid. So first I would like to say that forward presence provides unmatched access, unmatched deterrence at minimal cost, comparatively speaking, by other forces that are stationed forward. We recently received help from the Department of Defense with our tour normalization, which brings tours in Korea on par with other AUKUS locations, which changes our exposure to the region and our understanding of the adversaries therein. I would also say that 2,100 U.S. companies have ties to the Republic of Korea. That's 450,000 jobs that are a part of that. That's a piece that I think that's critical to know and understand. And I would also say that we receive about $500 million a year in Korean-related construction. That builds the brand new school on Pyeongtaek at Camp Humphreys. That builds additional towers to house our families in quality housing. That also builds skiffs for us right now in the Republic of Korea that we might be able to do the important work to stay tied to Indo-PACOM. I would also like to say that in kind, the overall contribution in the past fiscal year was about 1.4 trillion won, which works out to be close to $1 billion worth of support that we receive in kind. I also mentioned the continued and growing maintenance, repair, and overhaul facilities that exist on the East Sea and the West Sea that we've utilized most recently to bring the Wally Schirra back out of that overhaul and looking better than ever. The Cesar Chavez also visited recently. But there is a lot that we get. Some of it is fiscal and monetary. Others of it is material that's irreplaceable.
General Brunson, again, in previous National Defense Authorization Acts, we have established a manpower floor of 28,500 troops as a demonstration of our unwavering commitment to the U.S. Republic of Korea alliance and also the strategic reasons you said. Would you suggest we include such language again?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Admiral Paparo, can you give us your perception as the overall commander of the value of the South Korean forces to us and the presence of our troops on the peninsula together with the contributions they're making, the South Koreans?
Ranking Member, in addition to the elements laid out by General Brunson, Korea makes significant contributions outside the Korean peninsula, and that is in their participation in multilateral exercises, including Pacific Partnership, among many others. And so in the ability of that force to deter conflict, the ability of that force to avoid from having two conflicts at once by dint of the strength of the capability, and by what they're doing in the trilateral relationship with Japan, that growing trilateral relationship with Japan, and on their path to become a global pivotal state. They are a key partner in the Western Pacific with a purview that goes far beyond just the Korean Peninsula.
Thank you very much, sir. I mentioned in my opening statement that currently you have forces that have been transferred into CENTCOM, the Carl Vinson Carrier Group. Open sources suggest 6 B-2 bombers are at Diego Garcia with supplementary tankers. What effect does these have on your capabilities?
Well, presently, for Carl Vinson, we do have George Washington coming out of Yokosuka very shortly, and Nimitz is at sea. And, we have to maintain a high state of indications and warning so that we can get those forces back if there is a crisis with greater exigence than there is one in the CENTCOM AOR. And I owe the Secretary and the President constant vigilance on this and a constant awareness of that force's ability to which is assigned to U.S. Indo-PACOM, its Carl Vinson Strike Group, and a Patriot Battalion. If need be, they return to the Indo-PACOM theater for a higher priority threat.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Senator Cotton.
Gentlemen, welcome back. Admiral, let's take a step back to first principles. We've talked a lot here about the threat that China poses to Taiwan and what you're doing to try to address that threat. I'd like you to explain why that threat is so severe. You know, some people might look at the map and say, well, Taiwan is a small island and it's really far from us and it's really close to them. And China has marched into Tibet in the past, and they've marched into Hong Kong in the past, and that was bad, and they shouldn't have done those things. But it didn't lead to World War, and it didn't lead to Great Depression. On the other side, you've got one of your ancestors, so to speak, Douglas MacArthur, who said at the dawn of the Korean War that the domination of Taiwan by an unfriendly power would be a disaster of utmost importance to the United States. He was speaking then, as we do today, of communist China. Ian Easton, a Naval War College professor and one of the military's leading experts on Taiwan, says that it's possible that the Chinese invasion of Taiwan would cause a 21st century version of the Great Depression. And the famed investor Ken Griffin put it more bluntly, it's an immediate Great Depression. So why is it that Taiwan is different? Why is Taiwan such a hot flashpoint? Why could it lead not only to a catastrophic war, but also global Great Depression? Why should Americans care about an island on the other side of the world?
Senator Cotton, that last point is quite salient. Many a research organization postulate that conflict in the Western Pacific over the Taiwan question would result in a 25% GDP contraction in Asia and a knock-on effect of 10 to 12% GDP reduction in the United States of America, with unemployment spiking 7 to 10 points above base and likely 500,000 excess deaths of despair above base as well. And this is just the importance of the regional stability to the world economy and its effect on people's lives. And this is as a function of freedom of navigation. It's a function of the world dependency on semiconductors. In the longer term, for the United States, our strategic center of gravity is our network of alliances and partners. The sum total of 350 million people's talent, 130 million Japanese, 130 million Philippines, 25 million Australians, not to mention 500 million in Europe, as well as partners in across the globe. The knock-on effect of the brittleness of that network of alliances and partnerships means that some of the states could confer and submit to the PRC's mode of exploitation en route to their long-range goal of setting the rules of the world and reaping the benefits of that. And then finally, some nations in the area of responsibility will submit, but others, it would never happen just because of the historic tensions. And in that case, the proliferation question comes to mind, with nuclear-armed states that are treaty allies with the United States and minimal warning for launch among those nuclear states. It is of vital interest for the United States. My job is to have a force ready to make those choices. You know, I don't make the choices on whether or not it's important or not. I'm explicating how it is, and my job is to present those options to the Commander-in-Chief to be ready to fight and win.
And to be clear, a lot, if not all of those consequences would follow whatever the outcome of a conflict over Taiwan, whether China succeeds in going for the jugular or fails, or there's some kind of indecisive outcome. Simply having the conflict over Taiwan, which is such a center of gravity in the modern economy, could lead to many of the consequences you just outlined.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I can't quote the source. I will later, but most of the things I've studied indicate that American intervention would have that impact. A successful American intervention would potentially do so. So still a grave result, but half as grave with savings of a lot of human misery.
So the key then is to prevent the war from happening in the first place. We don't want to be in a situation where we have to win a war over Taiwan. We want to stop it from happening. And the way to do that is through strong military and resolute, confident leadership. What do you need most that you don't have right now to deter that conflict from happening in the first place?
Senator, counter C5ISR capabilities in cyber, space, counterspace, to ensure that the United States can see, understand, decide, act, assess, learn faster than the PRC can, to enhance our ability to blind, to deceive, and to destroy the adversary's ability to see and sense. And then in addition, the requirement to effect those long-range fires and effects that make the joint force effective in attacking centers of gravity, the platforms that they ride on, the sustainment that sustains them, absolutely key and critical foundation, and then the critical infrastructure across the theater that enables the force to reach the principles of expanded maneuver and puts geography on our side, which it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. Senator Hirono, you are recognized.
Thank you. Welcome, Admiral Paparo. It's always good to very large funding gap is not addressed in this year's NDAA.
The joint force, the trajectory that I'm discussing continues. The joint force has an eroded capability to prevail. It manifests itself in lost people, in lost capability, in lost money, and in lost time. And it confers to the confidence of the PRC and inherently erodes deterrence as they see more and more, they see the potential of their prevailing in the conflict themselves and achieving their goals by aggression.
Admiral Paparo, by the way, thank you for explaining to this committee the importance of the Taiwan situation, because often I get asked, why should our country care about Taiwan? So thank you for that. Regarding the dismantling of USAID and the impacts on us, whenever the United States creates a void, such as by ending foreign aid, such as through USAID, it has an impact on our asymmetric advantage, which also include our partners and alliances. How does ending foreign assistance programs and other regional aid efforts impact Indo-PACOM's security cooperation missions and the command's relationship with partners in the region?
Senator, those other instruments of national power are very important, and they're critical to our ability to fight and win. My understanding is that U.S. aid is under review, and I continue to advocate for it. The loss of that, the PRC would see the opportunity and they would seize it, and they frequently do. Wherever they see a void, they fill it in order to confer more influence to their own national power.
So indeed, if China is our pacing threat, we know that every time we create a void in any part of, particularly in the Indo-PACOM area, including, by the way, providing assistance to our compact nation friends, that China just steps right in and fills that void. General Brunson, you raised an important point in your opening statement regarding North Korea hackers, stealing $1.5 billion, probably more, in cryptocurrency to fund their military. And at the same time, the Justice Department has disbanded a team of prosecutors targeting crypto crimes. Does that concern you?
Good morning, Madam Senator. First, that does not bother me at all. What I'm thinking about is all the instruments of military power that have to be brought to bear to stop illicit activity. That is only one of the illegal things they're doing. We've talked a lot about what is North Korea getting from Russia. One of the things they're getting is the ability to circumvent sanctions, and that theft is a piece of that. Ma'am, I'm also encouraged by the fact that we can see what's going on.
Do you have an awareness of the Department of Justice's team that targeted and basically was able to prosecute to the tune of billions of dollars crypto crimes? Are you aware of that team, highly successful team that is being disbanded?
Yes, ma'am, I am aware of that team. However, I believe that we have the instruments to continue to proceed to prosecute these crimes.
That's somewhat reassuring, but I think that with all the crimes that are going on in the crypto space, I think that we should not be disbanding any efforts that we have in that space. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hirono. Senator Ernst, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair and gentlemen. Thank you for being here, Admiral Paparo and General Brunson. Chief, good luck to you in your retirement. Thank you so much for your service. I'll go ahead and start with Indo-PACOM. Admiral, thank you so much. As you've clearly laid out for the committee today, the Indo-Pacific is growing very dangerous. It is extremely complex. Our deterrence depends not just on our war-fighting capability, but also on the ability to sustain our operations. I started my career as an engineer, became a transporter, and ended my career as a logistician. Not a big, sexy topic here in this committee, but it is absolutely necessary that we talk about it. If we wish to win the fight, we've got to sustain the fight. So, Admiral, what gaps still exist in our theater logistics network that put our forward posture at risk?
Morning, Senator. Significant gaps in sea lift. First, the combat logistics force in total is about 60% of the actual requirement. We account for that by hiring console tankers and by contracting other capabilities. But when the unforgiving hour comes, the only ships that will be able to commit to areas to put into harm's way will be gray ships. And as I utter these words, 17 of those combat logistics force ships are laid up for lack of manpower. In addition, I discussed in the previous committee, we have to have many millions of pounds of fuel, of jet fuel in the air for every capability. And so our tanker fleet is below what we need. We account for that for some contract air services as well. But once again, those same factors obtain for you have to have a gray tail, and then finally just cargo lift and the number of short tons of C-17 lift. Like for instance, just having moved a Patriot battalion into the CENTCOM AOR, it took 73 C-17 loads to move that Patriot battalion.
73.
What's that? 73. Of one battalion of a force element. So our lift requirements must be paid attention to. And I share your passion for sustainment. That's what won World War II.
Absolutely. So those logisticians, the maintenance dudes and dudettes that are out there working every day to make sure that our warriors are able to fight the good fight. So with that, you talked about contractors, and we use them extensively. But how can Congress help accelerate the improvements necessary in Indo-PACOM when that hour comes?
Well, I think we've got to get at the problems of why we don't have enough combat logistics force, and that's shipbuilding, why we don't have enough labor, and those are looking hard at pay and incentives in order to recruit and retain those people. Rates of production and diversifying the tanker fleet is key, and then continuing on to find alternatives of lift capability that we can order into harm's way. And then over top of all of this, we're incorporating artificial intelligence tools with command and control tools so that it's not an on-demand system, but so that we are executing that absolutely indispensable joint function as effectively as we possibly can. We are an AI-enabled headquarters, and that's important too, but you can't AI your way out of a material deficiency. Right.
I agree completely, and we need to spend more time on this topic. But just very briefly, General Brunson, I apologize, I've got 30 seconds. We rely heavily on allies, neighbors, friends, or force multipliers, but so do our adversaries. We've heard that there are North Koreans now that are fighting the fight over in Ukraine. Can you tell us, what are the North Koreans learning from this experience, and what will they take back to your region?
Ma'am, I've said several times now in several hearings that we can't confuse the tactical lessons that they're learning with strategic benefit. What we've got to understand is that they've gone over, they've done some things, there's been strategic movement, there's been operational maneuver, that they're learning some things, but it's the technology that's coming back in that is a threat to the Republic of Korea and the world.
Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thank you, Senator Ernst. Senator King, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. General Brunson, without our presence on the
microphone,
without our presence on the Korean Peninsula, would Kim invade the South?
Sir, I would tell you that I don't believe he would. But what I would tell you is he would take advantage of other weapons and systems that he has, conventional, to limit the Republic of Korea's great growth that's taken place over the past 75 years. I think that if we look at the hardening that's occurred on his border at the present time, the fences have been raised, mines have been seeded in the demilitarized zone. I think that what we see is
why is he doing that? Is there any threat that the South Koreans are going to invade North Korea?
Sir, I think it's as much about the things that he's broadcast in open source, that he is a sovereign nation. He's not looking to work at reunification. He's blown up all the means of industry in the DMZ.
I thought you said in your opening testimony he's not talking about reunification. He's talking about one whole country. Doesn't that imply an invasion of the South?
No, sir. He considers himself sovereign north of the MDL, sir, which he claims is his southern boundary now.
So he's accepted the boundary, in which case if you testified he wouldn't invade, then why are we there?
I think it's, Senator, I don't think it's a matter of whether he'll invade or not. I think that these intentions to cordon off North Korea could very well be temporary. And so to say, will he invade or won't he invade, we're talking about probabilities. With the loss of the force on the Korean Peninsula, there's a higher probability that he would invade.
Well, that was my expectation when I asked that question. I would assume that if we weren't there, it would encourage him to take steps to try to cripple the South.
I think it's essential. We have a treaty ally. It's the number 10 economy in the world. Our economies are very much intertwined. KJU's intentions could shift with the wind. And he's built a military that is designed to impose tremendous costs directly on South Korea. It's very important we maintain that deterrent
I
posture.
agree, and to the extent that the South Korean economy is somehow affected or diminished, that would be against our interest because of the relationship that we have.
Yes, Senator, and I misheard you, so please forgive me. But as I mentioned previously, 2,100 U.S. countries tied to the Republic of South Korea, 450,000 jobs as well.
Thank you. This is sort of an intelligence question, General Brunson, but I know you have intelligence. Do the North, I didn't mean that the way it sounded. I know you have access to intelligence assets. How's that? Better, yeah. Do the North Koreans know the extent to which they're being screwed by the regime? And we've all seen the famous picture of no lights in North Korea, and South Korea is full of energy and prosperity. Do the North Koreans have any inkling of the way that they're being their opportunities in life are being diminished by this regime?
Senator, I would answer that, having fully listened to the question, that I might answer it correctly this time. I would fully answer that by looking at the forces that they sent to Ukraine, to that fight. Absolutely dyed-in-the-wool ideologues who are tied to and believe in that regime that exists there. I think a great many of the people are not witting to what's going on there, but the elites, as long as he maintains control of the elites. There was a recent article that talked about the things that he's doing to circumvent sanctions and other things to continue to bring luxury goods into his country. And as long as
those luxury goods don't go to the people.
No, sir. The point I'm making is that as long as he can sort of provide a palliative to the elites, the other folks won't. There's no way that they get communications in or out. One of the things that was coming from the NGOs going to the North was radios. And those things then begat, feces balloons and garbage balloons back to the South. So I would say that the rank and file, everyday people, other than those within his special operations units, are not witting to anything outside of their country.
That certainly is my impression. Admiral, final question. If we pulled back in terms of our support for Ukraine, would that incentivize Japan, South Korea to develop their own capacity, including a nuclear capacity?
Senator, I'm ignorant of the policy. I don't know the policy that's going on. It's another theater. But I'll say that Russian failure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Ukraine? I meant Taiwan.
Okay.
If we withdrew our support from Taiwan, would that incentivize Japan and South Korea to develop independent capacity, including the possibility of nuclear weapons? My assessment is yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Admiral, go ahead and answer that question with regard to Ukraine.
So without, I'm in the Indo-Pacific, so I don't have perfect knowledge of the ongoing. But my assessment, and it's to a very deep extent backed in the intel record, is that Russian failure and or Russian success has the effect of deterring or emboldening the People's Republic of China, and they've already taken notice of the tremendous costs that Russia has endured.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for that, because that's a question I would have asked if I'd had another 10 seconds. Thank you.
And it only took us 59 seconds. Thank you very much. Senator Scott, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank both of you for what you do. Thank you for the men and women you serve with. So, Admiral Paparo, how much of your time do you spend trying to anticipate or counter actions by Communist China?
Senator Scott, that consumes my duties, which is a constant stare, the constant analysis of intelligence sources, of open source sources, and then the physical movement on the ground to be able to see and understand, to anticipate, and to be able to pace their actions that look to coerce Taiwan and to bring, to demonstrate the prospect of settling the matter by force, and number two, their encroachment on treaty allies in the Philippines, as well encroachment on partners in the South China Sea with their excessive and illogical claims in their 9-dash line claim.
and their continuing ability to, build ships, airplanes, weapons, all these things, does that cause you to spend more time and money?
Yes, sir, absolutely. They built combatants at the rate of 6 to 1.8
Right.
to the United States.
Right.
And I could go through every force element
All right.
that we're talking about.
Before they joined the World Trade Organization and before we allowed them to basically sell whatever they wanted to this country, did they have a military that you had to spend a lot of time worrying about?
Just by dint of the weight of the civilization, we worried about it. We've had to worry about this now for since 1949, but it's step level change. In the last 20 years, they've increased their military 10 to 15-fold.
All right. So if they didn't have the economy they have, which is completely created by selling goods and services to the American citizens, they would not have the resources that you would have to spend your time and money to try to counteract.
The society has grown greatly. That was a matter of design for the international community, but unanticipated was the aggression and the buildup that followed.
So your life would be better if no American bought any Chinese product or used any service, and no American dollar went to communist China.
I'll say that China's inability to pump resources into its national defense enterprise, which is bolstered by its trade position, is a direct corollary to the success of their business model.
So would you recommend American citizens stop buying Chinese products and stop using Chinese services?
I'd recommend that we build greater resilience and that we beat them on market principles. And so I don't want to go beyond my remit as a military officer.
All right. Let's talk about naval readiness and specifically the C-130s. The Marine Corps and Air Force are 100% recapitalized on the C-130s. The Navy needs over 30 C-130s and yet to program for this critical tactical airlift platform. The Navy now, I think, only has one under contract. Does that concern you? Should we be doing something about it?
As discussed with Senator Ernst, sustainment is, in fact, what won the Second World War. That's what our would-be adversaries believe and have studied. And everything that confers to our ability to execute lift, and C-130 is one of a kind. With its short field operations, with its capacity, it remains absolutely relevant and indispensable today. And we can't neglect it. It's a key priority for Indo-PACOM.
Do you think there is a role for dual-use uncrewed airlift capabilities in a contested logistics environment?
I think, the precepts of unmanned is never send a human being to do something that a machine can do. And so inherently, we're moving in that direction. And I'd welcome the ability to execute that lift. And it would also give me the ability to diversify the places that we do, bringing smaller payloads into simultaneously smaller maneuvering units, and would enhance our ability to sustain by the speed it would confer.
General Mahoney testified before the Readiness Subcommittee that only 13 of 32 amphibious ships are ready. How does this state of the amphibious fleet impact your ability to do your job?
The amphibious fleet is indispensable. The whole principle of sustaining and moving a force, ships exist to move people, mass, and energy from one place to the other place efficiently. And our amphibious force is under-resourced and not ready enough.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for your service and for being here today. Admiral Paparo, I think I understood you to say in your opening statement that we must be active across the information environment. So one of the things that's happened in the last month is that we have we've pulled the plug on Voice of America and Radio Free Asia. We had a hearing in the Foreign Relations Committee earlier this year where it was pointed out to us that China is spending over $1 billion a year, billion with a B, on information systems and efforts to provide mis- and disinformation across the region and across the world. So what are we doing to counter that? And how does the loss of something like Radio Free Asia affect our ability to counter what the PRC is doing?
China and its Political Works Division and its United Front is incredibly active, effective, and untruthful in the information space. And the delivery of truthful information really bolstered by free speech, having respect for everybody and everybody's ability to discern truth from lies is absolutely vital. We do have an effort that is companion, that is where Special Operations Command is nested within this unit with their capabilities to execute information operations, but it's focused in the military space as it should be, given the fact that we're in the military. But in my opinion, we must work hard to counter PRC misinformation and disinformation, and our own principles of free speech greatly enable us to have faith in people to be able to suss out truth from lies.
And can you talk about why that matters when we're talking about military conflict?
Matters because in order for us to achieve the effects of expanded maneuver, our network of alliances and partnerships is the strategic center of gravity of the United States of America. And so inherently, because governments are accountable to the people they serve, that public opinion will have a great bearing on whether or not those allies and partners are a party to enable a coalition, because the bigger the coalition, the greater legitimacy, the greater capability, the greater access, spacing, and overflight.
Thank you. Clearly, we need to do better. General Brunson, South Korea and Japan recently renewed negotiations with the PRC toward free trade talks that had been stalled since 2012. I'm concerned that the tariffs that have been announced and withdrawn, then announced and withdrawn, are pushing our allies toward closer trade and integration with countries like China, and that poses security risk. So from an integration and cooperation perspective, do you see any challenges that would be posed by renewed economic talks between China and our closest allies in Asia?
Ma'am, I'll answer by what I'm seeing on the peninsula right now. My concerns would be, my hackles would raise, if you will, and I'll allow my boss to answer for the wider region, but if we were not continuing to move along the pathway for the bilaterally agreed upon OPCON transfer, if we weren't able to move on that path by way of economic challenges facing the nation, that would bother me. If we had impacts that led to lessening human and procedural interoperability coupled with technological interoperability being lost, that would concern me.
And I think Admiral Paparo made a very good case on the economic circumstances earlier in response to Senator Cotton's question. But I want to ask a follow-up on this with respect to the political dynamics in the Republic of Korea, which you referred to in your opening testimony. And the democratic process is playing out, but we expect an election. And are there concerns that, depending on the outcome of that election, it will affect our relationship with ROK?
Ma'am, the realities of the region, where Korea sits, the adversaries which they can impose cost upon, is going to keep us in good stead going forward.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you very much. Senator Budd.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, thank you all both for being here. Good to see you again. So last weekend, a fresh rotation of fighter units arrived at Kadena Air Base, including the 336 Fighter Squadron from Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. Can you speak to their mission while deployed and how they fit into the larger strategy, Admiral?
Senator Budd, good morning. Kadena Air Force Base and the wing there is a critical, mobile, dynamic capability that is just not fixed in Kadena, but has the ability to move throughout the area of responsibility under the principles of agile combat employment. And so this is our on-point contact layer, immediate ability to impose costs, immediate ability to achieve ephemeral air superiority in the AOR, and it's a foundation on which the larger forces that would flow in the event of a conflict rests. And the Fifth Air Force, of course, is the headquarters in Yokota, with the wing in Misawa and the wing in Kadena. So it's absolutely crucial.
Thank you for that. And heaven forbid, I mean, we hope this never happens, but should deterrence fail in the region, does the Strike Eagle have a role to play that can't be accomplished by other fighters, Admiral?
Yes, sir, it does. And I mean, with F-15EX coming on board and with what that portends, with its dominant electronic warfare capability, in addition to the already dominant elements of range, speed, sensors, and payload of the mighty Eagle, former Eagle pilot myself on exchange, but without being a homer for it, indispensable.
Thank you for that. No, switch gears a little bit. Can you both elaborate on the demand for our special operations forces and how you're currently resourced to meet those demands? And General, we'll start with you in Korea.
Sir, Special Operations Command Korea is augmented within our headquarters by some very particular intelligence assets, I would call them, that help us to best see, sense, and understand on the peninsula itself. SOC Corps is commanded presently by a one-star National Guard officer, very capable formation in terms of ensuring that our partners around the region, not just the Koreans, but all forces that come to the peninsula to train, maintain great awareness of not only the region, but the discrete activities that might occur should they need to happen. Most recently in the West Sea, we're able to, during Freedom Shield, conduct an air assault. While being in the daytime, it allowed us to take the Korean forces and bring them to a higher state of readiness than they'd achieved previously.
Thank you, General. Admiral, you've talked about previously being underinvested in SOF. Do you care to expand on that?
Yeah. Senator, currently we have a counter-terror operation that's ongoing in the South Philippine Islands, Operation Pacific Eagle. In addition, the Special Operations Forces are a critical contributor to our counter command control information surveillance, reconnaissance, and targeting efforts. In addition, Special Operations Forces are actively augment and are a part of our intelligence collection. And this is all notwithstanding the immediate ability to do some of the more traditional roles as direct action. And so I've been working closely with General Fenton on this to be able to define to him exactly how much Special Operations Forces that we have. But I believe that we want, and well, I know I want, and we need more. And I can gain a lot of early leverage and a lot of deterrent capability with more SOF.
Thank you, Admiral. General, does the increased military cooperation between DPRK, Russia, and China concern you as it relates to containing escalation on the Korean Peninsula? And if so, what does that mean for the role of SOF in prevention?
Well, it does worry me. It worries me by virtue of the fact of the things that I'm seeing that SOF helps us to see, whether that be with them operating their own UAS or whether that's them doing operations in the region. Most recently during Freedom Shield, we saw Chinese ships violate and come across the northern limit line in the West Sea. And in the EC, we had violation of the Korean Air Defense Identification Zone by the Russians. And seeing them work together along with the information, what was going on in the information environment, SOF helps me to counter some of those things. Because what happened was North Korea said, hey, they need to stop these illegal exercises, working together with the U.S. and the ROC coming together. And then you had these two other adversaries take actions in the region which have to be countered. And I don't mean countered in a kinetic fashion, but there are non-kinetic things that SOC core allows us to do that we might counter in the information space and other domains to continue on with our mission.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Senator Budd. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to our witnesses. Admiral Paparo, I'd like to direct this question to you. The discussion has had an awful lot, as it should, about North Korea, about China. I want to ask you about the cooperation that we're seeing some of our adversaries engage in. So in the Indo-PACOM, talk about joint activities between Russia, China, and North Korea, and the growing closeness of the relationship and the threats that pose to the work that we do with our allies.
Morning, Senator Kane. It's a transactional symbiosis where each state fulfills the other state's weakness to mutual benefit of each state. For instance, is that China has provided 70% of the machine tools and 90% of the legacy chips that's enabled Russia to rebuild its war machine. And then coming back to China is potentially submarine quieting help, as well as other help in some of the areas where Russia is strong. In addition, you've got the North Korea that are sending thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of artillery shells and thousands of KN-24 short-range missiles to Russia with, as General Brunson said, the expectations of concessions coming back in the form of air defense, surface-to-air missile help, quieting terror, help with their Kilo submarine fleet, and so forth. And then finally, in the physical space this last summer, I saw the longest range joint patrol of PLA Navy and Russian Pacific Fleet formation in the Bering Sea. And so they're deepening their ability to operate together, and they're demonstrating that by going further afield and in bigger formations.
Quickly, I just would like to ask for your impression of the importance of the AUKUS framework in the Indo-Pacific.
AUKUS is it's going to confer a generational advantage on both countries, but I cherish the advantage it confers on the United States of America. And so, I'll say, first of all, the ability to operate out of Sterling in submarine rotational force west in Sterling gives the American submarine force an Indian Ocean port. It gives us the ability to range the Indian Ocean without limitation in the Straits of Malacca, the Lombok, or the Sunda Strait. It's a straight shot to the South China Sea, closer and faster than Hawaii, San Diego, Bangor, Maine, and then Australia's contribution into the Defense Industrial Base. $3 billion investment in the submarine defense industrial base.
Yeah, imagine Congress having that debate about whether we would invest $3 billion in the Australian workforce. It would be a very tough discussion here.
It'd be worth it, though.
It'd be worth it, but the fact that the Australian Parliament made that investment in the U.S. workforce demonstrates the degree to which they're concerned about China. Let me just do one last thing here. I have filed a resolution with a number of my colleagues to turn off the global tariffs imposed by the president last week, which are now somewhat on pause. There's still a 10% tariff. I'm not going to ask you about the policy, but I just want to point out one of the reasons I filed the motion. Primarily, it's because it's a tax increase on American consumers, but I don't think we should treat allies badly. Use Australia as an example. You've talked about how AUKUS is very important. The president has imposed a tariff on Australia. We have a trade surplus with Australia. Not a deficit. We have a trade surplus with Australia. So why put a tariff on their products? How about other allies? Japan, 25% tariff on Japan. Why 25%? The measure of the tariff was not Chinese trade barriers. It was the trade deficit that we have with Japan, measured by deficit in goods. It did not include the full trade picture, goods and services. If you add in services, all these trade deficits actually get narrow because the U.S. is such a great exporter of services. But even if there's a trade deficit in goods with Japan, of course there is. The trade deficit is we buy more of their stuff than they buy of our stuff. Our population's 3 times the size of the Japanese population. So yes, we buy more Japanese goods with 340 million people than 120 million people buy of American goods. And so we're going to punish them for that? It makes no sense. The primary reason I filed the challenge is because I don't want to tax American consumers with a big national sales tax. But the tariff strategy that punishes allies is no way to be strong in an international world where the U.S. has built allies over decades that provide some of our greatest edge, qualitative edge, against our adversaries. So that's just an editorial comment, but thank you for your appearance.
It surely is. Under the First Amendment, you are entitled to that. But I didn't hear a question, so we'll move along to Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, although I do endorse my colleague from Virginia's editorial statement. Admiral Paparo, General Brunson, thank you for being here today and for sharing your assessment of our posture, capabilities, and readiness in the Indo-Pacific, one of my major priorities. Everyone knows I am Transcom's biggest advocate, so I can't go through a posture hearing like this without asking questions about the logistical environment that we will face if our nation's darkest days comes and we must fight a war in the Pacific. Preparing for the logistical realities of large-scale conflict is not only critical for the fight tonight scenario, but it is also key to deterrence. We must demonstrate to our adversaries that we have the capability to sustain a fight, if necessary, even as they seek to contest that, to make it clear that such a war would be costly for all of us. And I applaud both your efforts to improve the logistical readiness of the force and with our allies and partners, but I do think there's more to do. And I'd like to start off with medical readiness. We must improve our ability to provide life-saving care to wounded service members, including through regional hospital access and effective aeromedical evacuation. We have partners in the ROK, in Thailand, and the Philippines that have medical facilities that meet U.S. hospital certification standards. Those are opportunities for us to develop those relationships. The Indo-Pacific's vast distances, logistical challenges, and maritime environment present a much less permissive environment than for the medical mission than the global war on terror did. And as I've said before, long gone is the golden hour, and we must do comprehensive planning to ensure that our warfighters have foreign medical facility access in the Indo-Pacific. This is why I secured a provision in the fiscal year 25 NDAA to establish an Indo-Pacific medical readiness program. Admiral Paparo, General Brunson, as you implement this program, what are the primary barriers that hinder the necessary medical cooperation, and how can this committee help as you begin that effort?
Morning, Senator Duckworth. I strongly endorse your viewpoint, and also, too, I strongly endorse what's essentially a concept of operation within what you're saying, which is put the medical expertise of our allies and partners to ensure that that can augment what our own medical providers can execute. And so one is a medevac capability in order to get to the location, the agreements to do so, the ability to practice and exercise so it's not the first time that we do it if the unforgiving hour comes. And so I think some of the barriers are physical, and that is lift, medical lift, medevac lift, and then some of the barriers are I should say, authorities. Mm-hmm. And we'd hope for more authorities to be able to broaden our ability to plan for this, for bringing to bear the medical capabilities of our allies to care for the wounded in conflict. So thank you.
Thank you. General Brunson?
Ma'am, one of the things that you know, and I know you're full well aware of this, is our health care comes from the community.
You have the only agreement in the ROK, yep.
Yes, ma'am. So we get tremendous amounts of care there. What we're trying to do at All Good Hospital at the present time is have greater access to Profis doctors routinely. Mm-hmm. I need them to be on the peninsula in times other than crisis or conflict. In competition, we want to bring them to the peninsula so that they better understand the medical landscape and what might be required of them. We're also looking to UN Command. There are several nations that provided hospitals during the Korean conflict. We want the Italians to come back with their hospitals again. We want the Dutch to come back with their hospitals again as well. And those things we think we then provide to the greater Indo-PACOM family, that we might be another resource used in time of conflict.
Thank you. I want to pivot to the critical platforms we need to project and sustain forces in a contested logistical environment, especially our sea lift fleet. Admiral Paparo, do you agree that Indo-PACOM would benefit from the ability to surge replacements of naval auxiliary vessels or to conduct battle damage maintenance of these vessels within the region, closer to the point of need?
Strongly, I urge for that, Senator.
Because I am concerned that in a war, naval auxiliary vessels would be easy targets. I mean, we're going to have to fight our way in and fight our way out. And what can we do to help you with that effort?
Well, as we enhance our protection capability, we enhance our ability to see, understand the operational environment, to build windows of opportunity to execute, sustainment capability, 9 classes of supply, medical, and so forth. In those areas. And so first is just the quantities of TAKEs, AOs, the quantity of gray tails, C-17s, tankers. That's critical, and then the ability to exercise it. So
what about co-sustainment with our allies like Japan or the ROK of those vessels? Because they certainly have the capabilities, especially the auxiliary vessels.
When we game this, we frequently rely on one another to do this. And then while operating at sea, sometimes actually the necessity of having one leads us to use a Japanese oiler or for an American oiler to refuel a coalition ship. And so we have to be able to sum all of the sustainment capability among us, have the authorities to do so we can turn to it with alacrity. But I would be more comfortable with our own ability to contribute to that effort with U.S. capability.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The momentary substitute chair recognizes Senator Rosen.
Well, thank you, momentary substitute chair. Thank you, actual chair, Senator Wicker, and of course, Ranking Member Reed, holding, of course, really important hearing. I want to thank Admiral Paparo, General Brunson, for your service, for your support and your care and everything that you do. Thank you. Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about attacks on digital infrastructure by the PRC. So, Admiral, our growing concern about the vulnerability of Taiwan's digital infrastructure is highlighted by the frequent attempted sabotage of undersea internet cables. These events are part of a larger trend of gray zone operations where actions short of war, often involving non-military forces or proxies, are used to exert pressure or destabilize regions. The PRC's reckless, coercive, and aggressive activities pose a threat to democracies around the globe, and its sabotage of those undersea cables has emerged as a particularly alarming tactic. These cables are essential for our global communications, transmitting around 95% of global internet traffic. They facilitate financial transactions, bolster our security, the security of our partners and allies. Admiral, while some experts view incidents like the damage to Taiwan's undersea cables as merely a test or low-level enhancement, others warn they could be part of a broader Chinese strategy to prepare for future coercion or even invasion of Taiwan. So given this, what do you see as the actual threat these incidents pose to U.S. national security, and what steps is the U.S. taking to effectively counter these digital threats?
Senator Rosen, as ever, you're quite astute in identifying this threat. Most certainly, that's an element of the intention and an element of the design. They would do so likely with People Armed Forces Maritime Militia, which enables them to execute this operation without potentially signaling an intent to go to war, but by weakening the information enterprise of the states over whom they're executing aggression. And I think the first is that the ability to penetrate from an intelligence standpoint and to be there in the locations where they would be otherwise cutting those cables in order to deter that activity. Second of all is the resilience to have other redundant networks that enable those states and their partners, including the United States, Guam, Hawaii, and so forth, to achieve what we need to do in the information environment, and that's proliferation in low Earth orbit, and not just one single constellation, but multiple constellations.
Talk about how we can help Taiwan bolster its digital infrastructure. What do you think we can do to help them be sure?
Yeah, I think training them to be able to, I shouldn't say training them, but enabling them to build that resiliency that's required, that if we're unsuccessful in our efforts to thwart their cable cutting, that there are other spectra and other means for information technology, so they have the proper bandwidth to prioritize those functions that they have to within that bandwidth and latency that you get out of low Earth orbit, middle Earth orbit, among the many commercial constellations that are going into orbit.
Thank you. I'm going to talk a little bit about North Korean support to Russia, because we see a growing alliance between North Korea and Russia, particularly in the context of the ongoing war in Ukraine. It presents new challenges for us in the United States and, of course, for our allies. So we know North Korea providing troops and munitions to Russia. And the partnership has potential to fuel the conflict and challenge the global order. It raises concerns about the effectiveness of existing diplomatic strategies and economic sanctions. So to both of you, the partnership between North Korea and Russia poses a serious threat to global stability. So in each of your views, how should the U.S. respond to North Korea's military assistance to Russia? And what diplomatic or military strategies should we pursue to prevent further destabilization, not just there, but within the international community? So General, we'll start with you.
All right, Senator, one of the things that we have to do is what we're doing presently. We've got forces there on the peninsula that can impose costs on them. We also maintain lines to continue communication so that we might not have miscalculation in the region writ large, whether that be on the MDL or across the northern limit line in the West Sea. I think that we have to continue to try to communicate out, but make sure that we're always prepared in the event of a miscalculation.
Thank you.
Senator, hundreds of thousands of artillery shells, thousands of KN-24 missiles, and manpower is leaving North Korea with the intent of gaining a concession back. And so first, exposure in the international community is one, which is to not be shy about exposing this naked aggression, using all instruments of national power to impose costs on individuals to find to build the deterrent from this activity. And then, as General Brunson has talked about earlier, being wary of what is coming back, and to be able to be in generations of overmatch with what's coming back, if it's submarine quieting, if it's air defense, if it's missile technology. And so, it's an area we need to work really hard.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yield back.
Thank you very much. Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral, great to see you again. I enjoyed our visit in my office last week. And we talked about SLCM quite a bit, but I wanted to ask you in this setting, SLCM, as we talked about, will be one of the best tools to deter China in the Pacific. But can you talk a little bit about the capability gaps that it fills, why it's so important in Indo-PACOM?
Good morning, Senator. First, I'm a strong advocate of SLCM at the soonest possibility, just because of the doubt that it imposes, the potential to execute tactically. Presently, there is a gap between low tonnage and high tonnage, on which the United States, that gap is a critical vulnerability from 400 kilotons and below. And it gives us a choice of either suicide or surrender when we have to default straight to strategic weapons. So it gives us the ability to close that asymmetry. It also imposes doubt throughout the force and would change the calculus of aggression inherently, just because of the nature of those weapons. We use nuclear weapons every single day because they deter. And and we use them by not using them, by having them be a potential deterrent. And I'm quoting Dr. Brad Roberts on that, who's quite expert.
Can you talk for a minute? How does that affect the Chinese mindset, their decision-making? How does it deter them?
It raises the costs and the implications of attacking any unit because it raises the stakes. And so inherently, it provides more stability on each side because there's not an asymmetry to exploit.
As you know, last year's NDAA directed the Navy and the NNSA to deploy SLICM-N no later than 2034. That's 9 years from now. Part of that delay came from the Biden administration saying that SLICM-N wasn't needed. Do you agree that there needs to be stability and a commitment from Congress, the DoD, and the Navy to SLICM-N to speed up that process and get it here before the 2034 deadline?
I agree. 2034 is too late. Sooner, please.
Good. I agree with that as well. Admiral, the Army says that it will field a long-range hypersonic weapon with the U.S. Army Pacific Forces this fall. That would be the first U.S. hypersonic weapon that we put into the field. How will this new hypersonic capability help you deter China as well?
Senator, the nature of a hypersonic weapon is to close in time any actor's kill chain. And if your adversary can strike you 5 times faster than you can strike your enemy, then it incentivizes for strikes with this capability. And so, the coin of the realm in the 21st century is speed. Who does things faster wins. And so the ability to close distance and execute before counterfire can come, the ability to execute and then move in order to thwart counterfire, and your ability to act on ephemeral intelligence for a target to be able to reduce that cycle time from find, fix, target, track to engage. Hypersonics is critical to that, and it's an asymmetry that exists right now, and we must close it soonest with both the Army's land-based with all elements of hypersonics, including the Navy's conventional prompt strike, which is also not moving fast enough for my liking.
But talk about that for a minute. How much more will it help you when the Navy deploys its hypersonic weapon too?
I think it's step-level change in our ability to gain early leverage in any engagement and really any conflict.
Very good. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I think Senator Kelly is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral, you were just discussing SLICM, and I do understand the need and desire for a tactical option in theater. Certainly provides a certain level of deterrence. I get that. One concern I have with upgrading Virginia-class submarines with this capability is how it impacts the conventional kinetic effect of that submarine. Admiral, would you agree one of our areas of overmatch with the Chinese is in our submarine attack force?
Strongly agree, Senator.
Do you have any concerns about the magazine depth for conventional torpedoes if we were to add a tactical nuclear capability to Virginia-class submarines?
Inherently, it would occupy some of the vertical launch system tubes that would be in a Virginia-class submarine, so there would be a cost.
Would be a cost involved. And do you agree that the likelihood of using a tactical nuclear weapon is significantly less with having to take Virginia-class submarines temporarily out of the fleet and out of the AOR in order to refit this capability?
Mm-hmm. My assessment is that there are ways where we can do it quickly. However, I'd rather not lose the availability of the platform.
And how about the amount of security that would have to be put on the ship and how that affects the overall operation of the conventional attack role for the Virginia-class subs?
My assessment is we've done it before. You and I lived in that Navy, and and I'm in favor of executing it and moving fast on the security requirement.
All right. Well, thank you. I do understand the need and the deterrence factor. I am concerned that we might go down a path and we find out, especially in a conflict, that, boy, I wish we had the full, that each of these Virginia-class subs were a full-up conventional round. So thank you for that, Admiral. And General Brunson, there's recent reporting that the United States is considering withdrawing as many as 10,000 troops from Eastern Europe, which would signal to Putin our commitment to our allies and partners in that theater is waning. Additionally, EUCOM handed control of a key logistics hub in southeast Poland over to other NATO forces, again highlighting this idea of wavering U.S. commitment to our allies. And to underpin all of this, there are rumors within the DoD that the department will direct a reduction of U.S. presence in South Korea or retask these forces to focus on the threat from China. So, General Brunson, I acknowledge you cannot comment on the policy. I understand that. But from a strategic lens, what impact would a force reduction or a retasking of forces have on your ability to deter North Korean aggression?
Senator Kelly, the 28,500 troops that we have in the Republic of Korea are responsible wholly for preserving peace on the peninsula, in the region, in Northeast Asia. They are a critical component to ballistic missile defense in the region. They are a critical portion of helping the Indo-PACOM command see, sense, and understand in the north and to deter a great many adversaries. The MDT that we share with the Republic of Korea does not mention an adversary. That's always been the way it is. Should an adversary arise, the troops that are there are prepared well, along with our Korean allies, to meet any mission.
And do you feel your force is the right size?
For the missions as given, yes, Senator.
And what do you assess the impact would be to our relationship with South Korea and partners in the region if we downsize the force on the peninsula?
What I think we ought to do, Senator, is remember that there's diplomacy and defense on the peninsula currently. We share the unique focus of being able to look at our partners eye to eye. Recently received instructions to move assets. We were able to talk through those things. So we've got to make sure that we use strategic clarity to explain what is being asked of our forces.
All right. Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That would be me for right now, so I will recognize myself. Admiral Paparo, it's great to see you. Always appreciate your testimonies, very clear-eyed, to the point. So I've long been very concerned about the Chinese presence at the Panama Canal and what they might be able to do with that if, heaven forbid, something were to happen. Could you just elaborate a little bit on how the closure of that, let's just assume that would happen, the closure of that or an interruption in its availability, how that would affect the flow of both combatants and support vessels to the region?
Morning, Senator. I mean, inherently, the geography, the alternative being all the way south around the Horn, that's about a 2-week transit. Think about how critical it is to get forces on front when the PRC's intention is a short, sharp war that provides a fait accompli to the international community. And so inherently, anything that slows us down over time and distance is bad for us. Now consider that all of the shipbuilding in the United States of America is east of the Panama Canal, but the preponderance of the threat is in the Pacific. And that just shows the inherent logic of the requirement for the Panama Canal as ever.
Yeah, and I think, yes, the concerns that we had when it was, I think, mistakenly sort of given away are even more concerning now as our orientation, I think, shifts to the Indo-Pacific in a more meaningful way. General Brunson, it's good to see you. I wanted to ask you, and I know that Admiral Paparo got a question somewhat related to this, but concerns about airlift capabilities and we don't have enough aircraft, and many of our C-130s don't have the survivability in a contested environment. Could you speak a little bit to the current limitations we would have supporting forces in the Korean Peninsula, given our current inventory?
It's just the amount of, as we look at tip-fid flows, sustainment, and those things that are required to prosecute in the KTO, it's why we've begun to move. It's a recognition of that is why we've begun to move with a combined logistics command. It's why we've begun to look at how can we set the theater now, looking at the stores of munitions, some of which will expire soon. How do we get those replaced in quick fashion so that we don't provide drain for sustainment things in order to prosecute the campaign? I'm readily aware of the fact that I'm fighting until help comes. That's what we're expected to do there, myself and the Republic of Korean forces, as well as the forces apportioned to UN command. We're fighting until they get there. So a great many of the exercises that we do, Senator, are all aimed at understanding what magazine depth needs to be resident on the peninsula so that we don't have to count on external support coming too, and so that we might not drain from the overall effort.
But it's fair to say that a lot of those plans that are being drawn to account for that are meant to address the fact that we probably don't have the inventory that we need right now. Is that fair to say?
That would be accurate. We're challenging those assumptions every day, Senator.
Right, okay. Admiral Paparo, I wanted to go back to you. I think with it's related as far as maintenance and availability and execution in the Indo-Pacific. There was recently, I think, a big win for the U.S. and our allies with the tanker mission in South Korea, and then we're also seeing this obviously with submarine maintenance in Australia. What's the next big step? Because you've articulated, I think, rightly, that speed is going to matter, but the logistical hurdles in the vast expanse of the Pacific is, I think it's hard for people to really actually put their mind around it until you put a map up, and you see just the expanse. So what's the next big step to address those logistical challenges for us?
Senator, first, enrich the kind of work that we're doing in our partner shipyards. So beyond the standard voyage repairs is to do deeper repairs for our forward deployed naval force is one step. And then if we can get into the space of production of that capability, of enhancing the Korean worldwide ship capacity, which is, I think, 23% of global total is built in Korea. Japan is 15% of global shipbuilding. The United States of America is 1% of shipbuilding. This confers immediately to speed. So more maintenance being executed at these partner yards where it makes sense, and then the next step, and I've heard a lot of talk about this from all throughout government, which is to avail ourselves of our partners' unique shipbuilding expertise, and then while we regain our own shipbuilding expertise in the United States.
Thank you. Senator Peters.
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you for being here today, and certainly thank you for your service to our country. Admiral Paparo, as you know, Exercise Northern Strike in Michigan brings over 6,300 participants from all across the United States, as well as our international partners to Michigan's National All-Domain Warfighting Center. It's the largest training area east of the Mississippi. In past briefings before this committee, you discussed the importance of Exercise Northern Strike to Indo-PACOM, and particularly our ability to cooperate with our partners in the region. Could you elaborate on your prior comments and discuss the importance of Northern Strike to supporting Indo-PACOM's mission, please?
Senator, without giving more of the details of what's executed on Northern Strike, it is a key point of leverage. And I have this even from my interlocutors who report that those personnel that return from Northern Strike are changed. So I treasure it, and I want more of it, and I want to expand it. And, I thank the state of Michigan for their diligence in it.
Well, that's great to hear, Admiral, and happy to hear that. And Yeah, you will know that I'm actually co-sponsoring a proposal for the NDAA with Senator Slotkin to make Northern Strike permanent and funding permanent. And I certainly look forward to working with members of this committee to do that. And your words of encouragement, I hope will help that process move along. General Brunson, as you know, Russia is strengthening military ties with North Korea through a mutual defense pact, troop deployments to the Ukraine, and efforts to modernize North Korea's conventional forces. Meanwhile, China is mounting a pressure campaign on South Korea through political interference, economic pressure, maritime disputes, cyber operations, targeting critical infrastructure, and the list goes on. So my question for you, sir, is how is USFK adapting its force posture or training to counter the hybrid nature of threats, including military, cyber, and disinformation that's now posed by both Russia and China in this region?
Yes, Senator. So one of the things that I believe in the future, whether it's in competition, conflict, or crisis, we've got to be able to do is we've got to be able to protect, we've got to be able to sustain, and we've got to recognize that our posture, which entails our organization and a host of capabilities, has all got to be in the right place. Part of doing that is by utilizing the assets at our disposal and the authorities inherent in other nations that come to join us on the peninsula. So to sort of keep this clean, if you will, we're able to leverage the special operations forces within the Republic of Korea. We're able to leverage our own forces, whether that be a military information support team that operates inside embassy spaces, or whether it's us using them along with our J-39 to ensure that we're not only hardening access to ports, but we're also testing all our lines. As you know, Senator, we fight off of the Centrix K network. It's important that we stay on that network with cyber defense teams and then encourage our partners to do the same thing, which is what we're doing right now to ensure that we limit access to our networks, protect our information properly, and look at those whole host of threats and how we might counter them on the peninsula.
Well, very good. From your perspective, is there a risk that China and Russia could coordinate actions on the peninsula to distract or perhaps divide U.S. attention from other strategic challenges, including Taiwan or Ukraine? How concerned are you about that?
I'm concerned about that from the perspective of how they might enlist the DPRK to aid in some form of subterfuge, nefarious activity, or anything else that might happen in the region to keep us from focusing wholeheartedly on the mission of Indo-PACOM in maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific.
Thank you. Admiral Paparo, Congress created the Pacific Deterrence Initiative in fiscal year 2021, National Defense Authorization Act, to strengthen our military capabilities and partnerships in the Indo-Pacific region. The PDI is aimed to boost deterrence against China by investing in force posture, in logistics, missile defense, allied cooperation. Sir, could you share some specific examples of how PDI funding has improved the U.S. force posture or our readiness, and what steps can we take to enhance or fully operationalize PDI?
Senator, an example is the Joint Fires Network and our ability to move fast in order to execute the fires function of among joint fires faster. Our material improvements throughout the theater has enabled us to move faster. And enhancing Pacific Deterrence Initiative, U.S. Indo-Pacific Command is an advisor to the process. The services choose which elements that they do is Pacific Deterrent Initiative. And as the AOR is 53% of the world, almost any joint force element that is acquired is applicable to the Pacific. So more agency for United States Indo-PACOM enabled to close the seams throughout the services would enhance the already good effect of Pacific Deterrent Initiative.
Great. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, gentlemen. Admiral, General, I want to first begin by thanking you for your decades of service, both of you. You both do a great job, and I think sometimes we don't always say that. Same with your staffs. I have shown this chart to many folks here in the last few months. This is the action that's happening in the North Pacific, Admiral, as you know, up in the Arctic. Very, very aggressive Russian, Chinese actions into our ADIZ, into our EEZ. And the unprecedented element of this is the joint task force nature. Russian-Chinese Joint Strategic Bomber Task Forces last summer in our ADIZ. Every summer now, last 3 years, we have joint Russian-Chinese naval task forces in our EEZ, very aggressive, pushing out, Alaska fishermen from their grounds. So we need more, everybody's testified, we need more infrastructure up there. Admiral, you in a classified hearing said we need to reopen this very strategic port, Navy base, ADAC. By the way, I did a little geography test. It's over 1,000 miles west of Hawaii. Most people have no clue about that. It's also the gateway to the Arctic. NORTHCOM commander has testified we need to reopen ADAC. The CNO has testified. Why do you think ADAC is so important, Admiral?
Senator, it is a further western point, which would enable, and along with Erickson, in order to gain time and distance on any force capability that's looking to penetrate. Russia's Pacific Fleet in Russia frequently takes that Great Circle route through Alaska.
Yep.
And it would enable up to 10x the maritime patrol reconnaissance aircraft coverage of that key and increasingly effective or increasingly contested space.
So you testified in the classified hearing, you think that we should reopen that. Just now that we're in an unclass hearing, you want to say that in an unclass setting too?
We should reopen ADAC, and we should enhance the ability to operate out of Erickson.
So thank you on that. It has 3 piers, 2 8,000-foot runways, a big hangar, 22 million gallons of fuel storage, one of the biggest fuel storage depots anywhere on the planet Earth. The CNO just sent a team up there, Navy, State of Alaska, the Aleut Corporation, and the NORTHCOM commander just reached out to me 2 days ago saying they're going to have a final report completed in the next 2 weeks on a low, medium to high reopening scenario. Can you commit to this committee to work with the NORTHCOM commander to get that report out in the next 2 weeks?
I commit.
And then you also have plans with regard to Northern Edge in terms of that really important exercise using ADAC. Can you talk a little bit about that to the extent you can in an unclassified setting?
United States Air Force's concept of agile combat employment is the means by which we achieve more dynamism among the force. And so the 11th Air Force is based in Alaska. That is an assigned force to United States Indo-Pacific.
11 Air Force with over 100 fifth-generation fighters up there.
The preponderance of Indo-Pacom's fifth-generation fighters is in Alaska. And so we will be exercising the Agile Combat Employment concept in this summer's Northern Edge exercise.
And ADAC's going to be part of that?
They will operate out of ADAC.
Great. Let me mention one thing. When the president, after his election, he actually put a statement out saying, we will ensure Alaska gets increased defense investments as we fully rebuild our military, especially as Russia and China are making menacing moves in the North Pacific. So that's a quote from the Commander-in-Chief. I know I've raised this with you, but it's a little bit of an issue, and just in terms of the urgency. As I mentioned, the state of Alaska, the Aleut Corporation, that is the Great Alaska Native Corporation that owns the land there, and the U.S. Navy were in ADAC a couple weeks ago doing a site assessment. They're going to get that to us soon. The Aleut Corporation, I've talked to them. These are great patriotic Americans. Alaska Natives serve at higher rates in the military than any other ethnic group in the country. They would love to do a deal with the Navy. 99-year lease or something like that. But you know who checks in with them once a year, Admiral, on ADAC, about leasing ADAC?
I would guess it's not a friendly power.
It's not. It's a Chinese shipping company that is certainly, in my view, a front company for the PLA. So how embarrassing would it be to the Pentagon or the Navy these guys would never do it. The Aleut Corporation is all patriotic. But if let's assume they weren't, and somehow they signed a 100-year lease with a, quote, Chinese shipping company that always is out there looking at ADAC, you think that would be embarrassing for the U.S. Navy and Pentagon?
On substance, I think it would be bad because this is the modus operandi in the Belt and Road Initiative. Imagine having the Belt and Road Initiative include Alaska.
One of the most strategic ports in the world.
Amen.
So we have a sense of urgency on this, and I look forward to working with you and the committee, Mr. Chairman, on this important issue. Thank you.
I sense a sense of urgency.
Yes, sir.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for your service. Admiral, I want to ask you some questions based on your extraordinarily impressive experience as an aviator, as well as combatant commander. We're building new aircraft carriers at huge expense. Are you concerned about their vulnerability in light of the increased Chinese capabilities that you mentioned in your testimony? AI, cyber, hypersonic missiles. My guess is the everyday American sees an aircraft carrier as a huge sitting duck out there in the middle of the Pacific. Are you concerned?
It's a moving duck with the ability to defend itself, unique among airfields as a mobile capability. It is not uniquely vulnerable, but it is uniquely valuable. And the PRC, seeing that value, have made it a focus because they have every other fixed land-based targeting complete. Its value lay in the enormous variety and the enormous mass of fires. And so it is not more uniquely vulnerable to the PRC, it is more uniquely threatening to the PRC, which is why they're working so hard to strike it. And I hear people say, well, in war games, we lose these aircraft carriers. The war games must have a terrible Paparo simulator because I'm going to put them into harm's way judiciously and when they can strike. And it will be my job to return those aircraft carriers to their home bases after they have done their duty. So I am no more concerned about aircraft carriers than I am about destroyers, submarines, squadrons, wings, battalions, regiments. But those fires are, the massive fires that they bring are absolutely unique, step-level change above any other particular single unit. And you pay me to find ways to protect those aircraft carriers along with everything else that's in the joint force. For every one air-to-surface missile, there are, for every one maritime-oriented missile, there are 8 others that are designed to strike land targets. And so, I note that, this topic comes up frequently, but you have my opinion on it, is that instead of waxing into a culture of, well, we should give up on this capability, no, we should do something about it, and we are doing something about it, and that is well included in my integrated priorities list that I presented to the committee.
I think that answer is extremely compelling, and thank you for it. Turning to submarines and asking the same question in a different form, are submarines more vulnerable today than, say, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, because of those advanced detection and countermeasures that the Chinese or other adversaries could mount?
The PRC is growing in their capability on anti-submarine warfare, which I would expect them to do. I respect them for doing it. They are more vulnerable than they've been before, and that equally confers the responsibility for the command to take the steps that gain more margin. I mean, the United States has a generational lead on undersea warfare, and it remains critical, absolutely one of my highest priorities. The introduction of quantum computing could well enhance the PRC's ability to flood the zone and to target submarines and to take that away. They're pushing sensors into the sea to find them. They're working very hard to find them, and they're working very hard to counter them. I have an equal duty to protect those and to preserve the unusual, the outsized combat capability of those submarines. And I take a similar view of refusing to quit on a unique capability. And on that front, if I leave the space between the surface and the Kármán line, our adversaries are going to flood that space with capability and become even more effective against our submarine force.
Well, I thank you for both of those answers, which, again, I find very persuasive. We can't quit on those weapons platforms. We just need to make them more capable and stronger. And I look forward to working with you on that mission. Thank you very much, Admiral. Thank you both for your service to our nation.
Thank you all. Senator Slotkin will be in just a moment. Let me ask you, in a follow-up to Senator Blumenthal's line of questioning on submarines, we still need a lot more submarines, do we not?
Strongly agree. We have to increase our production rates. We have to invest in the submarine industrial base. We have to increase the rates of the number of submarines, and we have got to increase the availability of our submarines.
And you had a valuable exchange with Senator Banks about nuclear weapons. And I understood you to say they are useful to us every day because of their deterrent effect. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And also, just because we don't often hear about this, the doctrine of the United States for years has been not to rule out a first strike. Is that correct?
I affirm that. Okay.
Thank you very much. Senator Slotkin.
Thank you. Apologies for being late. Welcome. Glad to have you here. I would just like to talk about strategy vis-a-vis China and Taiwan. I'm sure you've gotten a lot of questions on this. I'm trying, as the co-chair of the bipartisan Taiwan caucus, to understand what our approach is, given that we talk about the Chinese threat, right, to Taiwan. We talk about that we're in a period of vulnerability, right? We want to make sure to be particularly watchful about what's going on in Chinese military intentions. But at the same time, we're calling into question the commitments by allies and partners who we would need, I think, in any Taiwan contingency scenario, right? I think even the Trump administration's interim national defense strategy talks about the importance of allies and partners. And I've seen public reports from CSIS and others that say that actually if there was a war with China over Taiwan, if they tried to take over Taiwan, we could not manage that situation to satisfaction if allies and partners weren't with us in that fight. Just we're so far away, the tyranny of geography, what we always talk about. And I'm just concerned that our approach to allies and partners is threatening the very thing that I think we believe in a bipartisan basis on this committee, that we need to have a muscular deterrent approach. So can you tell me about the value of allies and partners to whatever you need to do in that region, understanding we're in an unclassified space, and the dependence we have on other nations hosting our forces, allowing operations from their land. Can you walk me through it, please?
Senator, good morning. Allies and partners have an outsized effect. It is the strategic center of gravity of the United States of America. And by having access, basing, and overflight with our allied partners, we have the ability to achieve the principles of expanded maneuver. And that is to have multiple attack vectors across multiple domains, where our adversary would potentially just would be focused onto one point. There'd be threats coming from multiple points. It confers legitimacy on the force. It confers greater access, basing, overflight, freedom of movement of the force. And then to the extent that allies and partners are participating in the operation, it enhances your fire's capability as well. So all across those fronts, allies and partners are critical. You do pay me to build a plan that does not fall on the loss of a partner. But the cost, the bill comes in the form of people, capability, money, and time. The more partners and allies that we have, the less it will be the bill across those 4 domains.
So I guess my confusion comes with my view, again, my view as a senator here, that this administration is implementing a strategy of cozying up to our adversaries and kicking our allies in the teeth. And I say that as someone who's a border state and lives right next to Canada. You know, we can go to a concert in Canada. I mean, the idea that we need partners to make deterring China affordable and approachable, but that we're going to attack our allies, put significant tariffs on again, off again on these allies. We're going to humiliate them in public, speak badly and speak ill of them, including countries we share intelligence with, is, to me, the most astrategic thing I have seen in a national security approach to China. So for all someone claims they care about deterring a military threat from China, if your approach is, and thank you for your incredibly articulate description of how our allies and partners are the center of gravity, your words, I believe it to my core. I cannot for the life of me say with a straight face that for all the huff and puff this administration puts on about China, that they actually give a crap about deterring them, because then you wouldn't be alienating all the allies and partners who live around China. And I'm watching the Chinese put in a base in Cambodia, right? Sounds like a terrible vulnerability for us that other allies and partners are cozying up to China. So I deeply appreciate the work that you do. We depend on you. We need you all to do your work well. But for the life of me, I think whatever bravado this administration has about China, the play is actually being undermined every day by the way that they kick our allies in the teeth. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Slotkin. That concludes the hearing. We appreciate the testimony, both in the closed session and in this open session. And with that, this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back, Senator Scott. Good to see you. The Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation will come to order. Twice a year, we find ourselves adjusting our clocks, shifting an hour of daylight forward in the spring, springing forward, and falling back in the fall. For many Americans, this biannual ritual is a minor inconvenience, something we endure without giving it much thought. But when we take a closer look at the implications of changing the clocks, its impact on our economy, our health, and our everyday lives, we can see that this practice is more than an annoyance. First, let's talk about energy savings, which has long been the most common justification for daylight savings time. The original idea behind daylight savings time was to reduce energy consumption by making better use of daylight during the longer days of summer. The idea was simple. Fewer hours of darkness meant less electricity consumption for lighting and heating. This concept might have made sense in the early 20th century, when our economy and our homes relied much more heavily on energy consumption tied to daylight hours. Today, the data show energy savings from daylight savings time are de minimis, if not entirely non-existent. Advances in technology, particularly in lighting and climate control, and increased domestic energy production have drastically reduced the relative price of energy compared to the past. Changing clocks biannually impacts our health. Research has shown that the abrupt shift in time, especially the spring transition when we lose an hour of sleep, disrupts our internal circadian rhythms and causes sleep deprivation. This leads to increased risks of health problems, including higher rates of heart attacks, strokes, and even car accidents immediately following the time change. In fact, studies have shown that there is a spike in workplace injuries and fatal car crashes during the days after we shift our clocks forward. The disruption to sleep patterns and the resultant fatigue can have consequences on our productivity, mental health, and well-being. The time change is also an inconvenience for families. For parents, especially those with young children, adjusting to the time change is no simple task. Sleep disruptions can result in cranky children, restless nights, and a difficult adjustment period that can last for weeks. We also need to consider the economic and social impact. There are arguments that longer daylight hours in the evening can boost economic activity in certain sectors, such as retail, tourism, and entertainment. For instance, late afternoon golf leagues account for up to 40% of the annual revenue of some courses, while a majority of golf instructors reported that nearly 50% of their lessons are taught after 4 p.m. A golf course would lose an estimated $500,000 annually if it lost the extra hour of daylight in the summer. Of course, the early birds who like 7 a.m. tee times might be a bit annoyed with this shift. Many states and countries like Mexico and Russia and Turkey have already taken steps to move away from changing clocks twice a year. Hawaii and Arizona have opted out of the practice, and other countries in the past 10 years have either abolished it or are in the process of doing so. Congress has the authority to end this outdated and harmful practice. This hearing is an excellent opportunity to examine a thoughtful and rational approach to how we manage time. Whether we lock the clock on standard time year-round or on daylight savings time, let's think carefully about our health, our economy, and well-being, and embrace a sensible approach to time management. And I'll now turn to Senator Blunt Rochester for her opening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing. In our increasingly connected world, it's more important than ever that we're thoughtful about what it would mean to pick a permanent time for our country. The Senate has tried this before, but the bill stalled as this body took a harder look at how time changes work state by state. What works in my home state of Delaware may not work in Washington state. But I know I speak for many Americans when I say it's time to figure this out. People across our country are tired of the constant cycle of falling back and springing forward. I mean, who hasn't forgotten to change their clock on their microwave? I think mine is still on the wrong time. And felt the immediate panic of waking up late for work. Or think about the parents of young children and pet owners who have to adjust sleep and feeding schedules twice a year. Some would say that these are just inconveniences, but the back and forth between daylight savings time and standard time needs to change and needs to stop. We need to stop the clock. We need to find a solution and stick with it. Many states across our nation have started to consider legislation to pick a permanent time. Some, like Delaware, have pushed for keeping daylight saving time, the time we're in right now, permanently. Others have sought to keep the standard time when we fall back permanently. But here's the thing. These twice yearly time changes have real impacts on real people. We know that changing the clock disrupts sleep, which can lead to negative health outcomes. Several studies have noted issues with mood disturbances, increased hospital admissions, and even heart attacks and strokes. We also know that being able to see the sun improves mental and physical health as well. But more than that, time changes can impact the safety of our communities. Darker commuting times increase the risk of injuries and even death on our way to school or work. My home state has one of the highest per capita rates of pedestrian fatalities, and dark roads with tired drivers make it more dangerous for pedestrians. The important thing is that we land on something consistent and make smart investments to keep people safe. For example, there were programs that we authorized in the bipartisan infrastructure law that focused on common sense safety improvements, but they are set to expire this Congress. I hope the committee will keep this discussion in mind when it comes time to reauthorize these infrastructure investments. Investments that could keep light that could light up dark streets, add rumble strips to medians, turn chaotic intersections into roundabouts, and more. These are the kinds of smart policy choices we can make to protect people year-round, regardless of whether it is daylight saving time or standard time. But the first step is getting us all on the same page. I'm looking forward to today's conversation about the competing health, safety, and economic impacts of choosing a permanent time for our communities and moving the ball forward on this important issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt Rochester, and I have to say, I think you set a land speed record for moving from the chair on the end all the way here, and I'll just say Senator Cantwell probably needs to watch her back. And I am somewhat disappointed in your excellent remarks that we did not get you belting out the chorus of shares if we could turn back time.
I told you, it is something that peps us up. We need the energy.
Joining us today is our friend Senator Rick Scott from the Sunshine State to give remarks on his legislation, the Sunshine Protection Act. Senator Scott, welcome back to the Commerce Committee.
First off, Senator Cruz, thank you for the opportunity, and Senator Blunt Rochester, you've done a better job keeping your seat in this committee also than I was able to. Thanks for the introduction, the invitation to introduce my bill, the Sunshine Protection Act, to finally lock the clock. Senator Cruz, I know you're mourning. It's been a tough week for you with the NCAA championship. I do look forward to the
Your time has expired.
All right. My bipartisan bicameral Sunshine Protection Act. It will end the twice-yearly time change and make daylight savings time the national year-round standard. I have the support of 17 of my colleagues here in the Senate and a House companion led by my friend Congressman Vern Buchanan from the great state of Florida. I'm sure all of us have heard from our constituents on this. The American people are sick and tired of changing their clocks twice a year. It's confusing, unnecessary, and completely outdated. It's an understatement to say that our nation has changed since the United States began changing the clock over a century ago. For example, American households have electricity now. We also have self-driving cars, computers, and cell phones. Now, changing the clocks twice a year proves more of an annoyance to families than a benefit to them. In 2018, when I was governor of Florida, I signed legislation that would allow the state to opt out of the practice of changing the time. And nearly 24 other states have done the same, pending federal approval that will come by passing the Sunshine Protection Act. The American people love having an extra hour of sunlight, especially in my state of Florida, where that means more time you can enjoy outdoors and activities with families. Studies also show the potential for reduced cardiac issues, stroke, and seasonal depression. Reduced robberies, benefits to the agricultural and overall economy with an extra hour of sunlight. This is a common sense change to simplify and benefit the lives of Americans. And we have a great opportunity to finally get this done with President Trump on board to lock the clock. I want to thank the committee for the consideration of the Sunshine Protection Act. I'm optimistic we can get this passed, signed into law, and finally lock the clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scott. You are welcome to stay if you like, but I know you have a busy schedule, so if you need to attend to other responsibilities, you certainly can do so. And the game was great, except for the final minute. I would have liked to lock the clock with 1 minute remaining. That would have been an excellent idea. Our first witness this morning is Scott Yates, the founder of the Lock the Clock movement. Mr. Yates started the movement to remove the biannual chore of changing the clock. Our second witness is Jay Karen. He is the CEO of the National Golf Course Owners Association, where he represents thousands of golf course owners across the country. Our third witness today is Dr. Karen Johnson, a practicing sleep medicine physician and professor of neurology at the University of Massachusetts Chan School of Medicine, Bay State. She is here on behalf of the American Academy of Sleep Medicine. Our final witness is Dr. David Harkey. Dr. Harkey is the president of the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, which is an organization dedicated to reducing deaths, injuries, and property damage from motor vehicle crashes. Mr. Yates, you may give your opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Blunt Rochester, and members of the United States Commerce Committee. Thank you for inviting me here today. Allow me to start with a hypothetical. Imagine two people commit the exact same crime on the exact same day, and they are the same in every way, but today one of them is out of prison and one of them remains behind bars. What is the difference? The second man was sentenced on the Monday after we spring forward into daylight saving time. Researchers at the University of Washington reviewed every criminal sentence handed down in America over an 11-year period and found the single harshest day of sentencing of the whole year was that Monday in March, when judges, like all of us, had been jolted awake an hour earlier than their bodies had been expecting. That one seemingly harmless government mandate, dialing our clocks back 1 hour, means some people receive harsher sentences than they otherwise would. The harm doesn't stop there. Both of your opening statements alluded to all of the problems that we have, and peer-reviewed studies consistently show that heart attacks go up, strokes, car crashes, even miscarriages spike in those days following the spring switch. A study from the University of Vienna found deaths overall just increased by 3% in those couple of days after the change. Medical errors go up, diabetics lose glucose control, crime goes up. Just yesterday, the journal Neurology published a report saying that more people get migraines in the days after the time change. And why do we do this? For the farmers? No. The story about the farmers was always just a myth. It was created as a PR stunt by a retailer in Boston who wanted more daylight for shoppers to have more time to shop. He thought it would sound better if we said it was for the farmers. If changing the time twice a year is so deadly and such an outdated relic, why haven't we fixed it yet? It's probably because of this issue we face about whether we should lock into permanent daylight or permanent standard time. I've seen countless polls and I've talked to thousands of people about this. Most people don't actually prefer one or the other that much. They just want to stop the switching. There are valid arguments for either permanent choice. So what should Congress do? What should this committee do? My name is Scott Yates. I've been reading, writing, and testifying about this for nearly a decade, and I have this recommendation. Lock the clock, as this bill says, but after a 2-year implementation. If we wait until 2027, we'll continue to allow states to opt out and opt into standard time, just as Hawaii and most of Arizona have done. This is fundamentally a states' rights issue and a geography issue. Consider Indiana. Indianapolis is roughly the same latitude as New York City, but about 700 miles west. For Congress to force Hoosiers to go to work and school in the dark only to accommodate barbecues in New York City seems rude. But as the Commerce Committee, you do have an interest in promoting a stable and predictable environment for commerce. That's why I suggest Congress establish a firm date, 2027, to permanently end the clock changing nationwide. States would then have ample time to decide if they want to remain in daylight time or opt out and pick standard time. They wouldn't have the option to continue the deadly twice-yearly switching. With clear federal guidance, schools can evaluate and pick their own bell times, businesses can plan confidently, free from the confusion caused by time changes, and states would even have time to hold elections to let the people decide directly. I started my remarks with that study about the judges. The reason researchers could do that and find so many other ways that the time change is harmful is DST creates what scientists call a natural experiment. Scientists can compare real-world results about what happens when the time changes. Interestingly, in traditional experiments with lab rats, scientists are careful not to change the clocks for daylight saving time for the rats because it's too disruptive. So my closing question for you today is this: at long last, can we treat our citizens with the decency that we treat our lab rats? Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yates, for very interesting testimony. Mr. Karen.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Cruz, Senator Blunt Rochester, and members of the committee for asking me to enter testimony on behalf of the members of the National Golf Course Owners Association on a pretty complex issue. We are headquartered in Charleston, South Carolina, and represent approximately 4,000 public courses, private clubs, municipal courses, and resorts throughout the United States. A little bit about the golf economy. Many elected friends see golf simply as a game, until it's time to talk about taxes, land use, water, employment matters, tourism, zoning, etc. What comes into view is a $102 billion industry employing nearly 2 million people across 15,000 properties and 2 million acres of land, so that nearly 30 million Americans can enjoy a great walk outdoors with strangers, friends, and family while hitting a little white ball. Little known fact, 75% of golf courses in America are open to the public, and nearly $5 billion each year is raised for charitable causes through golf. I also understand golf outings can be an effective fundraiser for political campaigns. The health benefits of golf are well documented, so we tend to vehemently disagree with Mark Twain's assessment of golf as a good walk spoiled. Now, about the clock. Locking the clock doesn't change how much daylight we have, just where it shows up on the clock. For golf and many outdoor activities, a shift can have significant economic and wellness implications. Golf thrives on what we call recreational daylight, the overlap of sunlight and people's availability to be outdoors. Americans overwhelmingly prefer evening recreation over early morning. This isn't just about golf, it's about soccer, jogging, walking, biking, tennis, and so much more. Making standard time permanent would shift 1 hour per day from recreational to non-recreational daylight. Simplistically, it trades 8 p.m. for 8 a.m. At golf courses, later hours generate about 40% more revenue per hour than early mornings. Trading backwards would cost the average public golf course at least 7 to 8% of their annual revenue by removing the best inventory we have on our shelves, which is approximately 37 million rounds of golf, and would cost the industry at least $1.6 billion or nearly $200,000 per course. This analysis only includes green fee revenue and does not include spending on golf car rentals, merchandise, food and beverage, golf lessons, and other areas of the business. Thus, only 7% of our members support making standard time permanent. Those who favor standard time year-round say their morning play is more valuable to them than their afternoon play. These may be resorts that want players off the course and in the restaurants at a reasonable hour. Now, making daylight saving time permanent would provide additional recreational daylight from November to March and would add an estimated 23 million rounds to the current golf inventory. This would give the industry a tailwind of about $1 billion or roughly $250,000 per affected facility. 64% of our members support making daylight saving time permanent. The status quo, changing of our clocks twice per year, avoids both the significant downside while forfeiting the moderate upside. 27% of golf course owners and operators support keeping the status quo of changing the clocks. Many golf courses slow down in the winter and enjoy having some relief later in the day for their employees with the sun setting earlier. Or they may have a healthy clientele of older players who would prefer no disruption to their 7 a.m. tee time or their 11 o'clock bridge game. Keep in mind, all these figures do not include thousands of private clubs, which would augment the impacts in both directions by an enormous sum. In conclusion, the Senate is facing a classic Gordian knot. There will be winners and losers no matter which way the knot is cut. But our members clearly prefer daylight saving time and strongly oppose permanent standard time. We recognize the sleep-related arguments for standard time, but the benefits of extended daylight for physical and mental health, outdoor recreation, and public safety are significant. Obesity, depression, and crime all have ties to reduced daylight and sedentary lifestyles. So in short, we urge the Senate to avoid the consequences of permanent standard time. We encourage solutions that preserve evening daylight for golf, for health, for recreation, and local economies. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman Cruz, Senator Blunt Rochester, distinguished members of the Senate. Thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Karen Johnson, a state neurologist and practicing sleep medicine specialist in Massachusetts, and am here representing the American Academy of Sleep Medicine. I want to extend my gratitude to Chairman Cruz for having this timely committee hearing. In December, President Trump called to end daylight savings time, and his Make America Healthy Commission's mandate to reduce chronic diseases, especially in children, aligns with permanent standard time. Unfortunately, permanent daylight saving time and the Sunshine Protection Act do the opposite. So I have three main takeaways. First, the spring's clock change to daylight saving time is bad, but permanent daylight savings time is worse. Second, year-round standard time is the natural, healthy choice promoting physical health, mental health, performance, and safety. Third, history supports that permanent standard time is the only viable solution to end seasonal clock change. So let me elaborate. The majority of Americans do consistently want to lock the clock, but it has been more inconsistent about how to ditch the switch. But in March, there was a new Gallup poll that just showed a significant shift in public opinion, with twice as many Americans now supporting permanent standard time over permanent daylight savings time. 60% of Americans and 80% of teens don't get the recommended amount of sleep, so there's a lot of room to improve sleep. Think about how you, your children feel after a bad night of sleep. Maybe you forgot an important meeting, drifted out of your lane, eating that extra bowl of ice cream. I know I've done those things. You may have struggled to get your teenager out of bed, or been a little short with your husband. Now, instead, think about how much better you feel and function after a good night's sleep. Permanent standard time would give more Americans to get the opportunity to improve their sleep without even trying. The sun is one of the most powerful drivers of health and well-being, but the timing of sunlight is what's critically important. Without enough morning light or with too much evening light, our circadian rhythms delay. This disrupts our sleep patterns and our body and brain functions. Permanent daylight savings time would cause sunrises after 8 a.m. for 2 to 4 months every winter, depriving us of this critical morning light. This is why permanent daylight saving time would be exponentially worse than seasonal daylight saving time. The adverse effects are greatest in our children, our teenagers, and other night owls whose bodies' clocks already run late. As discussed, there are many harmful benefits that occur in the days after this change, especially in the spring, to daylight savings time, including more strokes and heart attacks. As highlighted in the prior testimony, brain function is really affected by sleep. And so, we heard about judges making harsher statements. However, these harms does not mean that permanent daylight savings time would be better. Instead, the later sunrises and sunsets of daylight savings time lead to higher risks of chronic diseases, including but not limited to cancer, diabetes, heart disease, obesity, and these outweigh the short-term risks of what happens with the time change. There's also data that says that permanent standard time also results in better mental health outcomes, including reducing rates of depression and suicide. This is not surprising, as morning light and healthy sleep are known treatments for depression. On the other hand, poor sleep increases the risk of drug use, alcohol use, and other risk-taking behaviors. There are some misconceptions I want to address. As discussed, permanent daylight savings time does not make days longer, nor is it the reason why people feel better in the summer. Instead, permanent daylight savings time is a hidden mandate to wake Americans up an hour earlier, to their alarm clocks rather than the sun. If we called it the Go to Work an Hour Earlier Act rather than the Sunshine Protection Act, no one would be voting for it. Permanent daylight savings time does not increase overall exercise levels in the US. And even if some people exercise more, obesity and heart disease, these chronic diseases, are still more prevalent. There is while darkness comes with health and safety risks, daylight savings time is not the solution. There is no data to support that permanent daylight savings time would reduce overall crime or motor vehicle crashes. Instead, later sunrises and sunsets are associated with 20% more fatal crashes. The negative impact of daylight savings time on sleep and our brain health harms the economy. Workers, especially those with early start times before 8:30, think of your farmers, your transportation workers, your factory workers, are less likely to be productive and efficient. Workplace injuries rise after the transition to daylight savings time, and healthcare spending increases. On the other hand, permanent standard time improves academic success in our children with higher test scores. Your constituents' utility bills will be lower with permanent standard time by reducing heating and cooling costs. And finally, the US tried and quickly abandoned permanent daylight savings time twice before, most recently in 1974. It just doesn't work. It won't last. For those that are serious about ending clock changes, permanent standard time is the only viable solution. Please refer to my written testimony for more details, and happy to look forward to the questions later.
Thank you very much. Dr. Harkey.
Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Blunt Rochester, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to share the IAHS research on the road safety implications of daylight saving time. When discussing any topic on road safety in the United States, it is important to set the stage. Simply put, we are in a road safety emergency. Crash deaths have risen nearly 30% since 2014, from below 33,000 to more than 42,000 in 2022. Pedestrian crashes in particular have reached crisis levels, climbing more than 80% from their low point in 2009. Changing the clocks twice a year is relevant to road safety first and foremost because it affects the amount of ambient light during peak times for travel. We know that darkness is associated with increased risk of fatal crashes. We do about a quarter of our travel at night, but nearly half of motor vehicle occupant deaths and 3/4 of pedestrian deaths occur in the dark. Obviously, adjusting the clock cannot increase the number of daylight hours, but can only shift how they align with work and school schedules. Since people travel at all times of day, and the risk created by darkness varies by road user type, the effects of these time changes on crashes are complex. The aim of our recent study was to examine the effect of changes in light conditions associated with the beginning and end of daylight saving time. We examined 10 years of fatality data for the 5 weeks before and after each time change, and only considered crashes between 4 a.m. and 10 a.m. and between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. Ambient light conditions were calculated using the sunrise and sunset times corresponding to the geographic coordinates of each crash. Crashes resulting in vehicle occupant deaths fell 7% in the 5 weeks after the time change in the fall, and increased 12% in the 5 weeks after the time change in the spring. The opposite was true for crashes resulting in pedestrian or bicyclist deaths. Those crashes rose 13% in the fall and declined 24% in the spring. The net effect was 26 fewer morning and evening crashes with pedestrian or bicyclist fatalities per year, and 29 additional morning and evening crashes with vehicle occupant fatalities. It is important to emphasize that our study does not point to a preference for standard time or daylight saving time based on road safety alone. The clearest takeaway from this research is that there is a strong relationship between increased darkness and fatal crashes, particularly for pedestrians and bicyclists. This is consistent with previous studies, including our own work from 30 years ago examining the effects of daylight saving time. While the clock may not hold the answer to our road safety crisis, there are known solutions for protecting pedestrians in dark and low light conditions and for reducing the crash toll overall. We should commit to infrastructure and vehicle improvements that have been shown to increase safety for pedestrians and bicyclists on different types of roadways in urban, suburban, and rural environments. This includes engineering treatments to improve motor shielding behavior and vehicle technology such as better headlights and automatic emergency braking. Efforts are also needed to address speed on our roadways. The speed effect on crash severity is more pronounced for pedestrians and bicyclists who do not have the benefit of the vehicle structure to protect them. Speed limit policy, enforcement, engineering, and vehicle technology all have a role to play in slowing down drivers. Such a multi-pronged strategy to improve pedestrian and bicyclist safety at night exemplifies the safe system approach, which the U.S. DOT has adopted as the guiding paradigm of the National Roadway Safety Strategy. But implementation has simply been too slow. We are alarmed by the rising toll of crashes on our nation's roads and dismayed by the lack of urgency to fix the problem. For this reason, we recently launched an initiative we are calling 30 by 30, a goal to reduce U.S. fatalities 30% by 2030. Achieving this reduction will require a concerted effort by all stakeholders. We will increase our efforts to address risky behaviors, seek opportunities to improve safety for everyone inside and outside the vehicle, and explore ways to make commercial vehicle fleets safer. We ask everybody who cares about the needless loss of life on our roadways, including this committee, to think about what they can contribute to achieving the 30 by 30 goal. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll notice the freshmen have taken over this committee. And we have an agenda, don't we? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Listen, I'm pleased to be here. John Curtis from Utah. And thank you, panel, for this important topic. And I think it's fair to say that my constituents share the same frustration that's been articulated here by the back and forth. Mr. Yates, you mentioned in your testimony that the only reason we still have this time change every 6 months is due to the federal government's inability to decide between standard or daylight savings time, which one is best. Based on your research and your outreach, do you have any indication how many states would opt out and maintain permanent standard time if your proposal for permanent daylight savings time were enacted?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I don't have a specific answer. I can talk to you about some of the conversations that I've had with state legislators, including, I don't know if you know Dr. Raymond Ward in Utah. He was the sponsor of the bill there, and he thought, and he said all of his constituents told him that the state preferred, that everybody preferred to stay in permanent daylight time in Utah. Utah might be a case where standard time might be a good option, and that's why I think the 2-year implementation would actually be a great chance for everybody in Utah to look at what.
So let's talk about Utah. You are correct. They've actually passed legislation to stay on permanent daylight savings time, and I guess my question is why shouldn't states have the right to make this decision? Don't they know best about what they want for their constituents? And why aren't we giving more accommodation to states, and particularly Utah, who has spoken so vocally about what they would like?
I'm sorry, Senator, are you asking, is there a way that the states could opt out of?
So my point is, yes. States know what's best for them.
Right.
Some states, like Utah, clearly have a preference, and some would go the other way. And I guess my question is, now let me tie that into the next question, is we could see a patchwork, which I suspect might be the answer to that. Now, Utah, by the way, we abut Arizona, and so my whole life we have watched Arizona mock us, right, as we all change our times, and somehow we've navigated that just fine, right, without any problem. And then I'd also bring up, like, technology is in a very, very different place than it was years ago, and our ability to adapt to this. So do you worry about a patchwork, or are we okay with that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think that less complexity in the system is better. It's natural to think that there would be a patchwork if we allowed more states to opt into permanent standard time, but we have a patchwork now. What we would be creating is less of a patchwork because the lines might change a little bit. For instance, Indiana, for instance, may decide that it's better for the whole state of Indiana to be in Central Time with Chicago, which it abuts and which is 1,000 miles from Boston. And so it wouldn't create a patchwork, it would just create a change in where the line is. And so the first and most important thing is decreasing, eliminating the clock changing, which decreases complexity. And then once we've got that stability, it won't be a patchwork, it'll just be, we know what time it is in Indiana because all of
just the way we've accommodated it to with Arizona.
Exactly.
Right, and if we're honest, we, like you point, we already have these lines, and they do just fine.
Exactly.
With it. And so, just for the record, I'm a strong advocate to let my state do what they prefer to do, and feel like they know how to make those decisions best. I'm going to use just a little bit of time for actually a very interesting personal question, Dr. Johnson. Given all the effects that we've heard about, what's the likelihood that if somebody had a profession where they were moving across the country twice a week and changing time zones an hour or 2 hours or sometimes 3 hours, that they would be subject to those same problems?
So, a lot of us can relate to jet lag. One thing that happens with jet lag is you're moving to a new time where the sun is in the sky. And so we adjust to that within a day or two. We get to the new time zone depending on how far we're going. What happens with going to permanent daylight savings time is we're changing the clock time, but we're not changing the sun. That's why there's this perpetual misalignment that has more stresses and harms to our body over the long run. So very frequent time travel with a lot of adjusts is a big strain on the body. But for most people that don't do it all the time, we do adjust within days, and we can get that better health and more misalignment or more alignment of our rhythms within days.
Unless within days you're going back to the previous time zone.
That is why the really frequent, not good.
All right, I think I've made my point. I'll yield to the ranking member.
Thank you to my fellow freshman and classmate, Senator Curtis, and also thank you to Senator Cantwell for the opportunity to be ranking member today. And I also want to thank the witnesses. This is one of the issues that a lot of times we will get messages from our constituents. People have strong opinions, and I was literally in a meeting before this with a CEO of a company who asked, well, what do you think? And so this is something that does touch on so many. And I want to start my questions with you, Dr. Harkey, because year-round daylight saving time would mean later sunrises in the mornings. More people may be commuting to work or to school in the dark. Some people have raised concerns that this would put their children at greater risk of being hit by cars while walking to school. Pedestrians are more likely to be killed in traffic accidents, as you stated, in the dark because it's harder for the drivers to see them. And in the 1970s, it was widely reported that mothers raised significant concerns about their children walking to school in the dark in the winter. Nationwide, over 70% of fatal accidents involving pedestrians occur at night. Dr. Harkey, no matter what time the sun goes down, what roadway improvements can cities and states make to reduce pedestrian fatalities?
Thank you for the question, Senator. That is exactly what our study indicated, is that it's not about the shifting of the time that we're going to have darkness regardless of which decision you make, which policy decision you make. And so that's what we're looking for, is to try and figure out how do we make pedestrians and bicyclists in particular safer in those dark hours, whether they're in the morning or whether they're in the evening. And for most municipalities and county agencies and state DOTs who are struggling to address this issue, there's two key things. One is space. We have to provide the appropriate space, sidewalks, in rural areas that can be separated paths or possibly paved shoulders even. Places for people to walk where they're not in the edge of the travel lane. We also have to take care to provide careful crossings So we have to pay particular attention to how we're allowing motor vehicles and pedestrians to interact at crosswalks. These can be at intersections, they can be at mid-block locations. So you have to have appropriate crossings. Pedestrians aren't going to walk too far. They're going to make those decisions to cross in the middle of the road sometimes. And so you want to make sure that you're providing adequate crossings where they want to cross. And then you've got to do all you can to provide the kinds of traffic control devices that will increase motorist yielding behavior. So this includes things like rapid flash beacons, which have been shown to increase motorist yielding behavior sixfold. You can build on that. Adding simple things like lights that are triggered when a pedestrian hits the crosswalk area, it will light up that crosswalk. You can double the amount of motorist yielding behavior. So these are interventions that have been proven over time, and it's important for state agencies and local agencies to take advantage of those kinds of interventions and get those implemented anywhere that they have pedestrians.
Following along on the safety theme, what vehicle technologies can help protect pedestrians when it's difficult for drivers to see them?
Yeah, and so this is another important aspect, and this was what builds on the safe system approach, right? Building that redundancy into the systems. You don't just rely on the infrastructure, you also build technology into vehicles that can help with this. Two big things that we've studied. One is better headlights. We're the only group in the world that tests headlights the way that we do on our track. And so we've seen improvements in headlights over the years that increase visibility and provide drivers with additional time. They can see that pedestrian further down the roadway. And so that's a big change, and we'll continue to push for that. The other is automatic emergency braking with pedestrian detection. That also has been shown to work and be very effective at reducing pedestrian crashes in the daytime. And now our testing is really focused on getting automakers to improve those systems to work even better at nighttime. So that's an example of two technologies in the vehicle that can be really, really beneficial.
You know, one of the things that I've noticed is that our safety efforts are siloed. You have the Federal Highway Administration, which builds and maintains highways. You have the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, which regulates vehicle safety standards and investigates defects. Then you've got the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, which oversees commercial motor vehicles and trucking industry safety, all kind of working separately. And I think back to what you were talking about kind of how can we better layer safety measures to help stop deadly crashes?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And so build on top of the separation in the federal agencies that you just discussed. Along with them, you have state DOTs, you have county DOTs, you have city DOTs. And so it becomes quite the web of how you make decisions when it comes to road safety. One of the things that we have to do a better job of is communicating between those agencies deliberately. Mm-hmm. And so there is no single authority of the ones that you mentioned that has complete authority over every decision on our roadway system when it comes to safety. And so these agencies have to do a better job of communicating together deliberately, and not just at the executive level, but at the staff level. Because it's at the staff level where people know what interventions work best and how to apply those in a way that you create that redundancy in the system that we were talking about. So whether it's infrastructure, whether it's vehicle, whether it's changing behaviors, that communication amongst the staff is absolutely critical.
Great, thank you, and was really interested to hear about your 30 by 30. So in the interest of time, I will yield back to the chairman.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank each of the witnesses for being here on what is a very interesting topic, an important topic, and complex topic. There are very real and complicated issues and countervailing arguments on both sides. I think there is widespread agreement on locking the clock, but where to lock it. The reason we're holding these hearings is because these are real arguments, and they have real impacts on people. Let me start on the health side. Dr. Johnson, can you expand on the impact sleep deprivation has on our overall health, on our minds, our moods, and especially on young children for whom we know sleep is so vital?
Thank you for asking about that. Yeah, sleep comes has different aspects. So one is just how much we sleep, but it's the quality of sleep and then the timing of sleep. So any disturbance in that can affect our, how we do. So we know that kids, even if over a whole week they get enough sleep, if they don't get enough during the week and catch up on the weekend, they still don't do as well. And so sleep and our circadian rhythms, they really regulate every aspect of our body, our metabolism. They affect how we think about things. They affect our choices of food. You're more likely to grab a celery stick when you're, got enough sleep, but grab that bagel or that, candy bar when you're sleep deprived. Athletic performance, we know, is better when people do sleep. Academic success in school. And then mental health has some of the most deep connections to sleep health. And that's why, even though people, feel better when they see light, it's that timing of light and our circadian rhythms that is so deeply intertwined that if we can improve sleep, if we can improve those rhythms, we see those lower rates of depression overall. We see lower rates of suicide. And that's what the data, there was just a new study that came out just last week showing 6% higher rates of depression when the sunrises are set later, when we lose that critical morning light. And this gets exponentially worse in the winter when you lose the light in the morning. So Texas and the southern states actually lose that morning light for a longer period because of the curve of the earth. The more even days, you get 3 to 4 months with it being dark after 8 a.m. And some of the darkest places in the country are actually in western Texas if we were to go to permanent daylight savings time. And that's why in 1974, a lot of the push to end our experiment with daylight savings time was actually pushed by states like Florida and Texas and the southern states.
Can you also explain why consistent sleep patterns are important for teen brain development and mental health?
Yeah, so again, this goes back to our circadian rhythms. And so when our circadian rhythms are working well, they help us anticipate our day. And so what I mean by that is we have certain times when our body wants to go to sleep. And so teenagers, their natural rhythm is later. If any of you have been around a teenager, you can't just say, go to bed. They're like, I'm wide awake. We have this, what we call a forbidden zone. Their alertness just is skyrocketing in that time before bed. And so they can't get to sleep on time, but if our social schedule is set an hour earlier, which is what daylight savings time does, they don't have that opportunity to get the amount of sleep they need, and they tend to switch back and forth on weekends, and that switching affects us. And so that then affects how our brain functions. We know more and more about sleep being important for clearing toxins from our brain, which sets us up for things like dementia, Parkinson's disease. I just came back from the neuro conference with data pointing to the connections there. Our metabolism gets off, so we're more likely to gain weight. Again, even if people do exercise more, we see like 10% higher rates of obesity in places where the sun sets later. So sleep is so critically important for our metabolic health, our overall health, our mental health, how our brain functions, which affects the safety issues. The highway study, it found a higher risk of vehicle crashes even though it was light later. The effect of sleep is more powerful than almost anything else, and by aligning the sun, we can really help that.
So let's talk a little bit about the idea of states' rights. And I've heard from groups on both sides of this issue that want either permanent standard time or permanent daylight savings time. Almost everyone agrees that changing the clock twice a year doesn't make sense. Mr. Yates, in your opening statement, you said that setting the clock is fundamentally a states' rights issue. Why do you think that decision should be left to the states?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The main reason is geography, right? Like we live on this big round ball, and the sun is moving, and the difference in where each state is makes a big difference in how the sunrise and sunset time applies. And so to say that there is one solution that is exactly right for Texas and the exact same solution is right for Atlanta for Georgia is what I would posit overreach by the federal government. And I might even go back to the example that is often cited about when the time change happened in the 70s. And just to give a little context to why that was such a failure, it's often cited that people didn't like it because there were children that were put at risk in the dark waiting for school. It turns out a lot of that is apocryphal. As we've heard, pedestrians are much safer with more light later in the day. But the thing that is interesting about that time change was, and this shows you how different politics was back in those days, that law was signed into law on December 15th, 1973, right in the middle of Watergate. You could say that maybe it was a distraction from other things that were going on, but it was enacted on December 15th on a Saturday. It was it took place on January 6th, 1974, about 3 weeks later. So you can imagine the worst Monday of the year already is the one after the holiday break where you have to go back to school and everything. To have an extra hour of sleep robbed away right before that, you can understand why it was so unpopular and why it was repealed 2 months after Nixon resigned office. So it clearly doesn't work for the federal government to come and say, this is a mandate of exactly what we should do for all of the country all at the same time. But it is the place of the Commerce Committee to say, we need a well-regulated time system. And so it makes sense to get rid of the clock changing. And if we give 2 years to the states to be able to say, so that all of these arguments can be hashed out, and they're all valid arguments, but they can be hashed out in the geography of the place where it would actually apply. And they would have time to plan and figure out what is the appropriate time for school to start to take in this evidence from neurologists, and what is the best time for all of the businesses to operate.
So maybe if we had more daylight, the Watergate break-in doesn't happen, and history would be different. Dr. Johnson, you seem to disagree with having states decide on how they should lock the clock. In your judgment, why do you think that would be the wrong approach?
So time is a measure. So Congress has the control over setting measures. I think of my husband, he likes to make a joke. He's 6'6" in the morning and 6'5" in the afternoon. We don't change the length of a foot on his diurnal pattern of his height. Time is supposed to say, how the sun is moving through the sky. And so if we set it to a standard time of the sun being closer to overhead at noon, now that's something we can go by, but states then can decide how they want to set their social schedules. So instead of sort of tricking people into, you all have to get up early no matter what, let's have each state decide when they want their schools to start, when businesses want to start. But let's fix a measure of time that has a meaning where the sun is overhead, and then adjust, the social schedule around it. And that is definitely something the states should decide on.
Thank you. Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. Dr. Johnson, thank you for joining us today. I saw that the American Academy of Neurology sent the committee a letter encouraging us to consider that standard time, not daylight savings time, is the best to align with our body's natural clocks. Many people still sleep through the morning light or after the early sun rises. Does that mean that light is being wasted if they are not using it awake?
So light helps us get up. Most people will wake up naturally after light. Now, some people, my teenagers, could easily sleep until noon, and that makes them actually more likely shift their schedules even later. So when you miss morning light, which is needed to reset your rhythm, or if you get too much light in the evenings, you drift later and have even more trouble getting up in the morning. And so that's why if we actually set it so the sun is rising earlier in the morning, more people will actually naturally, because their circadian rhythms start saying get up on time rather than get up so late, will be able to be ready for the day, be able to have their circadian rhythms help their health, help their metabolism, which is going to be good for heart disease, stroke risk, dementia risk, all these other sort of chronic health problems.
I appreciate that. To all the panelists, what does this mean for New Mexico? for our farmers, school children, and teenagers, the elderly, workers in tourism and recreation. What would permanent standard time mean for these communities? One or the other, I apologize, not or. Mr. Yates?
Senator, thank you for the question. New Mexico is another real leader in early movements to try to lock the clock. State Senator Cliff Pirtle worked on this. I worked with him closely for a long time. The effects on everybody in New Mexico of the clock changing is the same, which is it's very disruptive. It's not disruptive equally for everybody, but for a lot of people it is. A lot of all the things that we've cited, all the different health studies show that. The thing that I've been advocating today about the 2-year implementation period would be especially helpful for New Mexico because you have a tricky little trade region where you abut West Texas, which is in the Mountain Time Zone, and part of Mexico. And so there's a region where interstate commerce is directly affected. And so all of Mexico recently decided to lock the clock, except for the part that is attached to West Texas and New Mexico. And so these issues of commerce are complicated and do take a little while to work out. So that's the one thing I would say is that that sort of thing should be addressed carefully.
Mr. Kern?
I would say that the golf courses in New Mexico, which enjoy mostly afternoon and evening light, all the great hiking that goes on in New Mexico, the rock climbing, the hot air ballooning, all of that would be seriously curbed if daylight saving time was removed. And that would be, I think, a detriment to the New Mexico economy and people's time and ability to get outside and enjoy what you have.
You're suggesting that people hike and golf in the morning?
No, they do all that in the afternoon. And if standard time was made permanent, they would feel forced to do it in the morning, but they have to go to school, they have to go to work, and I don't think they would be able to make that shift.
Appreciate that. Dr. Johnson?
Yeah, I would say, if anything, you have a neighboring state, Arizona, that does very well on standard time and has shown that the golf industry can thrive. If anything, a lot of people say, and one of the reasons Arizona says they stayed on standard time is because it gets too hot later. So a lot of people do like to do exercise later, and that often is actually a better time for our health to get our exercise in. So if we can get people up so that they can be more active in the morning and get this exercise and enjoy all the wonderful things like hiking, which I know when I've gone to places like New Mexico, I do in the morning. I think that we can still have all these activities on either time, but I think standard time is the healthier choice.
Dr. Harkin?
So our work was looking at fatality data nationally rather than by individual states, in part due to sample size. But if the patterns hold in New Mexico, just like they have in our research across the country, then we're going to see an offset between the number of motor vehicle occupant deaths that have risen slightly during the time change periods and pedestrian and bicyclist deaths that have decreased slightly during that same time period. And so the net effect is one of really no change when we look at road safety data alone. And so if you're trying to make this decision on the basis of just road safety, I don't think the results of our study are going to point you in one direction or the other.
As a follow-up to that, Dr. Harkey, Dr. Johnson pointed to a study from a professor at Eastern New Mexico University, Jeff Gentry, who showed 20% higher car crashes in locations where sunrises and sunsets are later. Now, I understand your point that darkness is a key measure of accidents, but this data shows me that sleep effects are powerful indicators as well. How do you view the risk of sleep deprivation on accidents versus risks from darkness?
So our study did not look specifically at that particular issue. I know other studies have. Methodologies differ. Most of the studies that have tried to look strictly at that small amount of time change before and after in the crashes concur that the real issue here is the amount of ambient light and the time of day when it occurs, that darkness is the real key, and you just need to make sure that you're providing good safety interventions to address issues of darkness. So whether that is improving technologies in the vehicle, such as headlights, automatic emergency braking, or whether it's you're putting in infrastructure measures that add more lighting, add more space for pedestrians and bicyclists to keep them separated from motorists, whatever you can do to reduce those conflicts in the darkness and improve awareness of other road users in the darkness will be beneficial, regardless of the time change.
It sounds like you support my legislation to require technology be installed in vehicles to prevent impaired crashes. So I'll take that as well. We'll share that with my colleagues. Mr. Chairman, I have one more question for Mr. Yates on standard time versus daylight savings. I'll just submit it into the record. And just to note to the panelists, the reason I'm asking so much about sleep is, as my colleagues know, I suffered a stroke 3 years ago. I've learned a lot about the importance of sleep. I definitely lived my life burning the candle at both ends, and now I do my due diligence to embrace sleep hygiene and all the rest. And so that's bearing a lot into this conversation that I'm having with my constituents and others, Mr. Chairman. So I very much appreciate this hearing, though. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Senator Young.
Well, I thank all of you for being here. I'm the senior senator from the state of Indiana, and we have quite a history with daylight savings time. For those of you who have consumed old Parks and Rec episodes, you may have seen the one that focused on this particular topic. But let me walk through some of the things that have transpired in our state, and I'll weave in there some of the unique perspectives that Hoosiers have brought to this. Until 2006, our state was chronologically divided, you might say, with some counties observing daylight savings time and others not. And then in 2006, after years of debate, furious debate, our state decided to become the 48th state to adopt daylight savings time. In central Indiana, on the shortest day of the year, December 21st, the sun currently rises at 8:02 a.m. and sets at 5:23 p.m. Under permanent daylight savings time, sunrise would be delayed until 9:02 a.m., meaning Hoosiers would begin their day in darkness for much of the winter. What works for East Coast states, I'm hearing from many of my constituents, might not work for states like Indiana. We have 12 counties in the western part of the state that are in the central time zone. So Evansville, Indiana, if you're familiar with that. You get up near Chicago, what we call the region affectionately. So there are 80 other counties that are in the eastern time zone. So, you know, this sort of suggests that maybe a one-size-fits-all national policy on time changes doesn't take into account the regional differences that significantly impact daily life. I understand we have a charge, Article 1, Section 8, to facilitate interstate commerce. That was one of the major arguments of facilitating interstate commerce from the state level when we had this debate. So I anticipate we've heard that. I anticipate I'll hear more of that from my colleagues, but that has to be balanced against other considerations, of course. Leaving this decision to the states might allow local leaders who best understand their communities to weigh the specific needs of their residents. States along this line of argument are in a better position to evaluate how changes in daylight hours affect school schedules, commuting patterns, public safety, and economic activity. So I guess to the panel, do you believe that states like Indiana, with their unique cultures and geographical challenges and even histories as it relates to this issue, should have the flexibility to make their own decision, or do you think this decision should be standardized across the country? We'll begin with Mr. Yates, and I'll give everyone an opportunity to speak to that, if you like. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Young, for the question. And I mentioned Indiana in my opening statement because it's a perfect example of why the Commerce Committee needs to approach this carefully, because to impose onto Indiana a solution that is the same as for New York and for New England is not the best interest of the people of Indiana and is a little bit rude. The one thing that I might say, though, is that I've never been to Indiana to testify, but I did go to Michigan to testify about their daylight saving time bill. And I went to Nebraska and to Kansas, which are states like Indiana on the western edge of their time zones and would make the most sense for them to be in standard time. And I advocated for that with the state senators and state representatives in those states. And all of them told me that all of their constituents don't care. They would rather, like they're in the middle of the winter, they're already going to school and going to work in the dark. And they would just like to have a little bit of time after school and after work to be in the light. So I said, okay, this is your state, you get to pick.
Thank you for your response. Mr. Karen.
Well, I'm no constitutional scholar for sure, but I don't see in the Constitution where it says that the federal government regulates time. I don't know if time falls under commerce, so it would naturally fall to the states if the federal government's not empowered to do so.
We have the view that everything falls under commerce.
I appreciate that. I will say, I feel it's less of a state issue than it feels like a personal issue. And the ability to do, for example, to Senator One's comments, I can simulate or practice sleep hygiene whether the sun is up or down, but I can't simulate sun hygiene. I can't light the world when we want to be out there when it's dark, right? And so I think, to me, it comes down to which choice, if you were to land on one, is going to be harder to adjust to. We are already on daylight saving time for 8 months, so we'd have to adjust for 4 months. If you reverse it, then we're adjusting 8 months of our calendar.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Johnson, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I want to talk about the western edge of time zones. States like yours are more aligned with central time zones. So already on standard time, your sun is going to be overhead closer to 1. When we go to daylight savings time, now it's closer to 2. And we see that this really impacts health risks, mental health risks, safety risks, how kids do in school. I want to highlight one Indiana study. When you guys ended going the parts of the state that were on standard time.
Wait, you're coming with a study, you're citing a study? Are we allowed to do that in this? Is that consistent with the rules, Chairman Cruz? I'm kidding, of course.
So when part of Indiana ended standard time and went to seasonal daylight savings time, they found that kids' high school test scores were actually much better when they were on standard time and dropped when they switched to even seasonal daylight savings time. And that's not adding the exponential harms of bringing those 9 a.m. sunrises, like you said. So we would love every place to be more in line with the sun. And as you said, states have different needs to get closer to that ideal.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Harkey?
So we didn't have a preference in our study for one time or the other in terms of how you set it. What our study showed was that the risk of fatalities for pedestrians and bicyclists in particular rises at night. And it rises for all motorists as well at night. So the real key is regardless of which decision you make and which time zone you use, you've got to make sure that you're putting interventions in that it's going to help with those who are traveling in those dark hours, whether it is more in the morning or more in the afternoon and evening. That's the real key, and particularly for pedestrians and bicyclists, who are the overwhelming number of fatalities that are occurring in those dark hours.
I see. I'm very much over time. I see that Mr. Karen has something he wants to say, so I've been given lead by the chairman. Please, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to point out that Senator Scott's bill, the Sunshine Protection Act, kind of threads the needle. It creates a federal daylight saving time, but allows every state to opt out if they chose. So I think that's maybe the best answer here.
Good point. All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Markey.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. So it's 1985. It's my 5th term in the United States House of Representatives, and I become the chairman of the Energy Subcommittee on the Energy and Commerce Committee. And searching through the jurisdiction of this wonderful subcommittee is time. I guess somebody's going to have to be chairman over time. And it's me. I'm chairman of time. And nothing had been driving me crazier than the birds chirping, at 5 a.m. in the morning. It's sunshine out. It's the end of April. This is not good. So I began a negotiation with Bill Goodling, who was a Republican from Pennsylvania, to move time. And it was a hard, grudging discussion, but I was able to move it from the end of April to the beginning of April in 1986. And so that changed it, because at that point it was 6 months daylight, 6 months standard. So I was able to claw back 3 weeks, pretty much to right now. Okay, otherwise we'd still be another 2 or 3 weeks where there's no daylight savings time. Then Congressman Goodling left, and so in 2005, I'm still on the Energy Subcommittee. So with Fred Upton, who was a Republican from Michigan, we cut another deal and we moved it to the beginning of March. And we also said, let's put Halloween in daylight savings time, and so we moved it into the beginning of November. So at that point, I'm at 8 daylight, 4 standard. Okay, so I'm kind of proud of my 2 bills. Changing time, they started to call me the Sun King, which I was, kind of proud of. Because those are big bills, Mr. Chairman. That's moving time. And the whole world then starts to move to that standard. So, well, we had to stop there. And then 2 years ago, Senator Rubio and I, we had a bill to do daylight savings time year-round, and it passed by unanimous consent out on the floor of the Senate. It was then stalled in the House, never had a vote over it. But I consider this kind of an inexorable march towards more sunshine that people can enjoy, not while they're asleep, having the sun come in early in the morning. So, so that's my goal. My goal is just to make sure people get more sunshine in the evening when they can use it, especially, as I heard your opening statement, Mr. Chairman, as our economy has changed. And we're not an agricultural predominant economy any longer, although farmers play a vital role in our society, but we're more into the economy that we all live in today. So I guess my first question, Mr. Karen, is how would extending evening daylight support small businesses in your industry?
It would add to the golf industry at least $1 billion of economic activity. The average golf course would see an increase in approximately $250,000 in revenue. And now, I mean, that's an economic argument, but the golfers around America, the 30 million golfers, would get to enjoy all of that. So that's the argument.
Right. But it's also true that, let's just go back to 1986, it's hard to start your Little League practices if it's still dark in the evening at the end of April, huh? Kids are still, not going to be allowed out into the dark, or you're playing tennis or walking around. So that change was very important, was it not?
Yes.
In 86 and then again in 2000.
My brother happens to be an athletic director at a high school, and he said, we don't like having to spend money on lights for every single activity that happens after school.
Yeah, so would an additional hour of evening sunlight help businesses save money on energy costs from not having to turn the lights on early, much less athletic?
Well, golf, we don't light the golf courses, so it wouldn't be an energy savings for us. It's mostly about a health and economic.
Health and economic, yeah. Mr. Yates, what does your research say about the benefits of ending the switch twice a year between daylight savings time and standard time?
Thank you, Senator, for the question, and I appreciate the nickname that you got. It's better than the nickname that the Comedy Central, The Daily Show, called me the Time Wizard, and so I wasn't sure if I should be offended or.
I'm going to keep Sun King for myself. Okay?
Yeah, Sun King is way better than Time Wizard.
I like that title. Yeah.
The detrimental effects of switching the clocks are super clear. And it seems like we've got pretty much unanimous agreement about that at this point. And what's delightful about it, from my perspective, is to hear you tell these stories, because you clearly have been a pioneer on this for a long time. And what's great is that this has never been at all a partisan issue. It's always been a completely bipartisan issue. When you look at the 24 states that have enacted something to...
And can I say this as well? And opposition has always been bipartisan.
Yeah.
Because I had to negotiate with Representative Goodling who's a Republican, on the other side, but I had Republicans. Carlos Moorhead from Orange County was on my side, a Republican. And I had to negotiate with Larry Craig, who was senator from Idaho. He was the senator before Jim Risch. So I had to negotiate with him on this. He was in opposition. But I had Fred Upton from Michigan, who was a supporter. So it's always been bipartisan on either side, these coalitions that are there. And so that's the only way, from my perspective, that, we're going to be able to work here as well in order to make some progress. We just have to make daylight savings time permanent, in my opinion, one way or the other, or at least get more. We need more sunshine, And the reason, Mr. Chairman, it's from my perspective, when the sun's out, it just increases the likelihood that the corners of people's mouths are going to be turned upwards. They're going to be happier when the sun's out. They're going to be feeling good. That's why so many people move to Texas, by the way, and Florida. It's not the politics, it's the sun they're chasing, right? So this is, from my perspective, a universal feeling, right? That when that sun's out and they can go out and enjoy it in the evening, it just makes all the difference in the world to them. And so we have to find a way here of resolving these issues to be able to deal with it. And I know there's disagreements on it, including I know Karen Johnson's here from Massachusetts, and she's on the other side of the issue, which I respect. So it's just a big conversation that I hope we can resolve, because I just think it's for the benefit of people's happiness, just to have that sunshine available. They can do a lot more in the sunshine in the evening than they can do early in the morning. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Your Majesty. and I will say I did not know that my friend from Massachusetts had acquired the nickname the Sun King, which the previous Sun King, of course, was King Louis XIV in France, whose best-known statement was "L'État c'est moi," I am the state, which may explain the differences between Senator Markey and myself on the size of government.
Well, I think President Trump is quoting King Louis very favorably.
That's a fair point, since he did in fact tweet out Louis.
Le roi, c'est moi. I think I saw. I didn't know he knew French. But, I think he, in fact, did quote favorably. Not even as you are. You're doing it with a very high risible coefficient. Okay? You're doing it jokingly. I think he was serious. Although I will say this, I think you gave the president good advice 2 days ago. Acting, we'll call it more like King Louis.
Well, I will note, as you know, I lived 3 years in Massachusetts, and I remember my third year of law school, where it snowed in the month of May, which I thought was positively immoral. And as you noted, the sun is a very good recruiter for the great state of Texas. I'm fond of saying you can't shovel sunshine, and that is a beautiful thing.
I'll give you some news that the winters in Boston are now 6 degrees warmer than they were in 1970 because of climate change. So our ponds don't even freeze over in the winter anymore, much less snowing in May. So maybe kids from Texas going to law school up in Boston now enjoy May a lot more than they used to.
All right, so I'm going to ask a couple more questions, and then we're going to wrap up the hearing. Mr. Karen, give us your best argument why recreational daylight is so important to your members.
My members deliver joy for a living, and they happen to run businesses making that happen. So to them, if they saw more people in the afternoons and the evenings enjoying the outdoors with each other, It's why they get out of bed. It's why they do this. So they'll have better lives as business owners. They'll be able to pay the bills a little bit better and reinvest in their businesses if they had a little bit of a boost more in the afternoons and evenings.
That was helpful, although I will say on the delivering joy, I couldn't help but think of I think the best comedy riff ever done, which is Robin Williams'
I've seen
golf, which I will note is profane but screamingly funny, and he points out that golf was invented by the Scots and how infuriating it can be at time. And he said, I know, we'll call it a stroke, because when you miss, you want to have a stroke.
Very good.
All right, Dr. Johnson. Would shifting time zones slightly address the concerns for communities that are in dark zone areas if the clock were permanently set on daylight savings times? Does shifting the time zones make a difference?
So we would encourage all states to be within their sort of time zone that is closest to the sun being overhead at noon. So, for example, like Indiana being more in the central time zone versus the eastern time zone would help get them more aligned with the sun. But it should be standard time. So there has been a push on the East Coast to have us in Atlantic Standard Time. That is a time set for Bermuda. That is not the time set for any of the East Coast. So, we want permanent standard Eastern time, not permanent standard Atlantic time, which is the exact same as permanent daylight savings time.
Dr. Harkey, what has your research found as it relates to traffic accidents immediately following a time change?
So that's what we were looking at as part of our research, was in that 5-week period before and the 5-week period after the time change. And when we fall back in the fall, vehicle occupant deaths go down about 7%. And when they spring forward, vehicle occupant deaths go up about 12%. And the exact opposite with pedestrian and fatalities. So when we fall back, pedestrian and fatalities rise 13%, and then when we spring forward, they go down 24%. And so the net effect is almost zero between pedestrian and vehicle, pedestrian, bicyclists, and vehicle deaths. And so that's why our research really doesn't come out strongly in favor of either one. But what's clear is that darkness matters. And that's where we do about a quarter of our travel at night, and yet that's when 50% of the vehicle occupant deaths occur, and when more than 3/4 of the pedestrian deaths occur. So regardless of what policy decision is made with regards to the time and where we set the clocks, we have to make sure we're continuing to improve our infrastructure, continuing to improve vehicle technology that will address the safety risk that we have at night in dark conditions.
So you just said darkness mattered, and it occurred to me an alternative title for this hearing, instead of If We Could Turn Back Time, might have been Hello Darkness, My Old Friend. All right. Look, this hearing was important, and I wanted to hear all this testimony because I personally struggle with the two choices here, because it's a question of what do you care about more, sunshine and joy and fun and money, or health, mental health, physical health, and the honest answer for most people is, gosh, I care about all that stuff. So that's not an easy trade-off. The alternative that has been suggested is let each state make that decision. And I guess it's been pointed out that Senator Scott's bill does a version of that by picking daylight savings times, but then letting states opt out. Let me ask, as a practical matter, does that work? Functionally, how confusing is that, having everyone pick different times? How does that work for commerce, for life, for knowing what the hell time it is? Let me have each of you answer that.
Senator Cruz, thank you for that. The one little part of Senator Markey's history about when they changed the time in November was that the proposal was to move daylight saving time to finish at the end of November, and the airlines came back and said, no, we don't want a time change in the middle of our busiest travel season. And so they were going to scrap that, and then they got the extra week to put it in. So time is always complicated, and the system that we have, the system that we have is complicated, but it's complicated because it is a human creation, right? The sun moving around the earth doesn't actually have anything to do with time. Time is the agreement that we have about what 10 o'clock means, because we don't want to go around saying, the committee hearing will start when the sun is 2 hands above the horizon. We need this system. But the system has this bug right now, and the bug is daylight saving time. It's the switching of the clocks. And so if we have a little bit of time, a couple of years, so that the individual states can address all of these complexities and make those decisions, then we will be able to get rid of this bug permanently. It's something that we've been stuck with since World War I, and this is our opportunity to finally fix it.
Mr. Karen?
I'm not going to say that government solutions cause more confusion, but you can imagine in this scenario that Florida is on daylight saving time, Georgia right above it's on standard, South Carolina is on daylight, et cetera, in the same spot because maybe special interests of all kinds made that happen. So I already have problems remembering which state is in which time zone as it is right now, sometimes the border states. To add to that, they're in central and they're on standard. What time is it there exactly? So I can see where this causes more confusion. Wish I had a better answer for you on that one, but could we adjust and figure that out quickly? I don't know. I see it as problematic, but it may be the only way to thread the needle.
Dr. Johnson?
Yeah, I think, the economy, the transportation industry certainly needs consistency and alignment. So we want to make this change once. We don't want to pick something that's tried and been failed twice before, such that we spend lots of money fixing it again in a few years. You mentioned the economy, which again, is so important. And, the majority of our workers start work early. The average work start time is 7:55 in the morning. So we'd be forcing people all winter to go to work in the dark, really affecting their productivity and economics. And so while, certain businesses are going to have different, benefits of the sun, I actually do want to give sun to people when they use it to get up, when they use it to be healthy, when they use it to be more productive and efficient at work, and to improve the overall economy, not just niche, businesses like the golf industry that have shown they can be very successful in standard time, like in Arizona.
Dr. Harkey?
Strictly speaking, from a road safety perspective, I'm not sure it would make any difference if states had the right to select the time, because it's about the amount of light, the amount of ambient light during the times of travel. And so I don't think it would have an impact. Personally, it would probably confuse me, but we had that problem. I will give you a quick anecdote. Almost 40 years ago, we were collecting speed data in New Mexico and Arizona as part of a research study. Had no idea at that time, being right out of school, hadn't really paid attention, that Arizona did not bother to go to daylight savings times. And all of our equipment was an hour off when we went to pick up all the speed data, and we had to adjust it after the fact. And so I think you would have those kinds of things, right, that could work their way into the system, unintentional mistakes, if we were to get into a system where we had a lot of different time zones going on.
Well, I for one, am thankful for these magic devices that we carry, that when I land on a plane, I look down to figure out what time it is, because I'm on a lot of planes and it changes. I want to thank each of the four of you. This has been very helpful testimony, and you all have different perspectives, so each of you has added significantly to it. Senators will have until the close of business on Thursday, April 17th, to submit questions for the record. The witnesses will have until the end of the day on Thursday, May 1st, to respond to those questions. And this concludes today's hearing. The committee stands adjourned.
Thank you very much. We had a very good meeting. We're talking about a lot of different things. Consumer prices have actually dropped. There's very little inflation. Everybody predicted a lot of inflation, very little inflation. Energy costs are down. Interest rates are probably down. They scatter, but they're probably down. Prescription drug prices are even to down. We're doing very well. It's been amazing. We had a big day yesterday. There'll always be transition difficulty, but we had in history, it was the biggest day in history, the markets. So we're very, very happy with the way the country's running. We're trying to get the world to treat us fairly. This is something that should have been done 25 years ago, and it wasn't. Should have been done 40 years ago, and it wasn't. But no president was willing to take it on, but you had to. It's not sustainable. It wasn't sustainable. And as you know, without a lot of money being added, which is a lot of money that we could add, the country is making approximately $2 billion a day. And when you think of it, we've never done that before, never come close to it. And the number is probably $3.5 billion a day. And that makes us a very strong country. But we have Scott here and Howard and some of the people that are working on deals. And the biggest problem they have is they don't have enough time in the day. Everybody wants to come and make a deal. And we're working with a lot of different countries. And it's all going to work out very well. I think it's going to work out really very well. But we're in good shape. There's no inflation. There's very little inflation. And I went 4 years without inflation, and I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, taxes in China. But we took in hundreds of billions of dollars a year from China, and we had no inflation, essentially. So we think we're in very good shape. We think we're doing very well. Again, there'll be a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing. We're doing again what we should have done many years ago. We let it get out of control, and we allowed some countries to get very big and very rich at our expense, and can't let that happen. It's not a sustainable formula. So I wanted to just thank everybody at the table, and maybe I'll go around and ask some of you a little short couple of answers. Pete just got back from Panama, and he's been all over the place, and you want to give us a little report on that and whatever else you might have to say. Everyone at this table is doing an incredible job, by the way, I have to say. Incredible. And the relationships it's like they're friends. They're really, the relationships are very strong, really good, really strong. And these meetings are very good. And I think, I don't believe there's any other president that allowed the press to come into a meeting such as this. These are very sacred meetings. These are very private meetings. But we have nothing to hide. And I think it's good. I think it's a good, we want to be, a word you like to use, Jeff, is transparent. So we want to be transparent, and we'll do that by starting with Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
Yes, Mr. President, we just got back from Panama last night. We were at the Panama Canal with our Southcom commander ships, F-18s, troops, and signed a couple of historic deals. One which is with the Panama Canal Authority, a framework for U.S. vessels, first and free through the Panama Canal. Right. And then also a memorandum of understanding with their security minister for the presence of U.S. troops. Fort Sherman is an old U.S. base there, as well as their naval station and air station, jointly with Panama to secure the Panama Canal from Chinese influence. That's something you said, we're taking back the canal. China's had too much influence. Obama and others let them creep in. We, along with Panama, are pushing them out, sir. And so we had a very successful trip there. President Molino sends his regards, very complimentary of the U.S. as he's a great ally, and I think they want the Communist Chinese out, and with our troops there partnering with their forces, we've got a chance to push them all the way out, sir.
We've moved a lot of troops to Panama and filled up some areas that we used to have, and we didn't have any longer, but we have them now. and I think it's in very good control, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Very good. Howard?
So, so we've have so many countries to talk to. It is, it's incredible. I think Scott and I, I'm not sure we could ever have enough time in the day to talk to all these countries because they want to talk and they want to talk now, and they have come with offers that they never, ever would have come with, but for the moves that the president has made. Demanding that people treat the United States with respect. We're getting the respect we deserve now, and I think you're going to see historic deals, one after the other. And then I'm very excited that within a week and a half, we're going to start with the gold card, and the Trump card is coming out, and we're very excited about that, and that's coming soon. So very excited.
Thank you very much. Good job. Linda?
Well, on a couple of fronts, we have been addressing the issue of anti-Semitism on campuses. There's been some grant funding and contract funding that we've reviewed, and some canceled and some we've put on hold, waiting for that, while we do an investigation. On the other side of what my responsibilities are in having education go back to the states, we're meeting and talking with governors. I was with, this week, all 50 commissioners of education around the country, and because we also want to provide them with tools and best practices as education does move back to the states. Making great progress, great response from the states, and very positive.
And what about colleges? You're holding $400 million from Columbia.
From Columbia.
$8 billion from Harvard. Can you imagine the money we pay Harvard? They have a $60 billion fund, and we're giving them $8 billion, and we're trying to figure that out. And then they hire de Blasio, the worst mayor in the history of New York, and they hire the woman from Chicago who was a disaster, total disaster, and they pay them massive salaries, and they're supposed to be teaching you government. That's not Harvard. That's not Harvard the way it used to be. So do you have anything to say about that? The dollars you're holding back from quite a few universities that were not behaving.
Yeah, and the other, there's some Princeton, Cornell, others that are coming in, and actually getting calls now from the presidents of the universities who really do want to come in and sit down and have discussions. And so we're investigating them, but in the meantime, we're holding back the grant and the fund money.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you.
Very thankful for the House voting for the president's budget resolution along with the Senate bill. Made a ton of progress this week in working with members to ensure that a desire for flexibility in the Senate was not misconstrued as a desire not to slow and do spending reforms. And so we're very thankful for that. And now we can get after writing that bill, getting the president as big a package of his agenda to his desk. So very good week.
Good. We just got the House vote, and now we're well on our way to getting, as we call it, the great big beautiful bill. It's a beauty. There's never been a bill like this one. We're trying to get it all into one beautiful bill. It's tax cuts, regulation cuts, and many other things. The border, a lot of money for the border, where you're doing a fantastic job. So, but we just got a report that we, as you know, you knew before us. Were you surprised we got the vote? We got the vote. And we're happy to get the vote. So I think we're going to be in very good shape. Okay, please.
Mr. President, last year the Chinese received 1,700 orders for new ships. American shipyards received 5. Under your leadership, like so many other industries, we are going to revitalize and make shipbuilding and maritime great again with these blue-collar jobs. These are the cranes, the ports, opportunity zones, and drive that investment back in. And we have, under that executive order, and also one to streamline foreign military sales for people that want to buy our equipment, and of course acquisition reform, all just this week under your leadership, Mr. President.
So we're going to be rebuilding our shipbuilding business. We may order, would have to go to Congress for this, but we may buy some ships from other countries that we're close to and that do great jobs with ships, but we're going to start the process of rebuilding. We don't really essentially build ships anymore, which is ridiculous. It's going to be a very big business for us in the not too distant future, but in the meantime, we have countries that do very well at building ships, and we'll be dealing with those countries, and we may be ordering top-of-the-line ships from those countries. And within a fairly short period of time, we'll be building our own ships. So we'll probably have to go to Congress for that, but we're not going to have a problem. Susie, thank you very much for the job you've done. Go ahead, please.
I just want to make sure you know that this cabinet, I think, pretty uniquely collaborates and cooperates and works together to accomplish all that you've asked them to do, and I think they deserve a lot of credit for that.
True. You're doing a great job. The chief of staff, doing a great job. Lee, go ahead.
Mr. President, the Biden EPA was strangulating the economy. The Trump EPA understands it's not a binary choice. We can protect the environment and grow the economy. Working with Doge and Elon Musk, we've now canceled $22 billion worth of grants, and we have launched what is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country. Just in one agency. That's how much of a mess the Biden EPA left us. It is going to end up reducing the cost of living. It's going to create jobs. It's going to make it easier to purchase a car. It'll be easier to heat your home. We're proud of this effort. The effort that we have is fulfilling the mandate that you earned from the American public. Clean air, land, and water for all Americans, unleashing energy dominance, permitting reform, advancing cooperative federalism, making America the AI capital of the world, and bringing back American auto jobs. When you called me that day asking for me to take this position, I was honored. And you were very specific and clear in what you wanted us to accomplish. We understand our mission, and at the Trump EPA, we're going to make you proud.
Great job. You're doing a great job. And you have a lot of applications for approvals for power plants, which are going to really power the regular plants, and they're going to be right next to each other because we can't rely on our grid. It's old and it's tired, and it's very subject to being attacked, whether by rain or by bombs or by anything else. And we're letting people build their own power plants, and these are a lot of them being built with the AI and beyond the AI chips, and we're letting them build their own power, and never been done before, and we're going to get it done quickly and approved quickly as part of a plant. They'll have a sort of be their own power company, and it's very exciting. They couldn't believe it when I told them that. I said, we're going to get you the approvals very fast as part of your regular plant. You're going to build electric producing plants, and it's very exciting. And they're able to do it very quickly and very well. And you made it possible. Thank you. You have a lot of applications for some of the biggest plants that have ever been built in the world. These are serious plants, aren't they? Huh?
Approved. We are open for business. Working with Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, we are going to make you proud.
Sean?
First off, Mr. President, it's Brooke's birthday today, so she keeps getting younger, so happy birthday to Brooke.
Thank you.
I want to thank you as well for the shipbuilding at EO. Again, to build ships, we also need mariners to sail those ships. I was just up at Kings Point for the Merchant Marine Academy a couple days ago, and we have some of the greatest young men and women who are learning how to be mechanical engineers, to rebuild and fix the engines on those ships, but also how to sail ships. I would tell you that over the past decades, this academy has become, it needs some love. It's been a little bit dilapidated. We have to invest in sailors, and I appreciate you taking the initiative. To be a global power, we have to build ships and have sailors to sail those ships. These are the very people that help Pete should we come into points of crisis to support the military. So thank you for that. Number two, the last administration announced 3,200 projects, big, beautiful roads and bridges. Most of them are good. But they announced them, they didn't sign a grant agreement. 3,200, so the money doesn't go out the door to build the infrastructure in the country. And it's fun to do an announcement. It's actually the harder work to put together these grant agreements. So we're doing the work right now at DOT to get these grant agreements done and build the projects. Most of them are good. And they also put in all of this green and social justice requirements on roads and bridges. We're pulling all that out and putting the money toward the infrastructure, not the social movement from the last administration.
Good steel, right, as opposed to green paper mache. Good. Thanks. Great job.
Sir, first, we are, I would say, more than friends. We've all become family. And I think that what you have assembled in your vision is a turning point and an inflection point in American history. And so just being a part of that is the greatest honor. So thank you for that. And again, just the relationships here and the honor and respect we have for each other is a reflection of you and your leadership. So I just wanted to say that first. The second thing I want to say is that on behalf of the farmers and ranchers, food security is national security. We have to be able to feed ourselves. And your idea of using tariffs along with deregulation and tax cuts, but your idea of using tariffs to ensure that we are putting forward and putting America first, no one understands that better than our farmers and our ranchers. But having said that, emerging from 4 years of Biden with a 30% increase in inputs for our farmers and ranchers, with an almost $50 billion trade deficit. When we left the first time, it was zero, meaning that they are hurting. So the period of uncertainty we're in, they know that your vision will move us into an age of prosperity for all Americans, but for my people, for the farmers and ranchers, unlike any they have seen before. And I think they are really, really excited and so grateful for your leadership. But also, you have never failed to say that you have the backs of our farmers and our ranchers. It was the first phone call that I had after I was voted with the Senate, and that message just resonates with almost an 85% support of you in the last election. They're with you. Interestingly, the biggest budget driver at the United States Department of Agriculture is not farming and ranching or agriculture, it's food stamps. And so as we emerge and embark, Secretary Kennedy and I, on your vision of making America healthy again, a massive part of that is realigning and reworking our food stamp program so that it better serves those who need it. And yeah, to the point of getting the transgender, DEI, Green New Deal out of the USDA and realigning is really important. So
It's out of the
thank
military,
you.
right?
Yes, sir.
Is it 100% out, would you say?
99.9, sir. I'm going to get that last point
Get the
one out.
rest of it. We've got a much different military, I will tell you. Thanks very much. Good job. And eggs are down.
Eggs are
big,
down.
right?
Yes,
Big.
yes, sir. Wholesale prices. Retail will come. Easter is the Super Bowl for eggs. So, you know, there may be a little fluctuation, but no, we feel really good about it. Thank you.
That's what I hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. I'd echo what Howard said on the trade queue, that we've got over 75 countries that want to come in. So it'll be Treasury, Commerce, Jameson at USTR, and we're putting a process in place. And as you said, you're going to be part of the negotiations too, because I've had these countries call me up and the Secretary Bessent, we're happy you're going to be negotiating. I said, well, President Trump's going to be involved too. So bring your best deal on the budget. It's moving quickly in the House and the Senate, thanks to your leadership. We're also going to have debt ceiling in there, so we're going to get an increase in the debt ceiling. And that will be the done and dusted for
Part of the bill that we just got to vote on today.
part of the bill. It'll be done and dusted for 2 years. We won't have to worry about that. And then I gave a speech yesterday to 1,400 small and community bankers, and they were so happy to hear from your administration. And I told them Wall Street's done great for the past 4 years, 10 years, 20 years. It can continue doing great, but it's Main Street's turn now, and it's those small bankers through deregulation, through emphasis on Main Street, your Main Street agenda, bringing back jobs, that is going to power the smaller communities. And then finally, the bond auction went very well yesterday. We had a lot of foreigners show up as the support, showing that the U.S. is still the best place to invest. The inflation report, as you said, was quite good. And energy prices are down more than 20% since January 20th.
Amazing.
That's great. Very good. Good numbers.
Great number.
Thank you. Pam?
President, we've had some great wins in the last few days. That you were overwhelmingly elected by the biggest majority the U.S. Americans want you to be president because of your agenda. And the courts are ruling that you have the authority to determine how the money of this country will be spent. That's what the American citizens wanted, and that's what they're getting. An example of that Friday was the Department of Education, that you can determine how the money will be spent. No more DEI. And that impacts every agency across the board. On the civil side again, NLRB. We had a big win in the Supreme Court there. OPM, a big win there. But also 16,000 workers there. But also on the criminal side, the Alien Enemies Act. We are winning there. And you know, your directive to me was to keep America safe, and that's what we're doing. Whether it's the alien enemies, all of these gangs, and they are enemies of our country. They are terrorists, they are organized crime, they have come here, they are extremely organized, they are spread throughout our country, and they are creating terror. And no more under your directive. And that has stopped. Yesterday in South Florida, we charged 11 defendants with $500 million of pure cocaine coming into our country to kill our kids. They were caught. They will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. These gang members are going back to where they came, or they're going to an El Salvador prison at your directive. And you know, you also gave us a directive to prosecute the people who are going after Tesla to the fullest extent of the law, some of the greatest police work I've seen. We've made 4 arrests. There will be no negotiations at your directive. They're all looking at 20 years in prison, and within the next 24 hours, you're going to be seeing another huge arrest on a Tesla dealership, President. And that person will be looking at least 20 years in prison with no negotiations.
That's great. That's great. That will stop it. Cold.
Domestic terrorism.
Thanks. Doing a great job, too. Thank you very much. Gloria, please.
Mr. President, accountability matters. That's what we're recognizing. With our partners at the Department of Labor for Government Efficiency, just a few weeks ago, we realized there's about $4.4 billion in COVID funds that were not used, that the state coffers were just holding on to. Out of that, we've returned $1.4 billion back to the state treasury, so essentially to the American people, and we'll go back and claw the rest of those billions of dollars back. And on the heels of that, late last night, we're understanding unemployment insurance fraud. That trust needs to be whole for the American people. When we need it for who deserves it. That's not what we're seeing. And the numbers that we saw last night, again, exposed by our partners at DOJ at the Department of Labor. Since 2020, over $400 million of payments have gone out already. And when you hear these numbers, apparently in the United States, we have over almost 25,000 people who are over 115 years old who are collecting $59 million that we have sent out to people. Talk about fraudulent behavior. Mr. President, 28,000 people between 1 and 5 years old have collected fraudulent payments at the tune of $254 million has gone out. And lastly, 10,000 people who have not been born yet, 15 years into the future, $69 million, and they haven't even been born yet. In one case, they will be born 129 years from now. The United States government sent them $41,000, and they're not born yet. So, under the Department of Labor, those are the things that we're uncovering. I couldn't be more honored to tell the American people that we're bringing back their dollars and we're saving them and returning them to the United States Treasury. Also, jobs numbers. Last Friday, 228,000 new jobs were reported. That is good for the American people. That is my primary job, is to grow that workforce under your leadership. So we've kicked off the America at Work tour, and we'll be visiting all 50 states, and I'll be working with my colleagues here to do just that. So thank you, Mr. President. We're going to grow this economy. We're going to keep our focus on the American worker.
So you're finding tremendous fraud, though. Those numbers are really bad when you're
unheard of.
Over 115 years old. And I think you had mentioned the oldest person in our country is 114 years old. That's pretty good.
A woman living in Pennsylvania, but apparently there's 24,000 more of them that are 115 or older. That
I hope you hear that. So we have 24,000 older than the oldest person.
Definitely good.
That's and what are we doing about that? How do we get that money back?
Yeah, so we're working with our IGs to do the further investigation. The House and Senate, we had a 5-year statute of limitations We've had an extension on that another 5 years. And so the goal, in my opinion, we should never have a statute of limitations to return the American dollars back to the Treasury when there's fraud. But at this point, we will continue to work hard and double down and return those dollars to the Treasury.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job. Christy?
Well, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership at the border. For the second month in a row, you have broken the record in the history of the nation for the lowest number of encounters at the border, which is absolutely remarkable. You have said that America's laws matter and that they'll be enforced, and we're hard at work now to get people to go back home that are here illegally. So the Alien Registration Act has been in place long enough now that those individuals that are here illegally, if they haven't registered, then they can be charged criminally, and they can face fines up to $1,000 a day and face deportation if they don't go home, and they'll never get the chance to come back to America. So we're encouraging people to use the CBP Home app to register, and we're working on the resources and funding to buy them a plane ticket to send them home. I went to El Salvador, Colombia, and Mexico, and those countries and others are thinking about setting up programs to support these individuals when they get back to their countries. So when they get there, they'll have housing and food assistance, and so making sure that these folks have the opportunity to go home so that they can get the chance to come back to America is important. And
So it's a very big self-deport operation that we're starting.
thousands of people have already
Yeah.
self-deported. Well, we're just going to, when you have 21 million people that need to go home because they're here breaking our laws, then we need to facilitate that. And I've been working with the governors a lot lately on several different issues. One of them has been on FEMA for recommendations on how to do exactly what you've directed us to do. And then also I sent a letter and communicated with them that they need to be setting up a SCIF. Some of our governors don't have secure facilities to have national security issues. I think one of the jobs Homeland Security has is to give communication down to states, to local cities and communities. And so recommending they get a SCIF, they have secure comms with them at all times or nearby so that they can have national security conversations, and then to have somebody in their office designated that is their communications person. A lot of them have emergency management officers, but they don't necessarily have somebody designated when it comes to a national security issue that we may need to communicate with them on. And I think American people need to know that Real ID will be required to travel on May 7th. So those governors have been notified to communicate that at home. We don't want anybody to get delayed and not be able to travel when they get to an airport. And this will also help us bring integrity back to all of our IDs and how they're used for issuing driver's licenses. And governors know how I feel about making sure their driver's licensing system has integrity, because a lot of people use their driver's license to vote. And the backbone of our country and the foundation is election integrity. So we're giving all those directions to our governors and communicating that so they can lead on it as well.
And we're going to work with people so that if they go out in a nice way and go back to their country, we're going to work with them right from the beginning on trying to get them back in legally. Is that right?
Chance to come back.
So it gives you a real incentive. Otherwise, they never come back. They'll never be allowed once a certain period of time goes by, which is probably going to be 60 days. We're also going to work with farmers that if they have strong recommendations for their farms for certain people, we're going to let them stay in for a while and work with the farmers and then come back and go through a process, a legal process. But we have to take care of our farmers and hotels and various places where they need the people. And we're going to be working with you very carefully on that. So a farmer will come in with a letter concerning certain people saying they're great, they're working hard. We're going to slow it down a little bit for them. And then we're going to ultimately bring them back. They'll go out, they're going to come back as legal workers. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Which I think will be I think it's very important to do. Okay, thank you very much. Great job. Jameson, I watched you testify for the last
he did great.
couple of days. You were on every night at 3 o'clock in the morning. You did great. You were fantastic. Thank you very much.
It's just what I like to do for fun, sir. You've been keeping us very busy. Last week, you started a reordering of international trade, something that hasn't happened for 80 years, something that should have happened decades ago. And you know that. You've known that for a long time. That's why you have us all working on this. you came into an emergency situation where President Biden left us with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit. It's the largest of any country in human history, the largest. So you declared an emergency, you took action.
You say the largest in history, right?
In history.
There's never been anything like what he left us. He left us a mess. His whole administration was a mess. So go ahead.
So you declared an emergency, you imposed a trade action, so now you have a tariff on the world, it promotes U.S. manufacturing, it protects U.S. workers, and you've also given room for negotiation during this time so we can open export markets for our farmers and other producers and American workers. And this is why the unions vote for you, this is why the workers vote for you, this is why the families want you to be the president, because you're standing up for American workers and American communities. We've had countries come in over the past couple of weeks that represent more than half of global domestic GDP, more than half. That's who's coming in to talk to you and to your advisors about how to have reciprocal trade, how to have fair trade. Would have happened without you.
Thank you very much. Great job. Lovely line.
Well, thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, and the very talented DOGE team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion. And I mean, and some of it is just absurd, like people getting unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet. I mean, I think anyone can appreciate whether, I mean, come on, that's just crazy. You know, some of these things, people ask me like, well, how are you going to find waste and fraud in the government? I'm like, well, actually just go in any direction. That's how you find it. It's very common. it's as the military would say, target-rich environment. So I think we're doing a lot of good and excellent collaboration with the cabinet to achieve these savings. And it'll actually result in better services for the American people. And then we're going to be spending their tax dollars in a way that is sensible and fair and good.
And your people are fantastic. In fact, hopefully they'll stay around for the long haul. We'd like to keep as many as we can. They're great, smart, sharp, right? Finding things that nobody would have thought of. Very computer savvy.
Yes. We're working with hard to get the Trump Gold Card operational, hopefully in the next week or so.
That'll be very exciting. It's
really exciting.
It's a pathway to citizenship into the United States.
It's a big deal.
Yep, it's a big deal. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to your leadership and setting the mandate of transparency and accountability across the U.S. government. I'm bringing that transparency and accountability to the intelligence community. First and foremost, to make sure that you and your cabinet have that real-time, relevant, apolitical, objective intelligence to best inform, whether it's negotiations for peace, negotiations around tariffs, the great work that you are leading around the cabinet today. Secondly, working with Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to increase our information sharing to achieve your goal of countering the narcotic trafficking and our ability to go after cartels now designated as foreign terrorists. I met with the National Sheriff's Association this week, being able to work to make sure that the information that they are getting on the ground, that local law enforcement is getting on the ground, is being fed back up through to our National Counterterrorism Center, and that we have all of the federal agencies, state and local law enforcement, all on the same page as we are working to make our country safe again. And lastly, sir, as you know, declassification and rooting out weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community is a huge priority. You know more than anyone else the very dangerous and negative consequences of that. I've got a long list of things that we're investigating. We have the best of the best going after this. Election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections. And lastly, we've been scanning. I've had over 100 people working around the clock to scan the paper around RFK, Senator Robert F. Kennedy's assassination, as well as Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination, These have been sitting in boxes in storage for decades. They have never been scanned or seen before. We'll have those ready to release here within the next few days.
That's great. Bobby, how do you feel about that? That's hitting,
I'm very gratified to hear.
That's hitting close to home, isn't it?
no
When you think, I'm thinking about Bobby when that statement's made.
I'm very grateful to you, Mr. President.
And you'll let Bobby see some of this because, you know, it's very personal stuff. But it's time.
I've asked him, and his response is, put it out. The world needs to know the truth.
And his uncle that's been out, and anything that hasn't been out, they can go to your offices and see, right?
Everything that we have within our possession, it's either online or it's physically at the National Archives and Records Agency. We also have hunters going out, Mr. President, and looking in the storage lockers at FBI and CIA and other agencies, specifically to find if there is anything else that has not been reported. We're actively going out and trying to search out the truth.
Okay. Yeah, we want to get it all out.
Yes.
100% good. Thank you very much. Good job, Elsie.
Mr. President, on behalf of America's manufacturers, I want to thank you for standing up to the Chinese Communist Party and fighting for our main streets, for our workers, and for those that make things in America. I'm out on a Made in America manufacturing tour, and as I go across the country, people are grateful to have a president who's not just fighting on the tariffs fronts, but to get inflation down, to create jobs. After Biden destroyed 110,000 manufacturing jobs in just his last year, you've already brought back thousands and thousands of manufacturing jobs. So the American worker is grateful. Main Street is grateful for you. And at the agency level, we're making sure that manufacturers have access to the capital they need, but we can't do that if we're not fighting fraud. So we've modified our loan applications to have citizenship verification, to make sure we have birth dates, common sense principles around lending that the Biden administration had waived. They waived $450 million of fees in 1 year. We're restoring that for the American taxpayer. And the American taxpayer, as tax day approaches, April 15th, they need to know that this cabinet, this administration, and thank you Elon Musk and Doge for fighting for the American taxpayer to make sure that their hard-earned dollars are well spent, that they have a return on investment for this country, and that we're fighting for them just as you are every single day. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we are working at HHS to advance your agenda to make America healthy again. I'm working with Lee Zeldin to reassess the fluoride rules based upon the August release by the National Toxicity Program of new science that shows a direct inverse correlation between exposure to fluoride and IQ loss, particularly in children. Lee and I were in Utah this week, to announce that Utah became the first state in the country to ban supplemental fluoride. I'm working with Brooke on, and governors now in 24 states who are advancing MAHA legislation to get soda pops off of the food stamp program, off the SNAP program. We've launched Operation Stork Speed to get the bad chemicals out of baby formula. We're working with governors across the country to get good food into the school lunch programs and to get rid of food chemical dyes and other bad chemicals that are in our food. We've shown now that this directly affects academic performance, violence in the schools, and mental health, as well as physical health. We are working with governors across the country to get cell-to-cell or bell-to-bell legislation to restrict the use of cell phones in schools, which again dramatically impacts academic performance. Today we announced a dramatic reduction in animal testing at NIH and FDA. We're going to switch over to AI, which we've now found is much more precise in identifying the impacts of toxics in various products. We're working with Elon, who's done an incredible job to eliminate the redundancies and to streamline operations at all the health agencies and to calibrate our trajectory to your agenda of making America healthy again. And finally, on the CDC has done an amazing job at getting the measles outbreak under control. We have about 680 cases now in 22 states, compared to the same outbreak in Europe, which is 127,000 cases and 37 deaths. Our numbers in this country have now plateaued. And I want to thank CDC for that. And we're trying to refocus the press. We've had 3 measles deaths in this country over 20 years. And we're trying to refocus the press to get them to pay attention to the chronic disease epidemic as you've asked us to. We have now 38% of American youth are pre-diabetic. This was unknown 30 years ago. Every child that becomes diabetic, there should be a headline about them. We have 100 million adults who are pre-diabetic or diabetic. And we have, we have now, the autism rates have gone from now most recent numbers we think are going to be about 1 in 31. 1 in 12, so they're going up again. From 1 in 10,000 when I was a kid. And we are going, at your direction, we are going to know by September. We've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
So big. Think of that. So it was 1 in 10,000 children had autism, and now it's 1 in 31. Not 31,000, 31. That's a horrible statistic, isn't it? And there's got to be something artificial out there that's doing this. So you think you're going to have a pretty good idea, huh?
We will know by September.
There will be no bigger news conference than that. So that's it. If you can come up with that answer where you stop taking something, you stop eating something, or maybe it's a shot, but something's causing it. It can't be from 10,000 to. Can you imagine that, Marco? That's a big number. Thank you very much. You're doing great. Thank you, Bobby. Please, Doug.
Well, Mr. President, one of your primary administration goals is to make sure that we unleash American energy, and of course the strategy behind that is when we do that, it helps make it more affordable for all Americans. Energy isn't just industry, it is the foundation of every other industry, whether it's food, manufacturing, clothing, transportation. And then also when we've got the ability to generate and not just be energy independent but energy dominant, then we have the opportunity to sell energy to our friends and allies versus them buy it from our adversaries. And our adversaries were funding terrorism and conflicts against our allies by their oil and gas sales that were going through a Swiss cheese set of sanctions. So with your creation of the National Energy Dominance Council, over half the people at this table serve on that. Everyone has been engaged, whether it's interactions with negotiations with other countries, with putting sanctions in place that actually work, with cutting deregulation, working on biofuels, building infrastructure for transportation. There's a whole range of things that are being tackled. But when in the outcome of all that is that the Biden administration was restricting supply, you're increasing supply. When you increase supply, then prices start to come down. And we have a huge opportunity to do this. Just in interior alone, there's 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, and 2.5 billion acres of offshore. And the Biden administration was trying to restrict this so that you couldn't get a timber lease, you couldn't cut a tree, you couldn't graze a cow, you couldn't develop oil and gas minerals, and you couldn't develop the critical minerals we need for our technology, for our defense industries, and to be able to help us win the AI arms race against China. So we're opening up this, and with your executive orders and your work, we've on Tuesday, a historic day, you ended the war on beautiful clean coal, which has been going on since Obama took office. China gets 60% of their electricity from coal. They're opening up a They've opened up 94 gigawatts of coal in the last year as part of this AI arms race. 94 gigawatts, that's enough for 94 Denvers to be able to, 1 gigawatt per metro area like that. It's unheard of. So what we have an opportunity under your leadership to come back. The Gulf of America had its first offshore lease sale, which is scheduled for later this year, but that was, the industry loved that because we're now, the Gulf of America is now open for business again. And there's as much as 7 billion barrels of oil accessible now. They've increased the upside of what they think that is. On the coal front, the estimate is the financial value of the coal in America is $8 trillion. That was an asset on the balance sheet that we've now being put back on again. And of course, in Alaska, with your separate executive orders to unleash Alaska energy between ANWR, the North Slope, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve Alaska, all of those, we've reversed Biden decision. Those are all open for business again. And all of this is leading to the investment coming to America. The smart money is coming to the U.S. That's why we've got, trillions of dollars of investment that are showing up at the door, because they know if they're going to do manufacturing here, there's going to be energy to power their plants. And so, again, thank you for your leadership and thank you for everything you're doing.
Very good. Thank you. Marco?
Well, Mr. President, one of the most important things I believe you'll achieve in your presidency is reordering the world in a proper way. For 31 years, more than 31 years now, multiple administrations have allowed the Chinese to deindustrialize this country, to take away jobs and factories and the pillars of our national strength. And what you're doing now, I think, is a great service to our country, but ultimately to the world. And I want to congratulate you and your team that's working on that, because that has extraordinary geopolitical implications, as you see from all these other countries that are now coming here and wanting to join something that actually makes it's crazy to allow these. I mean, basically, we lived in a world where Chinese companies can do whatever they want in America, but our companies cannot do anything over there unless they allow it, and even then they steal our stuff and reverse engineer it. So just reordering all of that has dramatic implications on peace and security of the world, so we thank you. An important meeting, thanks to you, is going to happen on Saturday for the first time in a long time. There'll be direct talks between Ambassador Woodcoff and a top-level leader in Iran. We hope that'll lead to peace. You've been very clear what Iran is never going to have is a nuclear weapon, and I think that's what led to this meeting, and we'll wait for him to come back from it, and we're hopeful about that. I would also say that we are receiving, and I think the Department of Homeland Security can confirm this, historic cooperation from countries all over the world, number one, in taking back their citizens. Every country in the world has to take back people that are illegally in another country, and we have countries that refuse to do it or will kind of ignore our calls. All of them are doing it. The ones that are not are paying a price. And we've also found cooperation in other countries that are willing to take some of these people, some very dangerous criminals. I know the President of El Salvador will be here next week, has really been a good friend of the United States in that regard. These are some of the worst people you'll ever encounter, and Pam knows this, and Christy knows this from the work they're doing. And one last point I want to make, Mr. President, and again, it's under your leadership, it's actually under your executive order. If you come to this country as a student, we expect you to go to class and study and get a degree. If you come here to vandalize a library, take over a campus, and do all kinds of crazy things, we're going to get rid of these people, and we're going to continue to do it. So when we identify lunatics like these, we take away their student visa. No one's entitled to a student visa. The press covers student visas like there's some sort of birthright. No, a student visa is like me inviting you into my home. If you come into my home and put all kinds of crap on my couch, I'm going to kick you out of my house. And so, that's what we're doing with our country, thanks to the President. And last but not least, very important development this week, but both Pam and I were very excited. The finest higher education institution in the United States, University of Florida, is also now the national champions in basketball, and we hope you'll host them here soon, Mr. President. Go Gators.
They're coming. They're coming. They're coming very soon. Well, thank you very much. You're really doing a great job. We appreciate it. Any question?
Mr. President, can you give us a reaction to today's stock market drop, and also give us a sense of the next steps with China?
Well, I haven't seen it because I've been here for 2.5 hours, so I'll be seeing it. I think Scott went out. Scott, do you want to have a statement on that?
Sure. Look, the up 2, down 1 is not a bad ratio, or up 10, down 5. And I think, as we have talked about, as we go through the queue and settle with these countries who are going to bring us their best offers, we will end up in a place of great certainty over the next 90 days on tariffs. We had very good inflation numbers today. Oil's down. We had a successful bond market, so I don't see anything unusual today.
And next steps for China, sir?
Well, we'll see what happens with China. We would love to be able to work a deal. They've really taken advantage of our country for a long period of time. They've ripped us off beyond nobody. How people stood for it, sitting in my position, is not even believable. And we're talking about many presidents, not just a couple. But they did, and all we're doing is putting it back in shape. We're resetting the table. And I'm sure that we'll be able to get along very well. I have great respect for President Xi. He's been, in a true sense, he's been a friend of mine for a long period of time. And I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries. I look forward to it.
Mr. President, China retaliated today by reducing the number of American films that can be shown there. What's your reaction to them now targeting cultural exports from the United States?
I think I've heard of worse things. Yes, please.
Also on China, the Ukrainians say they have evidence that Chinese soldiers have been found fighting for the Russians in Ukraine. Can the U.S. verify this? And if so, what does the U.S. plan on doing to China to counteract that?
We'll look into it, but I think beyond that, we're really looking to get that war stopped. They're losing 2,500 and even more than that young people a week. They're Russian and they're Ukrainian. They're not American, but they're people. And we're seeing if we can get it stopped. And I think we're making progress. I appreciate the ballerina who was released. It was at the request of a very good friend of all of ours, actually. Dana White called me and he said it's the friend or the relationship of one of the fighters for UFC or one of the fighters. And Dana's an incredible guy, and we spoke to President Putin about it, and they made a deal. They released the young ballerina, and she is now out, and that was good, so we appreciate that. We hope that we're going to be able to make a deal relatively soon with Russia and Ukraine to stop the fighting. It's so senseless. It's such a horrible thing. It would have never happened if I were president, but it did happen, and we were given that card. And I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it stopped. Got to get going. We got to get it. We have to move it faster. Likewise with the hostages, we're making progress. We, there's 59 hostages, but only 24 of them are living, and that's the way it's been presented to me by the mothers of some of the dead, mothers and fathers of some of the dead hostages, and they want the bodies of their baby, as they say, their baby, their young boys. They want them back as much as if they were alive. It's amazing because when I met the hostages 2 weeks ago here, I couldn't believe what they had to go through, by the way. But when I met them, they said, yeah, there's 59, but 24 are living. And they actually consider, I guess if you're a parent, you do consider it this way, that the remainder who are dead, the 24 that are alive, the remainder that are dead, they want them back just as much as they would want them back if they were alive. It's really pretty amazing and pretty sad. So we're getting close to getting them back. We have a lot came back. A lot of people are very grateful. Some came back in pretty bad shape. Some came back, they're okay. I think they're going to be scarred mentally for a long time. Because if you sit down and talk to them, as I have, what they went through is incredible. But we're making progress. We're dealing with Israel. We're dealing with Hamas, and it's a nasty grip.
Mr. President, so how close are you to the first country coming to actually make a deal with the United States over tariffs? Is it days, months?
Well, I think it's very close, but we have to have a deal that we like. We don't want a deal that's going to be a bad deal, or I could make every deal in one day if I wanted to. I could do this all in one day. I could just say, here's what we'll do. And I was saying to the people before, to Scott, mostly to Scott and Howard, and some of the other people that work with us on the negotiations. We have a lot of law firms that have paid me a lot of money in the form of legal fees. We're going to probably use those firms to, if we can, I think we can. I'll make a contribution to the country, but they're great firms. They're the best firms, the biggest, and really the most prestigious. And we may be using them to help you guys out because you're going to need a lot of lawyers. And I'm not sure Pam's going to be happy if I say, can you send over about 200 lawyers that work on trade? She's working on criminal stuff, and I think that's going to be her focus more than anything else. So we'll find out if we can do that. But we have a lot of lawyers that you've been reading about where they paid $100 million a firm on average. Now we have the final 4 or 5 are at $125 million. So I have a lot of legal fees I could give to you people. And we might as well use them. Hopefully I won't need that many legal fees or that much. I may. Who knows? After it ends, after we leave, maybe I'll need it. But if I do, it's not going to be very pleasant. So I think we're going to try to use these very prestigious firms to help us out with the trade because we have a lot of countries. But we want to make deals that are proper for the United States, not just we can make deals easily. We want to make them proper.
Mr. President, if you aren't able to reach the deals that you want to see at the end of the 90 days, will you put those higher tariffs in place, or will you extend? Well,
that's what would happen. I mean, if we can't make the deal that we want to make, or we have to make, or that's good for both parties, it's got to be good for both parties. And then we go back to where we were.
Go back to the numbers that you announced last week.
I think so.
You wouldn't extend the pause.
Yeah. We'll have to see what happens at that time.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said yesterday you were considering some exceptions for companies. Can you talk about what you're considering? And then also on the reciprocal tariffs, you said they'd be substantially lower. Is the same math formula going to be used, or is that cost out?
I'm not considering now for any country or company, but it's possible that I would. But I'm not. We don't have that situation right now. People understand where we are, what we're going to do. But it could happen. It's called flexibility. You have to have certain flexibility.
What are you planning on using the money that you're gaining from revenue through the tariffs on?
Paying down national debt, reducing taxes, creating good budgets, helping Christie with the border and all of the other things. I built hundreds of miles of wall, as people now understand, 571 miles of border wall in the first administration. But we're going to beef it up, and we're going to add more. And, the numbers are incredible, really. The numbers are what's taken place. We had great numbers, but these numbers are topping my last administration. And Christie and Tom Homan have done an amazing job. But it's an expensive process. This weekend, where they used to have hundreds of thousands of people standing there pouring through the border in Tijuana, Mexico, this weekend they had nobody. You had a man sweeping this massive piece of concrete, which is, the area where they said massive. And I've looked at that during the Biden administration. You couldn't see a piece of that concrete. There were so many people on it. You couldn't, if you had helicopter shots, you couldn't see concrete. Now, this weekend, you had nobody there but a man with a broom sweeping it and cleaning it up. Pretty amazing. It's really an amazing job. But it will be used for that. It'll be used for a lot of things. It'll be used by the Department of Justice for doing a great job. Pam is doing a fantastic job. So it's going to be used for a lot of different things.
Mr. President, on a 10% tariff, is that a basement? Is that the
It's a baseline.
Can countries negotiate that to bring that
It depends
down?
on what they're adding. Some countries we have massive deficits with, or they have big surpluses with us, and others it's not that way. So it depends. That's why it's really they're all different. Every country is different. Some have certain advantages that others don't have, and certain things. We have some. China has a surplus of $1 trillion. I mean, the numbers are crazy, and others have basically no surpluses. We have some that are pretty even, but they hurt us in other ways, and we just want to get that taken care of. So everyone is a little bit different.
So are you negotiating with the EU as one bloc or individual nations for the tariffs?
We're looking at it as one bloc. They've been very tough, but they were very smart. They were ready to announce retaliation, and then they heard about what we did with respect to China and others, but China. And they said, we're going to hold back a little bit. They decided to hold back. I thought they were very smart. Look, the EU is very smart, but they really have taken advantage of the United States. They were formed for the purpose of taking advantage of the United States. And I don't blame them, and I don't blame China. I don't blame anybody. I blame the people that were sitting at that desk in that other beautiful Oval Office for allowing it to happen. Many presidents I blame. They should have never allowed it to happen. And I'm doing something that a lot of them wouldn't want to do. But I'm here, I do those things, and we're going to make this country great again. We were taken advantage of by almost everybody. I sat back in the last administration. I would actually read them. I don't have to read them now. I know them so well. I would read some of these documents that were signed, deals, and I said, who would do a deal like this? Who would do it? You've seen it, Elon. Yeah. I'd look at deals where it's so one-sided. Even we have a deal with Japan, and we get along great with Japan, and we had the Prime Minister here. He was fantastic. As you know, Abe was great. Shinzo was great. He was a good friend of mine, unfortunately no longer with us. But we defend them, but they don't have to defend us. I said, that doesn't sound too good. But we have a deal, where a defense deal. We pay hundreds of billions of dollars to defend them. But if for any reason, in other words, we pay all the money. They don't pay anything. But if we're ever attacked, they don't have to do a thing to protect us. I said, well, that sounds like a wonderful deal. So that's just one out of thousands. And I just wonder who did this. And it's people that either hate our country or didn't care, an expression that you use. I think it's really a lot of them didn't care. It's just hard to believe how bad they are. Now, that's a little bit of a defensive deal, but I'm talking about trade deals, the same thing. They're so bad, you would say, how come? And even when I'd renegotiate, like, I'd go to a country, they'd give me everything I asked for. I said, why didn't somebody ask for it, like, originally? They give me everything. I think when they were negotiating, they didn't care, or they didn't ask, or they were shy, or they were very stupid, or they hate our country. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
You were speaking about Japan. Can you clarify what your vision is for U.S. Steel? You referenced it yesterday.
Yeah.
There's some questions about what you actually want
Sure.
to see.
Look, U.S. Steel is going to do very well now because of tariffs. And I don't know why they even need a deal. But the only thing is U.S. Steel, if you go back 80 or 90 years, that was a behemoth in this. That was our biggest, most... If we were around, we would have been very proud of it. Today we have different types of companies that are big. Google, it's not the same as U.S. Steel. And I love Google, and I got to like the people that run it. They're very capable people. They didn't like me so much in the first administration, but they like me a lot now. I don't know what happened, but I like them. But, I think they would be the first to admit, when I envisioned, you look at some of those steel factories from 90 years ago, it was a different kind of a country, but they were miles long. Today you see just empty hulks. Those hulks are going to be filled up very soon because of what I'm doing with tariffs. It was a different kind of a thing. But if I didn't do that in the first term, my first term, if I didn't put tariffs on, we would have, because China and others were dumping steel, billions of dollars of steel. Our steel companies were all closing. Every fact, we wouldn't have one steel plant open. And now we have a steel industry that's doing very well, but soon it's going to be thriving, really thriving. And those factories are going to be filled up, but more importantly, they're going to build brand new ones. Nucor and so many other companies call me, Nucor being a big steel company. They're building massive new steel plants, and it's great. And likewise, car companies. We have many, many car companies. 3 of them, I'm not looking to hurt Mexico, and I like Mexico. And by the way, I think the new president is a terrific person, a fantastic woman. We've had many conversations. She's a very elegant, just a fantastic person. And she's been very nice, very, very nice. But I'm not looking to hurt them, but we have 3 car plants that were under construction in Mexico. They stopped constructing, and now they're going to build in the United States because of tariffs. See, we should have never let this happen because whoever it was that was president at the time, we lost 90,000 plants and factories since NAFTA. 90,000. It's not believable. How about that, Laura? You know, you're in that sort of world of factories and plants.
Manufacturing, construction jobs, bringing those workers back home.
That's right. We're going to bring them all back. But think of it, from that period of time, which isn't so long ago, we lost. I said the other day, if you had a map on a big wall like this, and if you had pins, 90,000, I don't know if you'd have enough. I don't think you'd have enough room on the map to put the pins. 90,000 factories that we've lost since NAFTA. And it's not even, and about 6 million jobs, but really, I think probably a lot more than that, but they say 6 million jobs. We're going to bring many of that back. I think we're going to bring more than all of it back. We're going to be better and stronger than ever before. But if a president, when they were leaving, said, look, you can leave, but if you're going to build a factory someplace else, and you think you're going to come and sell your steel or your car or any product that you make, your pharmaceuticals, which we're going to do, we're going to get them all back. But if you think you're going to just, all they had to do is say this, and they wouldn't have left. You know, I said it the other day. I said it with respect to, I made a speech a year ago, and I told them if I win, we're going to charge a big, big tariff at the border. And people were thinking about building in Mexico a car plant. And I said, we're going to have a big tariff. So if you want to build a car, you're going to have to pay 25% more than the cost of that car. You're going to have to pay 25% tariff at the border. They would have never left. They could have kept everybody. If a president said, if you leave this country, you leave Michigan, you leave Detroit, you leave any of our states, because to me they're all the same. I love them all. I love them all, and I probably won them all, but they say I won most of them, but I think I won them all, but that's okay. But all you had to say if you were the president is, if you leave and you think you're going to now fire all those workers, leave all that, everything behind, and you're going to build in another country and sell it any, and no, you're not going to. You're going to pay 50% or 100% tariff. They would have never left. And all you had to say, Marco, all you had to say very simply is, you don't have to write it down. All you have to do is say it verbally. If you leave, you're going to pay 100% tariff, therefore don't leave. They would have never left. But they left 90,000 plants. I mean, it's hard to believe that many. It's not, you can't envision it. So just getting back to your, because I'm the great weaver of all time. To weave, you have to be a genius. To go on tangents, anybody can do that. But we'll get back to your original U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel is a big name in this country. Babe Ruth is a big name. We have a lot of big names, but not too many. U.S. Steel is one of the great names in the history of our country. And normally I wouldn't mind so much. I wouldn't be thrilled with it. But to buy for a foreign country, and we love Japan, but for a foreign country to buy that cherished U.S. Steel brand, that's hard for me to do. I mean, somebody else may want it. The company Nippon that's involved with it is a big, powerful company who do a good job. But why can't they just build a plant themselves? I mean, why do they have to, take U.S. Steel? So as you know, I rejected the deal. Now they've come back in a different form. They're coming back as an investor. And, I feel better about that, I guess. But, I know them very well. I know the thinking. It's the investor. They'll invest, and somebody else maybe is sitting in this chair, and they will no longer have an investment. They'll have the whole thing. That's the way it works. Very smart. They're very, very smart people. We're dealing with very smart people throughout the world. Great geniuses, actually. Look what they've done to our country. And again, I don't blame China. I don't blame anybody. If I could have done it, if I were in that position, I'd have great respect. I have great respect for the people. They ripped off the United States, and all we had to do, have a president that knew what the hell was going on, and none of those countries would have left. Those companies, none of them would have left. So that's a little lesson in basic business. And it's really basic business. It's not complicated business. It's very basic business. and we'd have every one of those car plants going just the way they were 30 years ago. None of them would have left, but now they're coming back.
Mr. President, the Labor Department has confirmed that $400 million went to fake people for unemployment benefits.
Yeah,
What's sort of your initial reaction?
I think it's terrible. I just heard it from Lori, and I appreciate it, and you heard it from Elon's people, right?
That's right.
Elon's done a fantastic job. Look, he's sitting here, and I don't care. I don't need Elon for anything other than I happen to like him. But I'm telling you, this guy did a fantastic job. I don't need his car. I actually bought one and they said, "Oh, did you get a bargain?" No. I said, "Give me the top price." I paid a lot of money for that car. But honestly, he makes a great car. You know what I do with it? I let the people in the office drive around in it. Margot and Natalie, they're all, Chamberlain, they're all driving around the most beautiful car. It's gorgeous. But I did that as a sign of, just a show of support. Numerous people have done that. Just a show of support. Because, he's done a fantastic job, but he hasn't been treated properly. Hasn't been treated properly. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you talk to us about your communications with China? Has President Xi reached out at all since the terror?
Well, I don't want to say who's reached out. I just say that I think it's going to work out, hopefully well. They're very big. It's hard to get over, if you're me, what they've done to our country. They've destroyed our economic base to a large extent. The good news is we're very vibrant, and we're going to get it back fast. We already have. Look, we're making $2 billion a day now, and during Biden, we were losing $3 billion a day. Biden was a disaster. He was the worst president in the history of our country. And to me, worse than that, because the money you can make if you have the right guy in this position, worse than that was what they did on the border. By allowing the jails of the world, not South America, all over the world, to be opened up so that we take everybody from Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, the bad ones. They opened up their jails and they dumped them in the United States. And now this beautiful young woman who seems to be, boy, she loves what she does, though. I think she loves what she does because she's a patriot. She hates to see it. And Tom and all the people. But for us to spend, hundreds of billions of dollars, this is just, I don't know. They either hated the country. Who would do this? Who would want millions of people to pour through an open border? We have no idea who the hell they are. And just walk right through. And half of them, whether you like it or not, you could look at them and you could say, they are not going to help us. These are some rough people. But they'd empty out their jails, and they'd empty out their mental institutions, insane asylums, and they let them into the United States of America. And inflation we can fix, and all of the other things we can fix. We'll get it going. But this is something, it's such a horrible thing, and it's really hard. We have to do deportations. Now we're doing self-deportation. We're coming up with all sorts of ideas. And they must have known it's not going to work out well. And, we want people to come into our country, by the way. We need them badly for the jobs. But we want them to come in legally. They have to come in legally. They have to show that they can love our country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Democrats making allegations about market manipulation yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah. Nobody's ever done this. We let the press, have the cameras go.
We just had three
Or we let it, no. They have cameras.
House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by guest chaplain Dr. Michael Gossett, Green Acres Baptist Church, Tyler, Texas.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you today and acknowledge that you alone are the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. You alone are sovereign over the nations and the peoples of the earth. Just as Psalm 24:1 declares, the earth and everything in it, the world and its inhabitants belong to the Lord. You alone, Lord, have ordained each government official to serve, and we ask that you raise up leaders and call each representative to lead with justice and wisdom and humility. We ask your blessings on each member here and the families and people they represent. I pray that you would grant each representative clarity of mind, integrity of heart, and a deep concern for truth and righteousness according to your word. I pray there would be no fear among them except a fear of the Lord. May they seek the good of people and the flourishing for all, especially the most vulnerable. Please remind us today that our hope alone is in your Son, Jesus Christ. We pray all this in the name of Jesus, our risen Lord and coming King. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance be led by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honor to introduce Dr. Michael Gossett, pastor of Green Acres Baptist Church in Tyler, Texas, to the United States House of Representatives to serve as the guest chaplain this week and offer a prayer this morning. Dr. Gossett and his wife, Katie, lead the largest congregation of believers in East Texas. They also proudly shepherd a flock of 4 wonderful children at home. Pastor Michael, as he is known, and Katie are passionate about their call to serve, to share the gospel of Jesus Christ. And they are personable and approachable in their style, showing the same love and grace as our risen Lord and Savior. Having been a firefighter for 5 years before entering full-time ministry, this Liberty University alum is tough-minded, disciplined, and steady in his leadership. He is authentic and genuine and always faithful to preach the truth of the inerrant Word of God. And because of that, he has been a strong and effective leader for Green Acres since he arrived in 2019. I'm proud to call him my friend and proud that he has dedicated his life to being salt and light in this lost and dark world. To God be the glory for the great things he is doing through the Gossetts and Green Acres Baptist Church in Tyler, Texas. Welcome, Pastor Gossett. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair will entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I was asked to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The March jobs report showed that 228,000 jobs were added last month, far exceeding expectations. Private sector growth led the way with 209,000 new jobs, nearly double the pre-election average. Wages are rising, with hourly earnings up nearly 4% over the past year. Government job dependence is shrinking, with only 42% of new jobs in government-related sectors, down from nearly 75% under the Biden administration. Federal employment dropped by 4,000 as administration cuts government bloat. And for the 365-day period from the day President Trump was elected, it was $2.2 trillion of deficit. Now, for the 365-day previous to right now, it's only $1.6 trillion of deficit. A long ways to go, but a giant improvement. Construction jobs remain strong. Industrial production is hitting a record high. Manufacturing output has grown nearly 1% over the month. Auto production has surged 8.5%. And core CPI inflation is at a 4-year low, easing pressure on consumers. America's economy is back. I go back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized. Yeah.
2 years ago today, the blast of an AR-15 shattered a beautiful spring morning in Louisville as a lone gunman walked into Old National Bank on Main Street and opened fire. We lost Josh Barrick, Dina Eckert, Juliana Farmer, Jim Tutt, and my friend, Tommy Elliott. 5 friends, neighbors, loved ones taken too soon. Among the 8 wounded was Officer Nick Wilt. Just 10 days out of the academy, he bravely ran toward the gunman and was shot in the head. Miraculously, he survived. That same day, just blocks away at JCTC, 2 people were shot and Siobhan Moore was killed at just 24 years old. I stand here today as a lifelong Louisvillian. Still sad my community joined the long list of cities devastated by mass shootings. On behalf of all of our communities, we can and must do more to stop senseless gun violence. I yield back.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Ohio State University Buckeyes, whose remarkable victory in the 2025 College Football Playoff National Championship cements their legacy as one of the greatest teams in college football history. As those of us who watched the game, many of us on the edge of our seats, can attest, the championship is up for grabs until the clock runs out. However, we would be remiss not to mention that the Buckeyes' impressive overall season, where they secured wins over 5 different top 5 opponents. This is something that has never been accomplished before. This season, the Buckeyes boasted an exceptional talent, strong coaching, and diehard fans. But as Woody Hayes once said, success is what you do with what you've got. This season, OSU was undeniable. And as a fellow Buckeye, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the entire team, coaching staff, for this incredible achievement. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, every day nearly 500,000 Americans sit in local jails without a conviction, overwhelmingly for nonviolent, low-level offenses. They're not there because they've been found guilty, but because they can't afford bail or are stuck waiting for their day in court. And while they wait, taxpayers pay the price. That's why I've introduced the Justice Forward agenda, a target, results-driven plan to reduce crime and use taxpayer dollars more wisely. The Community First Pretrial Reform Act helps local jurisdictions cut unnecessary pretrial detention and expand proven alternatives. The DART Act builds off my work as the St. Louis County prosecuting attorney by giving law enforcement better tools like diversion programs and mental health courts to connect people with treatment, housing, and support that actually stops the cycle of incarceration. This isn't leniency, it's strategy. It's about investment, investing in what works, in what's proven effective, and building safer, stronger communities. Mr. Speaker, let's move justice forward. Thank you.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to a good friend, Fort Bend County Sheriff's Deputy David Fontenot. David was a dedicated law enforcement officer with over 30 years of service, 26 of those years with the Fort Bend County Sheriff's Office. David and I worked many long days serving and protecting our community. David loved serving his community. He was not only a great sheriff's deputy, but he was also a great friend. He was a man that I could depend on and a true professional. I'm saddened to say that on March 29th, my friend David passed away after a battle with cancer. My prayers are with his family and loved ones, especially his sister Camille and his brothers Chuck, Michael, and Stephen. We love you guys. We love you. I and the entire law enforcement community of Fort Bend County, Texas, will miss him dearly. God bless. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to speak on the floor of the House and revise and accept my.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
April 19th will mark 30 years since the deadliest act of domestic terrorism in the United States. 168 innocent lives were taken on that quiet morning in Oklahoma City. As many as 750 people were hurt, and thousands more scarred by trauma. The main perpetrator was radicalized by extreme hate toward the federal government, quickly captured, convicted, and put to death for his crimes. Today, we think of the toddlers at the Murrah Building Daycare Center who would be in their 30s today. We pray for their moms and their dads, but we must also pray for our country again. The rise in political tribalism and the hate for others must stop. Our faith in this government must never be diminished in any way that turns to hate and violence. American author Napoleon Hill wrote that every adversity, every failure, and every heartache carries a seed of an equal or greater benefit. May we never forget those words. I yield back.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek permission to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the robotics industry is quietly reshaping the manufacturing and distribution economies of Indiana and our world. I rise today to congratulate a team of extraordinary young students at Greenfield Central High School back home in my district for their winning performance at our Indiana State Robotics Competition. Greenfield Central's team surpassed 62 other terrific Hoosier teams to claim top honors. Their coach Jason led the Exothermics. Greenfield Central's team comprised of juniors Simon, Haley, and Braden. These talented young Hoosiers will again showcase their talents at VEX World Competition in Dallas this year. These students exemplify the best of the next generation of innovators, engineers, and scientists. Their work underscores the importance of a STEM education. And much as Hoosiers have celebrated victories on basketball courts, I'm proud to take this opportunity to spotlight these victories of our young Hoosiers in robotics innovation. Their talented minds will reshape our economy. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In just 2 days, Wall Street lost $6 trillion in value, in the worst sell-off since 2020. Many of my constituents lost tens of thousands of dollars, money saved over decades. Now we're all scrambling with the news of a 90-day pause on tariffs after President Trump swore up and down he would do no such thing. Sadly, we cannot trust a word our president says, let alone plan around his erratic behavior. Mr. Trump's turbulent game of chicken with some of our closest allies is absurd. How does Mr. Trump expect people whose 401ks and kids' college savings account just took a nosedive? How are they to feel secure in their retirement? How does he expect people to save for retirement at all? The short answer is the president doesn't know, and even worse, he does not care. Mr. Speaker, the president lost $11 trillion in value in the first 11 weeks of his second term. I call upon my Republican colleagues to please call out the president's destructive decisions. It is time to say the emperor has no clothes. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today
to recognize the 2025 men's basketball NCAA national champions, the Florida Gators. On Monday night, the Gators defeated the University of Houston in the national championship to become the three-time national champions, winning the first title since the 2006-2007 season, and was led by Coach Todd Golden. The Gators were one of four tournament one seeds, advancing through the round of 64 and 32 before dancing their way through the Sweet 16, Elite 8, and Final Four. After winning the title this week, the Gators ended the season with a 36-4 record, making Gainesville, aka Titletown, incredibly proud. Congratulations, Coach Golden, the entire team, and of course, the Gator Nation. You guys are absolutely incredible. As always, it is so great and sweet to be a Florida Gator. Go Gators, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stiles, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to HRES 294, I call up the bill H.R. 22, the Safeguard American Voters Eligibility Act, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 22, a bill to amend the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 to require proof of United States citizenship to register an individual to vote in elections for federal office and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 294, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration or their respective designees. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stiles, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morrell, will each control up to 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stiles.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, include additional material on the bill.
Objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consent.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, known as the SAVE Act, introduced by my colleague Chip Roy of Texas. As chairman of the Committee on House Administration, I've been focused on improving election integrity and increasing confidence in our elections. Let me be clear. Non-citizen voting reduces confidence in our elections. American elections are for American citizens, and we intend to keep it that way. The SAVE Act will strengthen our elections administration and restore Americans' confidence in our elections. The SAVE Act contains critical reforms to update the National Voter Registration Act, which currently requires states to give registration forms to everyone who receives a driver's license, regardless of citizenship. The bill before us would help states prevent non-citizens from voting in federal elections by requiring states to obtain documentary proof of U.S. citizenship in person when registering an individual to vote in federal elections. You're sure to hear from my colleagues on the other side that non-citizen voting doesn't exist or that rarely happens or that we don't need to do anything about it. Couldn't be further from the truth. However, let's look back 2 months ago. The secretaries of state that I had conversations with shared with me their difficulties that they're experiencing administering the most recent election. 2 of their top concerns were about integrity of voter rolls and non-citizen voting. In our most recent elections, we've just saw 13 individuals referred by the Michigan Secretary of State to the Attorney General for non-citizen voting in the state of Michigan. In the House of Representatives, we often see close elections. We have one member here who won her election by simply 6 votes. It's clear we must pass the SAVE Act and prevent non-citizen voting. There's also been many other examples of non-citizens voting or being on states' voter rolls. Just a few years ago, Illinois removed almost 600 non-citizens from its voter rolls. In Pennsylvania, almost 10,000 non-citizens were removed from their voter rolls. In Georgia, an audit recently determined more than 1,600 non-citizens had attempted to register to vote. Every state also needs access to the tools necessary to remove non-citizens from their voter rolls. Right now, states don't have free access to the federal data that tracks citizenship status. Another crucial element of the SAVE Act will provide states with cost-free access to existing federal and state databases so they can perform this important voter list maintenance. In recent years, we've seen an increasing number of jurisdictions across the country allowing non-citizens to vote in municipal elections. Right here in our nation's capital, non-citizens are eligible to vote in those municipal elections. And in Washington, D.C., a non-citizen only has to reside in the district for 30 days in order to register to vote. 388 non-citizens cast ballots here in our nation's capital in Washington, D.C. in the most recent election. By passing the SAVE Act, we can ensure that only eligible Americans are registering to vote. Additionally, the SAVE Act is aligned with President Trump's recent executive order, preserving and protecting the integrity of American elections, which will help restore trust in American elections, enhance election administration, and make our elections secure. This legislation is just one step that we can take to ensure President Trump's executive order could not be undone. Americans deserve to have confidence in our elections. We must pass the SAVE Act to prevent non-citizen voting and secure our elections. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. The distinguished gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Together with President Trump's recent voting restrictive executive order, the SAVE Act would cripple American elections. It would end voter registration in the United States as we know it. The SAVE Act would end mail-in registration. You heard that right. For all those states and all those people who register by mail, not vote by mail, registration by mail. It would end that. American citizens would have to appear in person at an election office, bring with them various documents and forms to register to vote. Think about it. Just to exercise your fundamental, inalienable rights as a citizen of this country, Republicans would force Americans into a paperwork nightmare, burying voter registration under a mountain of bureaucracy and red tape. So what exactly would the SAVE Act do? It would create enormous burdens for every American citizen who seeks to register to vote. Let's dig into the details. As my Republican colleague and friend admitted at the Rules Committee, under the SAVE Act, most Americans would be unable to register to vote using their real ID. Further, under the SAVE Act, almost 70 million American women will be unable to register to vote using their birth certificate simply because they changed their name upon marriage. The bill would disenfranchise survivors of domestic abuse who have changed their names for safety purposes, which is truly shocking. And the SAVE Act will also have a steep financial cost to American citizens because, yes, the SAVE Act does allow Americans to use their passports to register to vote. But half of all Americans do not have a passport. And a passport costs $130 plus additional fees. So the SAVE Act will cost American voters who do not have passports and choose to use them billions of dollars to secure them. Americans are facing rising costs exacerbated by the recent Trump tariffs. Economists are warning about a looming Trump recession. But let's face it, the SAVE Act would force U.S. citizens to spend billions of dollars to register to vote. This includes rural voters, many of whom now register to vote online by mail, who will be forced to drive hours and cross hundreds of miles to present documentary proof. This includes senior citizens, who are particularly likely to lack documentary proof of citizenship, including passports, copies of their birth certificates, or other documents. And what about the men and women in uniform who serve our country all over the world? Can a member of our military use their military ID? Surely military IDs should be enough to register to vote, not according to the SAVE Act. Service members will need to bring their military ID and a copy of their service record showing their place of birth within the United States. But many service members were born abroad, say to military parents overseas. Many are naturalized citizens. Those service members will be blocked from using their military ID to register to vote. And remember, the SAVE Act's requirement that Americans show their documentation in person at an election office. It will have drastic consequences. The SAVE Act will prevent members of our armed forces from registering to vote while deployed overseas. But the SAVE Act is not actually meant to prevent non-citizens from voting. The SAVE Act is really about silencing Americans. This bill is about disenfranchising Americans, not non-citizens, Americans. U.S. citizens. Americans like James Wilson, an Arizona voter who I met with last week, who was meant to join us in the gallery, who flew all the way to Washington, D.C. last week to watch Congress debate the SAVE Act. He was forced to fly home after the Speaker canceled 3 days of legislative work. Mr. Wilson is an American citizen, born in Japan to a military father during the Vietnam War. Mr. Wilson is also a veteran. He proudly served our nation overseas, including in Korea and Germany. Like millions of Americans, Mr. Wilson does not have a passport because he doesn't need a passport. Like millions of Americans, Mr. Wilson does not have access to his birth certificate. When Arizona introduced a restrictive voter registration law, a law just like the SAVE Act, Mr. Wilson's right to vote was imperiled. Mr. Wilson did not have any of the documents required by the Arizona law, required by the SAVE Act to prove his citizenship. But for a last-minute emergency court order, Mr. Wilson, an American citizen, a veteran, and a patriot, would not have been able to vote this past election. If the SAVE Act becomes law, Americans nationwide will face the same bureaucratic nightmare that Mr. Wilson faced in Arizona. The SAVE Act will force Americans, like Mr. Wilson, to pay billions of dollars to exercise their invaluable right to vote. House Republicans want to increase the burdens and amplify the costs in time, in money, and in effort for American citizens to vote. House Democrats do not. The SAVE Act would cost American citizens something deeply important, something essential to the soul of this nation, the right to freely and fairly participate in our elections. I strongly urge defeat of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the chair of the Election Subcommittee and the former Secretary of State of the state of Florida, Ms. Lee.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act is an important step forward that will ensure elections are more secure and accurate across the United States. The vast majority of Americans agree that only U.S. citizens should have the right to vote in our elections. Just last month, President Trump took a strong stance, reaffirming his commitment to the integrity of our elections. The President's executive order will help equip elections officials with better data and more resources to administer elections. Today, Congress has the opportunity to build on this momentum and ensure that these protections are part of our laws, that every state can follow these practices, and that voters across the nation can feel confident in the integrity and the security of their elections. Congress must commit to supporting elections officials and voters by making voting accessible and secure. While states are the primary authority on how elections are conducted on Election Day, it is our role here in Congress to ensure that we support them and provide resources to them and to promote uniformity and best practices across the country. One way that we will be able to help provide those resources to states is by passing the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act will help protect our elections and ensure that only American citizens are casting ballots in American elections. The bill will support state and local elections officials by providing them with data and tools to help verify the accuracy and completeness of their voter rolls. As Florida's former Secretary of State and Chief Elections Officials, I got to work with state and local elections workers across the country and saw their commitment to ensuring strong elections. Now, as the chair of the House Administration Subcommittee on Elections, I am proud to work alongside Chairman Stile to advance policies that lead to stronger elections across our country. These tools will help the states ensure their rolls are accurate and help prevent any unintended errors. We know that some states have continued to discover non-citizens on their voter rolls, and there is evidence that some of them have voted in recent elections. We must take steps to ensure this doesn't continue. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the claim that the SAVE Act will somehow negatively affect married women or others who might have changed their name because their legal documentation or identification may reflect two different names. This legislation clearly contemplates exactly this situation and indeed directly addresses it. Page 14, line 19, directs the states to create a process for addressing this exact issue. Ever since the 19th Amendment passed over 100 years ago.
Gentlewoman's time has
I
expired.
yield an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman has extended an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Married women have been registering to vote and successfully voting. Indeed, I am among them. This bill will accommodate women who change their name, who have not yet updated their documentation to reflect a name change, because the SAVE Act explicitly directs states to establish a process for them to register to vote, irrespective of those discrepancies. Like other areas of the law, citizens will be able to use combinations of existing identification documents in order to register to vote. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always appreciate the work of my colleagues from the committee who we agree on many things. This is certainly not one of them. I do want to reflect on what the gentle lady from Florida has said, and others have said several times, that the SAVE Act allows states to create a process to provide additional proof of citizenship. Why not write it in the bill? Why are we making the potential for 50 different standards to be set to prove citizenship? What additional forms would be used? A birth certificate together with an ID, also including a marriage certificate, also including a record of a changed name? What must survivors of domestic abuse provide? Court orders protecting them from stalkers, restraining orders, divorce records, divorce papers? How much would that cost? How much paperwork do Republicans want Americans to drown in? Further, how long will these new rules take? The SAVE Act takes effect immediately. What if states take months or years to amend their systems? What if they never do it? So you might have someone interested in voting, but their state hasn't acted. They have no way of proving that the name on their birth certificate, which differs from the name in their ID, is because they got married. You'd be unable to register to vote. Here's what we do know. President Trump's executive order doesn't want any alternative forms of identification. No alternate state processes, no additional avenues for voters. Why do we expect the EAC to disregard the president's clear desire to limit documentary proof of citizenship to a small, exclusive, difficult-to-obtain list of options? And I would say, in addition to my dear friend, and I mean that sincerely, the gentleman from Wisconsin, like to remind him that an estimated 165,000 women in his district in Wisconsin have a different name on their birth certificate than is on their current photo ID. Under the SAVE Act, these women could not register using their birth certificate alone, and roughly 340,000 residents in Wisconsin's 1st district lack a passport. So the SAVE Act could cost voters in the district $45 million if they chose to comply that way. I'd also like to remind my colleague and friend, Representative Lee, an estimated 170,000 women in her district have a different name on their birth certificate than on their photo ID. Likewise, under this bill, these women could not use their birth certificate to register to vote because they have a different name now than at birth. Roughly 368,000 residents of Florida's 15th district lack a passport. It would cost voters in the district at least $47.8 million to secure a passport to register to vote. These are the facts. This is what the bill requires, and so we should not gloss over it because this is a mountain of bureaucratic red tape, and if you can't get it right in the bill, if you don't list marriage license in the federal bill and it's left to the states, who knows how and when we resolve these issues. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield a minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from the state of Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Morelli, for yielding. I rise today in strong opposition to the SAVE Act. This bill will make it more difficult to register to vote, and it will prevent millions of American citizens, including married women who change their name, and rural Americans, from exercising their right to vote. It creates an enormous and expensive unfunded mandate on election offices, and for what? Federal law already requires people to attest under penalty of perjury that they are U.S. citizens when they register to vote. Non-citizens attempting to register to vote is exceedingly rare, and if they do, they face severe consequences, including fines up to 5 years in prison and deportation. Mr. Speaker, More than 140 million Americans do not have a passport. Approximately 70 million women do not have a birth certificate that matches their current legal name. And millions of rural voters would have to travel long distances to try to register to vote. We don't have to guess what would happen if this bill were to pass. In 2011, Kansas had a proof of citizenship requirement that actually prevented more than 30,000. Can I have extra 15 seconds?
Would you extend the gentlelady 15 more seconds? Mr.
The
Speaker?
gentleman is extended.
Thank
the
you.
gentlewoman from
In Kansas,
Oregon,
more
15
than 30,000 U.S. citizens, 12% of everyone seeking to register to vote, were barred from voting. Other states have tried, and in all of them, significant number of citizens have been wrongly barred from voting. It's unacceptable, it's voter suppression, and it's wrong. I urge all of my colleagues to vote no on the SAVE Act, and I yield back the balance of my
Gentlewoman's
time.
time has expired. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, a member of the Committee on House Administration, Ms. Miller, to speak on the bill.
Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the SAVE Act, which includes robust measures to prevent illegal aliens from participating in our elections. Under Joe Biden, millions of illegal aliens flooded into our country, and many were given the benefits and privileges that should be reserved for American citizens. In Illinois, J.B. Pritzker and the Democrats rolled out the red carpet and actively enticed illegals and those covered by Biden's bogus asylum programs to settle in my state to the tune of over 500,000 people. They received welfare benefits, CDL licenses, state identification, and the Democrats have even voted to allow them to be law enforcement officers. I do not have to tell you how dangerous this situation is for Americans, and especially for Americans' confidence in the sanctity of our elections. As far-left jurisdictions seek to allow illegals to vote in local elections, let me be clear about this one thing, this point. Every vote cast by an illegal alien is a vote stolen from an American citizen. Congress must defend the integrity of our elections. We must aggressively push back against the left's attempts to change the electorate and dilute the voices of actual Americans in our democratic process. This past week and today, all we hear are the Democrats sharing their concerns that rural Americans, women, and people of color are not capable of getting an ID. This is insulting, condescending, and an untrue argument. You need an ID for most everything else in daily life. Maybe if the Democrats would quit pushing for our schools.
Expired.
I yield an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman has extended an additional 30 seconds to the
Thank you.
gentlewoman from Illinois.
Maybe the Democrats should quit pushing, wasting so much time in our public schools, indoctrinating our children, and instead teach them real-life skills such as reading, civics, and how to get an ID. I urge the passage of this bill, and I yield back the passage of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from New York.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just make note of the point that real ID in the United States does not have citizenship in almost all states. A handful have it, so you couldn't even use your real ID. So we're talking about voter ID and photo ID. It doesn't even allow you under the SAVE Act. So the gentlelady should read the bill. It doesn't allow it, and I think that's part of the problem. I would also just note, Mr. Speaker, in Representative Miller's district, an estimated 150,000 women in her district have a different name on their birth certificate than their current photo ID. Under the SAVE Act, these women could not use their birth certificate to register to vote and would not be able to use their ID, their driver's license. Roughly 414,000 residents of Illinois' 15th district lack a passport. So the SAVE Act would cost voters in Ms. Miller's district $53.8 million should they avail themselves of a passport to prove the requirements of the SAVE Act. And with that, I yield 1 minute to my friend, the distinguished gentle lady from North Carolina, Ms. Ross.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to the SAVE Act, which is a transparent attempt to disenfranchise millions of voters. The SAVE Act would change voter registration guidelines to require proof of U.S. citizenship in very narrow ways. However, those documents, as we've heard, a birth certificate or a passport, are not always easy to come by for certain Americans. This backward legislation would immediately disenfranchise the 69 million women who have changed their names after marriage or divorce and do not have a matching birth certificate. There is no cure in this bill. Millions of Americans would be forced to navigate the complicated process to change their birth certificate or be forced to pay more than $130 for a passport. Who would be prevented from voting? Working people who don't have the time to do it and low-income people who cannot afford to do it. House Democrats will not be silent while Donald Trump and Republicans try to disenfranchise millions of people. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Does the gentleman seek to reserve his time from New York? The gentleman does seek to reserve his time. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, to speak on the bill.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in every election, somebody wins and somebody loses. Democracy depends on the losing side trusting that the election was a fair and accurate reflection of the will of the majority. And the winning side depends on the same perception for the legitimacy of their office. For centuries, our elections were the gold standard for the world because they were very hard to cheat. 30-day registration, in-person election day voting, and proof of identity were essential components of this process. In recent years, in many states, the woke left has torn down these safeguards. Mail-in ballots where there's no chain of custody, counting ballots weeks after the election day, counting ballots in secret, ballot harvesting, same-day registration, turning election day into election month, and forbidding proof of identity all make cheating easy and destroy the public's confidence in the process. In many jurisdictions, the Democrats have made it clear they intend to allow non-citizens to vote, the ultimate in foreign election interference. Well, I have news for them. American elections are for Americans. The SAVE Act restores this vital principle by requiring proof of citizenship and identity in the federal elections that affect every American. Americans should pay close attention to this vote, for it will reveal those who would subvert your vote to foreign nationals. I yield back.
Thanks. Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves his time. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I remind the gentleman that in the United States of America, to vote in a federal election, you have to be a U.S. citizen. And if you're not, you're subject to penalties for attempting to register to vote, and you're subject to felonies and deportation if you do vote and you're not an American citizen. That's the current law. I also want to remind my friend, Mr. McClintock, that an estimated 135,000 women in his district have a different name on their birth certificate than they have on their current photo ID, and roughly 290,000 residents of California's 5th District lack a passport. The cost to those voters would be $37.7 million to get passports. And with that, I yield 1 minute to my dear friend, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as the Congresswoman for Georgia's 5th District, the cradle of the civil rights movement, the home of Dr. King, Ambassador Andrew Young, and my predecessor, the late Congressman John Lewis. I carry their legacy with me every time I walk onto this floor. The SAVE Act is everything our civil rights leaders fought against. And don't think that it won't impact you or folks that you know. If you got married and changed your name, your ID, it won't match your birth certificate. If you don't have a passport and your ID doesn't match your birth certificate, you can't prove your citizenship. According to the SAVE Act, you won't be able to vote. Right now, under Trump and Musk's disastrous economy, families like so many of those that I represent back home in Georgia are struggling to keep up with the cost of groceries, let alone adding $130 for a passport just to register to vote. In Georgia, over half of the population doesn't have a passport, and our driver's licenses, Even the real ID doesn't prove citizenship. This bill could force Georgians to pay more than $700 million just to register to vote. Y'all, that's a poll tax, plain and simple, and it's blatant voter suppression. Voter suppression by any other name.
Mr. Gentleman's time has expired.
Could I yield?
The gentleman from New York?
Yes, sir. I'd like to yield an additional 30 seconds to
the gentleman is extended. The gentlewoman from Georgia, 30 seconds.
Voter suppression by any other name is still voter suppression. This bill violates the 14th, 19th, and 24th Amendments, and is also every tenet of a free and inclusive democracy. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this disgrace of a voter suppression bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields her time. The gentleman from New York reserves his time. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, a member of the Committee on House Administration.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, or the SAVE Act. Under President Biden, nearly 5 million illegal aliens were released into the United States. Biden's failure at the southern border has diluted the voting power that is reserved for only American citizens. This crisis is not only a national security concern, but one that can seriously alter the outcome of our elections. Just this past election cycle, both the states of Alabama and Virginia removed thousands of registered voters who were not American citizens. Securing our elections is of paramount importance, and we must ensure that it is easy to vote and hard to cheat. The SAVE Act will strengthen our election administration, improve voter confidence, and ensure that American elections are only for American citizens. Specifically, it amends the National Voter Registration Act to require states obtain proof of citizenship when an individual registers to vote. But let me be clear. This legislation does not prohibit married women from voting, and the absurd narrative of this has gotten out of control. When you change your name, Mr. Speaker, just as I have when I got married, you have to provide your birth certificate and a marriage certificate. This is already required when you update your ID, your Social Security records, and yes, your voter registration too. When your name is legally changed, it updates across government systems. Real ID, passport, other valid forms of ID mentioned in the SAVE Act are sufficient proof of citizenship. And no, your birth certificate doesn't have to match your current ID. Let me just add this. The claim is that it will disenfranchise married women and others who might have changed their name because the documentation might show two different names. But the SAVE Act itself addresses this point, Mr. Speaker, in the text. Page 14, line 9, directs the states to create a process for addressing this exact issue. I find myself asking, why are the Democrats refusing to take steps to safeguard our elections and protect the votes of every single American citizen? I strongly support the SAVE Act, and I look forward to voting for it, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Gentlewoman yields her time. Gentleman from Wisconsin saves his time. Reserves his time. The gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hate to disagree with my dear friend from Oklahoma, but the words marriage certificate do not appear anywhere in the SAVE Act. In fact, it could have been written in that way, since you're adding all these lists and requirements of people to do. But it actually does make it harder for almost 70 million American women to vote. 84% of women choose their husband's name when they get married. That's just a statistic. As we've discussed, under the SAVE Act, most Americans will be unable to use the standard issue driver's license when registering to vote because most real IDs don't include citizenship on them. They don't automatically update if you haven't registered at all. So when you go to register, there's nothing to have updated. You have your birth certificate. In the case of Mary Beth Bauer, that's what it says on her certificate. Her voter ID now, her driver's license now says Mary Beth Morelli. She would not be able to register using those two pieces of information. She would have to get an additional part of documentation, which is not identified in the SAVE Act to do it. I think we've talked about it at length. This is clearly intended to make it much more difficult. By the way, according to House Republicans, none of these women should be allowed to register votes. Roughly 25% of the U.S. citizen voting age population. I'd also like to just suggest to my friend from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, an estimated 179,000 women in her district have a different name on their birth certificate than their current photo ID, and roughly 394,000 residents of Oklahoma's 5th District lacks a passport. So the SAVE Act would cost them $51.3 million to secure passports. With that, I will yield a minute to the gentleman and dear friend from California, Mr. Mullen.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Free and fair elections are the foundation of any functioning democracy. The SAVE Act is a blatant attempt to undermine our election system, weaken American democracy, and unfairly suppress millions of eligible citizens from voting. If the SAVE Act becomes law, eligible Americans would have to provide either a passport or birth certificate to register to vote and cast their ballot. About half of American citizens, roughly 150 million people, don't own a passport. If an eligible voter doesn't have the means to pay for a passport, they would need a birth certificate that states their current legal name. This act could suppress the votes of millions of women in this country who have changed their name after marriage. So to be clear, if you're a married woman, I guess Republicans don't want you to vote. If you can't afford a passport, Republicans don't want you to vote. If you're a college student whose birth certificate is back home, Republicans don't want you to vote. Congress has a responsibility to ensure all eligible citizens can participate in free and fair elections. The SAVE Act would do the opposite. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from New York reserves his time. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is extended 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and bless my colleagues' hearts on the other side of the aisle using married women as a gotcha for voting. I've never had to bring my birth certificate to prove that I was a registered voter. I have an ID that has a different name than my birth certificate. And also, since we're using women as bait here, maybe in the next round of debates, they can explain to us exactly what a woman is. I rise in support of the SAVE Act. The American people are done messing around with a woke, weak-kneed system that lets our elections get hijacked. I am fighting for you, for me, for every American who knows our vote is sacred, and it's time to lock it down with citizens only. Let's cut the crap. Right now, you can walk up, check a box, claiming you're a citizen, and boom, you're registered for federal elections. No proof, no ID. That's not a system built on trust. It's a system vulnerable to error, fraud, and exploitation. And in Colorado, it was just expedited for the process for illegals to receive a driver's license. And in the state of Colorado, when you obtain a driver's license, you register to vote. The SAVE Act is a common sense measure designed to protect the integrity of our electoral process, and at its core, it requires proof of citizenship to register to vote in federal elections. This isn't radical. It's not extreme. It's a basic safeguard to ensure that only those who are legally entitled to participate in our elections can do so. Let's be clear, this isn't about denying anyone's right to vote. It's about protecting the rights of every American citizen, not adding votes and subtracting American citizens' votes. I support the SAVE Act. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves her time. Gentleman reserve his time.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves his time. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House of Representatives and that any malfeasance of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I inquire as to the time remaining?
The gentleman from New York has 14 minutes. The gentleman from Wisconsin also has 14. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just note to the previous speaker that while Ms. Boebert has not had to bring all those documents, she hasn't had to register to vote under the SAVE Act. That's actually the point. And I would also remind her that an estimated 159,000 women in her district have a different name on their birth certificate than they have on their current photo ID, and that roughly 284,000 residents of Colorado's 4th District lack a passport. The SAVE Act could cost them $36.9 million to secure passports in order to register to vote. I would very much like to yield a minute to my friend, the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose the SAVE Act. Bottom line, the SAVE Act suppresses the votes of women, of Black, brown, and indigenous people, of veterans, and working class Americans. In advancing it, Republicans invoke those historical policies that were intended to disenfranchise Americans. Let me remind you what they were. Literacy tests and poll taxes for eligible voters, grandfather clauses which tied voters' right to their grandfathers before the Civil War, all-white primaries to eliminate Black voters' presence in the electoral process, and now the show me your papers. The SAVE Act is the same trash, just a different day. It is the Republicans' latest attempt to make clear who they believe should have access to vote and who they think should not. Anyone who votes for this bill will go down in the history books with the likes of Confederate politicians, Jim Crow advocates, and white supremacists as bigots. I urge my colleagues to vote no. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Illinois yields her time. The gentleman from New York reserves his time. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Florida, Ms. Kamek, to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support as a woman and as the chairwoman of the Republican Women's Caucus, not only just for election integrity, but clearly literacy, because y'all have not read the bill. That much is clear. This bill is very, very simple. It ensures that only American citizens can vote in our federal elections. This isn't hard. 87% of Americans agree that only Americans should vote in our elections. So it makes me wonder, why are my friends on the other side of the aisle always consistently looking for ways to ensure that illegals can vote in our elections? It's almost as though they have an ulterior motive. You have to show an ID to board a plane, to buy alcohol, to cash a check. You have to show an ID to buy cold medicine, for God's sakes. Why should people not have to verify their citizenship to register? And I say to register because my friend over here keeps pointing out that women in every single congressional district will have to provide proof of their name change in order to vote. Folks, read the bill, page 14. If you are registering to vote, there is a process by which the states establish. If you are already registered to vote, you are fine. Read the bill. Stop insulting women. I am sick and tired, and I know women across this country are sick and tired of being talked down to and being insulted repeatedly with the fear-mongering tactics of the left. It is disingenuous for them to stand there and continue to say that women will not be eligible to vote. This is about protecting one of our most sacred rights that we have as Americans. And I am so proud to stand here as a woman, as a married woman, and again, as the chair of the Republican Women's Caucus, in safeguarding and ensuring the integrity of our elections. I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Time is expired.
I yield an additional 15 seconds.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields her an additional 15 seconds. Thank you.
I can keep preaching for an additional 30. The point is that Americans around this country are sick and tired of the fear-mongering tactics that they have been subjected to by the left for decades. We need to ensure the integrity of our elections. It has been demanded by the American people, and we're making good on that promise today. I urge my colleagues to support the SAVE Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Expired. Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves this time. Gentleman from New York.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my colleagues doth protest too much. I've read the bill many times, debated the bill. There's nothing in the bill that allows you to bring a marriage license to prove who you are when you register to vote. You will have to do all the things we suggest you will have to do, and that's exactly the problem. And I'd like to also just remind my colleague and friend from Florida that in Ms. Kamek's district, an estimated 170,000 women in her congressional district have a different name on their birth certificate than on their current photo ID, and that roughly 1,000 residents of Florida's 3rd Congressional District lack a passport. The cost to those individuals, $53.1 million to secure passports. With that, my dear friend, a member of our committee and the ranking member of the subcommittee on elections of House Administration, distinguished gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, I'd like to yield her 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the House Republican so-called SAVE Act, the most restrictive voting law to be considered by this body in decades. The SAVE Act is just the latest in the ongoing assault on our democracy by President Trump and his allies in Congress. Instead of working to meet the needs of American people, House Republicans are busy spreading fear and lies to justify their attempts to disenfranchise millions of eligible voters. Let's be clear, it is already against the law for non-Americans to vote. This bill is a solution in search of a problem. The SAVE Act would create new barriers to the ballot box for millions of eligible voters. That includes almost 70 million American women who got married and changed their last name. It also includes 140 million Americans without a passport, and it includes Americans with military and tribal IDs. To be clear, this bill is not about protecting our elections. It's about making it harder for Americans to vote and easier for Republicans to win. As elected officials, we should be working to expand access to the ballot box, not restrict it. Congress should be considering H.R. 14, the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, to ensure that every American can freely and fairly vote. Mr. Speaker, this is very personal to me. I am not only the representative of America's Civil Rights District, but I am also the proud daughter of Selma, Alabama. It was in my hometown where hundreds of foot soldiers were bludgeoned on a bridge for the equal right of all Americans to vote. This legislation before us today makes a mockery of their legacy. I urge all of my colleagues to vote no on the SAVE Act. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves his time. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, to speak on the bill.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. One citizen, one vote. It's the pillar of our democracy. And Mr. Speaker, you would think that of all the issues that we debate on this hallowed floor, this is the one. This is the one that brings everybody together. The pillar of our democracy, one citizen, one vote. Everybody's on the same team. Mr. Speaker, you would be wrong. It's amazing you would be wrong, because there are people in this room that think women are incapable of getting an ID. I think that's an insult to women. Mr. Speaker, let me remind you why we're here. We're here because this previous administration, the Biden administration, imported 10 to 15 million illegal aliens who have come here, and we have evidence that they're participating in our elections. The next thing you'll say is, did they get Social Security numbers? Mr. Speaker, they did. The Doge team just announced millions of illegals now have Social Security numbers. It's happening, and it ends today when we vote on this SAVE Act. Now, I've just heard my colleagues say it's already against the law. It's already against the law. We don't need this act. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, why it's already against the law for a minor to buy beer, but yet the clerk checks the ID before the purchase is made. We need the SAVE Act. We need security. We need to come together, and I will invite our colleagues to come together. There's still time to agree that the pillar of our democracy is one citizen, one vote. The right answer on the SAVE Act is a yes vote. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman's time. He yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves his time. The gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman's comments leads me to the question: do Republicans believe that every attestation under federal law is rife for subversion? Americans must attest under penalty of perjury that their tax returns contain correct information. Do Republicans want to end this honor system by requiring Americans to provide even more documentation to the Internal Revenue Service? It's a federal crime to lie on alcohol, tobacco, and firearms form 4473, the firearms transaction record. That form is filled out under the same honor system that governs voter registrations. Are you telling me that Republicans are open to strengthening gun licensing laws in the United States and no longer accept attestation? Each of us must submit records to the FEC, attesting under penalty of perjury that our campaign committee reports are accurate. Do Republicans now want to provide the American people greater transparency around political spending? Because if they do, I've got a bill they can support, the Freedom to Vote Act. I'd also just suggest to the gentleman, Representative Bean, that an estimated 170,000 women in his district have a different last name on their birth certificate than is on their current photo ID, and roughly 397,000 residents of Florida's 4th District do not have a passport. It would cost them $51.7 million to secure one. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman, my friend from New Jersey, Mr. Conaway.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the SAVE Act. While everyday Americans are struggling from the fallout of Trump's disastrous tariff policies, Republicans are pushing through a bill that strips Americans' constitutional right to vote, a vote that was hard-won and for which many died. They claim the SAVE Act is intended to prevent undocumented immigrants from voting, but it's already illegal for them to vote, and it is extremely rare. In reality, the SAVE Act makes it harder for Americans, especially women and people of color, to participate in our elections. We've seen these tactics before, creating barriers to the ballot box to suppress the vote, and yet Republicans continue to find ways to undermine democracy. I urge my colleagues to take a hard look in the mirror and ask themselves, do you want to stand on the side of voter suppression, or do you want to stand on the side of democracy? I choose democracy and will vote no on this dangerous anti-American bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves his time. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, we're hearing from the other side that it's already illegal for non-citizens to vote. That's true. It's also illegal to evade Border Patrol and cross the border illegally into the United States of America. But enforcement matters. And we can look at what happens when you don't enforce the law under the Biden administration, what happens when you enforce the law under the Trump administration. I think back about when I went home to my hometown in Janesville, Wisconsin the other day, and I went to buy a 6-pack of beer. I walked in, and the gentlewoman at the desk said, "Brian, good to see you." Went back, grabbed a 6-pack of beer, came up. She said, "Brian, I need to see your ID." Pulled out my ID and handed it to her. She reviewed it. She allowed me to purchase a 6-pack of beer. Am I the only one here that thinks it's absolutely absurd that we protect our beer more than we protect our ballots? This law allows us to make sure that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections. Mr. Speaker, it's about enforcement of the law. I would ask my colleagues across the aisle, how many non-citizen votes should be okay? The answer to me and my colleagues on this side of the aisle is 0. Because every non-citizen that votes in a federal election in the United States of America cancels out the vote of a U.S. citizen. As we know in this chamber, very often House races are close. One of our representatives in this chamber was elected by simply 6 votes. 1 non-citizen voting in a federal election in the United States is too many. And the arguments I'm hearing from my colleagues on the left is that they're okay with non-citizens voting. It's essential that not only do we have the law, we enforce the law. And the SAVE Act does just that. It's my good friend Chip Roy from the state of Texas, the author of the bill, who I've been working with to do just that. And I now yield my friend, the gentleman from Texas, Chip Roy, as much time as he may consume to speak on the bill.
The gentleman has provided the gentleman from Texas for as much time as he may consume. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. I want to thank the chairman for his strong work and commitment to election integrity and to working with us on this bill, in particular, the SAVE Act. He's done an extraordinary job, and I'm proud to work with him and work with the rest of my colleagues on it. I'm proud to work with my friend Cleta Mitchell, who had a significant hand in what we were doing here. I'm quite certain that she is pretty well aware of protecting the right of females to be able to vote, along with my friends Stephanie Bice and Mary Miller and Laurel Lee, and Lauren Boebert, and Kat Kamak, all of whom came down to the floor in full support of this legislation, because they know the truth. They know the truth that the American people know, which is that as much as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to bring up the DMV, the American people know that the DMV is very good at giving driver's license to illegal aliens, because we know it to be true. We know that there are people who have been indicted for voting illegally. We know that there are voter rolls with massive numbers of people who are illegally present in the United States. We know that the previous administration let in millions of people into the United States wrongfully and illegally under parole and asylum, blatantly abusing the law to put people in the United States that have no basis for being here, many of whom carried out dangerous acts against American people, killed American citizens, but importantly, have been registering to vote. That's what's been happening. So what we understand is the American people have spoken very clearly that they believe only American citizens should vote in American elections. There's nothing controversial about that. There's nothing controversial about saying that you should be able to ensure that only citizens vote. And let's be very clear. Federal law has currently been interpreted to prohibit states from being able to check citizenship. That's the truth. That's why the state of Arizona, for example, has two systems, one for state and local, one for federal.
When he speaks, the gentleman's continued to
The good people of Arizona have two systems in place. They check for citizenship for state and local elections, and they're unable to check for citizenship in federal elections. The point of this bill is to ensure that we guarantee only citizens vote by allowing those states to be able to check, by having systems, federal systems, be open to the states to be able to check, and to require proof of citizenship when you register. There's nothing complex about that. There's nothing more sacred under the Constitution than ensuring that the people are able to have the voice in the election of the people that represent them in Washington and throughout the country. Once that is undermined, then people lose faith in the very institutions upon which this is built. This legislation is designed to restore that faith, to save our elections, to save election integrity. I'm proud to have worked on this bill with my friend, the chairman, with my colleagues on this side of the aisle, and I would note that 5 of my Democrat colleagues joined us last summer to vote for this bill. Hardly a partisan exercise. Hardly a partisan exercise to say that we should protect the elections of the American people. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, to restore confidence and faith in our elections, to take a step forward in ensuring that people know that citizens will be in control of this republic as the founders intended. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves his time. Gentleman from New York.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a inquiry on time.
The gentleman from New York has 7 minutes remaining.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like now to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, my friend, Mr. Figures.
Distinguished gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, all of my colleagues today are speaking about this bill, and it's personal to me because I represent Alabama. I represent the birthplace of the Civil Rights Movement, and I would be remiss not to mention that election integrity was not an issue that my colleagues have been pushing until Donald Trump told them that they should be pushing this issue. Americans have confidence in elections. But see, for me, it's about too many people doing too many things too courageously for me to be able to stand here today. Names like James Reed and Jimmy Lee Jackson and Viola Liuzzo, Andrew Goodman, James Chaney, Michael Schwerner. These are people who died for me to be here today. Congressman John Lewis, who most of you served with, died for me to be here today. And this bill would make it tougher than it has ever been in American history to register to vote at a time where we have the technological ability to be able to verify election eligibility. But we don't want to do that. We want to make it tougher for people to actually get registered to vote. And that is not what we should be doing. We should be making it easier for people to vote. Easier.
Time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves his time. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire the time remaining?
The gentleman has 3.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague, the representative from California, Mr. Kiley, to speak.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a co-sponsor of the SAVE Act to advance the radical proposition that only American citizens should vote in American elections. Now, of course, this isn't radical at all. It is common sense. I think the vast majority of Americans would be shocked to learn that it elicits any opposition at all. In many states in this country, foremost my own state of California, the administration of our elections is completely out of touch with the rest of the developed world, falling well short of the standards that ought to exist in a modern democratic society. This measure, requiring proof of citizenship in order to vote, is a needed corrective. I believe in my state it will complement other initiatives that we are advancing now to require voter ID and to have a timely vote counting process in order to restore public confidence in our election process. What is at stake is not only election integrity and election security, but democratic legitimacy, and ensuring that our people have the ability to express themselves fully and our own identity as a state and a country through the democratic process. I urge passage of this on a bipartisan basis.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves his time. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentle lady from California, Ms. Friedman.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
California.
California.
Thank you. Thank you, Ranking Member Morelli. I rise in strong opposition to the so-called SAVE Act, a bill that is a modern-day poll tax targeting American women and low-income Americans. This bill bans voter ID. It bans using driver's licenses as voter ID unless they're backed by additional proof of citizenship, a requirement that excludes nearly all driver's licenses and real IDs issued today. Now, for women who have changed their names, often through marriage, this means showing a passport or a birth certificate that may not match their legal name. That would have meant that my grandmother, who had long since lost her birth certificate, would have been ineligible to vote under this bill. In California alone, that would include more than 7 million women. Now, this would force those women to pay $130 just to get a passport they need to vote. With nearly a third of Californians lacking passports, this bill would cost them more than $1.25 billion statewide. If you have to pay to vote, that's called a poll tax, plain and simple. It is also unnecessary red tape for people just trying to cast a ballot. This is a bill in search of a problem. We have enough trouble getting American citizens to vote.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman reserves his time. Does the gentleman seek to reserve your time?
I reserve my time, Mr.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman will reserve his time pending his, I believe, close. The gentleman's given that right. The gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield to my dear friend, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morelli. The American people in my district and in my state have spoken clearly. This bill is voter suppression, pure and simple. It's brought to us under the guise of stopping illegal voting. And when we analyzed voting in Westchester County, 1 million people that I was the county executive of, we found no appreciable illegal voting. But this is an opportunity for this majority to try to impose their will on the states that they don't already control. They want to end mail voter registration in my home state to satisfy other states' regressive laws. They want to require people who have voted legally for years to prove their citizenship if they not only change their name, but if they move. A simple move requires them to drive to a county board of elections and prove that they're an American citizen when they have proven that over the course of 20 years or more of voting.
This bill subjects local officials to hefty criminal fines if they register someone outside of these rules. This is an expensive, unfunded mandate in Westchester, in New York City, and in all the other states that are involved. Mr. Speaker, I yield my time back. Thank you, Mr. Morelli.
Yields back his time. Gentleman from New York has 4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Wisconsin has chosen to save his time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was remiss earlier. I do want to remind my colleague, Mr. Roy, an estimated 150,000 women in his district have a different name on their birth certificate than on their photo ID, and 336 residents of Texas's 21st district lack a passport, to a cost of $43.7 million to those who would need to get a passport should they choose that. Also, I'd like to remind my colleague, Representative Kiley, an estimated 135,000 women in his district have a different name, and roughly 268,000 residents of California's 3rd district do not have a passport. The cost to them for getting one, $34.8 million. And with that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend, the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Johnson.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the Voters' Republican Suppression Act. I want to give Republicans one chance to actually fulfill the rhetoric that they are spouting to the American people, which is actually giving people the right to vote. I appreciate that I appreciate efforts to ensure that our elections are safe, free from foreign interference, and that only U.S. citizens can vote. However, one of my concerns with this bill is that, as it written, it does not allow for mail or online voter registration. This bill, let me be perfectly clear, requires hardworking American people, people who go to work at 8 in the morning, who don't get off till 5 p.m., to go in person to a voter registration office, to take off work, to go in person to register to vote. That is why I have offered an amendment to have online voter registration. There are millions of service members and their families serving our countries overseas, individuals with disabilities, seniors who are unable to vote in person. Why are we keeping these barriers for eligible citizens when the world is evolving around us? We live in modern times, and so many of our lives happen online, from daily activities. We can pay our bills, we can pay our taxes online. You can apply for college, you can apply for a car and home and everything else online. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with my common sense amendment to this bill. My amendment would ensure Americans could still register to vote and prove their citizenship, online or by mail. This is a simple common sense amendment, and it would make certain that we can care for the people who can't get out of their homes, and that this Congress is not depriving any eligible citizen of their right to vote. Republicans have refused this amendment. Republicans are refusing your ability to go and make it easy for citizens to register to vote in this country. Republicans can now vote to pass this amendment. I ask unanimous consent to insert the record of this text to this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me, and I yield back.
Without objection, the gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
And I would reserve the balance of my
time.
time.
The gentleman, it's my understanding the gentleman reserves the right to close, so the gentleman from New York would now be recognized for the time remaining.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The SAVE Act is, to put it nicely, the most severe voter suppression bill ever considered at the federal level. Coupled with President Trump's recent anti-voter election executive order, the SAVE Act would end the voter registration process for all Americans as they know it. Republicans have repeatedly failed to present any evidence that non-citizen voting at a federal level has ever affected the outcome of any election. The SAVE Act will make it harder for American citizens to vote, to make it harder for married women to vote, to make it harder for service members, students, rural Americans, senior citizens, Native voters, survivors of natural disasters, and survivors of domestic abuse to vote, to make voting more expensive, in fact, to force American families to pay billions of dollars just to register to vote. Democrats want a country where every American citizen can vote. That's why we champion bills like the Freedom to Vote Act, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and the Native American Voting Rights Act, not the SAVE Act. I fiercely oppose this anti-American bill. I urge every one of my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats alike, to defeat this extremist anti-voter SAVE Act. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back time. The distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for his remaining 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The SAVE Act is clear. Only U.S. citizens should vote in U.S. elections. Let's summarize the arguments here. My colleagues on this side of the aisle believe that only U.S. citizens should vote in U.S. elections, and we should keep it that way. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle just moments ago said that there's no appreciable illegal voting. Well, how much illegal voting should be allowed in the United States of America? My opinion, no non-citizens should vote in U.S. elections. We can go down and look at the data. Illinois had to remove 600 non-citizens from their voter rolls. Pennsylvania had to remove 10,000 non-citizens from their voter rolls. Georgia, 1,600 non-citizens attempted to register. In our nation's capital, where they allow non-citizens to vote in municipal elections, this past November, 388 non-citizens voted here in our nation's capital municipal elections. You'll hear the argument from my colleagues across the aisle that it's already illegal to vote if you're a non-citizen in a federal election. Well, I'd tell them, as I said earlier, it's already illegal to evade Border Patrol and to come into this country. But Joe Biden was happy to not enforce the law. Millions of illegal immigrants have come into the United States of America. And the National Voter Registration Act is drafted by this body. If you broke it, you got to fix it. We got to fix the voting laws. The National Voter Registration Act requires states to give voter registration materials when an individual comes to get a driver's license. So in states that give driver's license to illegal aliens, like the state of Illinois, just to the south of my home state of Wisconsin, they're handed voter registration materials. Mr. Speaker, I view that as insane. We should be making sure that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections. You'll hear arguments about it's burdensome. Mr. Speaker, I think it's absurd that we're protecting beer more than we're protecting ballots. You have to show a photo ID when you go in to buy a six-pack of beer. You should have to go in and show that you're a U.S. citizen when you register to vote. It's just that simple. And I remind my colleagues that we had this debate in this chamber last Congress. 5 Democrats joined us in voting for this bill. Well, in a few moments, we'll be voting, Mr. Speaker. It'll be darn interesting to see how many Democrats have the courage to come across the line and say, yes, only U.S. citizens should vote in U.S. elections. My colleagues should support this bill, and I yield back.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 294, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The questions on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 to require proof of United States citizenship to register an individual to vote in elections for federal office and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Johnson of Texas moves to recommit the bill H.R. 22 to the Committee on House Administration.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Thank you, sir.
Will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to concur in the Senate amendment to the House Concurrence Resolution 14 if ordered. The motion to recommit H.R. 22 and the passage of H.R. 22 if ordered. The first vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted on 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of House Concurrent Resolution 14 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
House Concurrent Resolution 14, Concurrent Resolution establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034. Senate amendment.
The question is on the motion offered by the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to consider is.
I request the yeas
Excuse me,
and nays.
gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those favoring a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Follow me with voting. Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 214. The motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 22 offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 22 offered by Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Question is on the agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
1 minute. All members voted. Did anyone wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 215. The motion is not adopted. Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Oh.
The ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise sufficient number. Having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. The members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
Minute. All members voting. Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 208. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Chair will remind all persons in the gallery they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The chair lays before the House an enrolled resolution.
Figures no. Then what?
House Joint Resolution 24, resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for walk-in coolers and walk-in freezers.
House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a remarkable constituent and community leader, Alan Seaback, Sr. of Tapan, New York. Alan is a lifelong resident of Tapan and a U.S. Navy veteran who served our nation during the Korean War. But his service didn't stop when he returned home. In fact, it was just getting started. He joined the Volunteer Fire Association of Tapan in 1950, and for nearly 75 years, he's been a cornerstone of the department. Alan served as chief of the Tapan Fire Department from 1965 to 1967 and again from 1972 to 1974. He later became fire commissioner, a role he held for 27 years, 13 of them as chairman of the district. Alan's leadership, mentorship, and tireless dedication to the safety and well-being of his neighbors have left a lasting mark not only on the department, but on the entire Tapan community. As one local fire leader put it, Alan Seaback is the Tapan Fire Department. I want to thank Alan for everything he's done for the people of Tapan, of Rockland County, and of New York's 17th District. His legacy of service is the best of who we are, and I am proud to call him a friend. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the 10-year anniversary of Beyond Legal Aid, a vital community-driven legal advocacy organization that has spent the last decade advancing justice from the ground up. They've successfully built a grassroots network of lawyers and advocates to address critical legal needs to close the equity gap in justice. Their work is grounded in fundamental truth that an injustice to one member of our community is an injustice to all of us. Beyond Legal Aid places impacted communities at the center of their advocacy, reshaping what legal support can and should look like. Beyond Legal Aid in Chicago has worked for 10 years to inspire and enact change across my district and has represented over 5,000 clients in immigration and housing cases. As an ardent supporter of community-driven grassroots activism, I commend Beyond Legal Aid for 10 years of fighting against systematic inequities. I sincerely appreciate your dedication and look forward to supporting Beyond Legal Aid in building towards a world where justice is not a privilege, but a birthright. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the life of Harry Lynn of Scottsbluff, Nebraska, a family man, beloved community member, and World War II veteran. Sadly, Harry passed away last week at the age of 102. Despite the initial draft deferment due to significant visual impairment, Harry enlisted in the U.S. Army, where he became recognized as one of the Army's top 3 Morse code operators. He became a Morse code instructor and rose to the rank of Staff Sergeant. This year, we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the Allied victory because of the sacrifices of heroes like Harry. His determination to do his duty, despite personal adversity, displayed the true Nebraskan spirit to answer the call of service in one of the most challenging times in our nation's history. He and each of America's World War II veterans deserve our deepest gratitude and most sincere thanks. On April 2nd, Harry and his daughter Sherry were tragically killed in a car accident. I extend my condolences to the family members and celebrate the life of this American patriot. Harry's memory and example of service will live on in our hearts. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to celebrate my Florida Gators, the University of Florida men's basketball team, for winning the 2025 National Championship. It's their third title and the first since back-to-back Gator wins in 2007. In a heart-stopping final, mostly my heart, they erased a 12-point second-half deficit to defeat the amazing Houston Cougars 65-63. Under Coach Golden, they showed the resilience, discipline, and heart that epitomizes Gator athletics. Walter Clayton Jr., the tournament MVP, led that charge, proving time and again that he and his teammates rise to the occasion when it matters most. But this championship is more than just a trophy. It's a symbol of UF's excellence, both on and off the court. It reflects the strength of our state's public universities and the pride we all share as Floridians. The Gator Nation is still humming, and as a proud alum, along with my dad, brother, husband, and all three of my kids, let me just say it's great to be a Florida Gator. So congratulations to all the players and coaches and all the students and alumni who cheered them on. Our Gator boys stayed hot and brought a title home. Go Gators! I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
In America, you can't drive a car, board a plane, buy fireworks without an ID proving you are who you say you are. So white folks are allowed to vote to decide the future of this country without proving that they are a citizen first. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the House passing the SAVE Act just moments ago. It's common sense that only American citizens should be able to vote in American elections. Congressman Chip Roy's SAVE Act will close election loopholes by ensuring that every state requires voters to provide proof of citizenship before registering to vote. When non-citizens go to the ballot box, the electoral system is compromised and American votes are diluted. The American people have the right to determine the future of our country, and we refuse to be disenfranchised by illegal votes. I was proud to support the SAVE Act when it passed the House today. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the remarkable achievement of a teacher from Wilson, North Carolina. Mr. Johannes Amarino, a high school science teacher at Sally B. Howard School, has been awarded the Burroughs Welcome Fund 2025 Career Award for STEM teachers. The award honors outstanding educators who are committed to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The grant will be used to set up science equipment and living labs in the school's new high school building and provide essential supplies. The award includes $175,000 over 5 years. STEM will play a crucial role in the future of education, and Mr. Marino is proving that North Carolina is leading the way. Congratulations to Sally B. Howard School. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the life and legacy of Ryan Griffin, a devoted father, community leader, and an accomplished professional who left an indelible mark on Laurel, Mississippi, and beyond. Ryan was a man of service, whether through his career in journalism or communications, his leadership in civic organizations like Kiwanis and United Way, or his unwavering dedication to his hometown. From the football field at West Jones High School to the halls of the University of Southern Mississippi, Ryan exemplified leadership, integrity, and a passion for bringing people together. Above all, Ryan's love for his family, his faith, and his community defined his life. His impact will be felt for generations to come. My prayers are with his children, his loved ones, and all who had the privilege of calling him a friend. May we honor the legacy and continue his commitment to service and kindness. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to remember my beloved friend and Montgomery County legend, Jack Fitzgerald, who passed away this week at the age of 89. He will be sharply missed by friends, family, and customers of Fitzgerald Auto Malls up and down the East Coast. Jack's life embodied the restless, adventuresome spirit of American entrepreneurial business at its very best. Over the course of his extraordinary life, he built Bethesda Auto from a single storefront in the early 1950s into a massive success with dealerships across Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Florida. An old-fashioned businessman devoted to the community, he was an eloquent champion of customer safety, consumer protection, and employee well-building. He pioneered the installation of child safety seats before it became an industry standard. He was friends not just with CEOs of auto companies, but with Ralph Nader. Remarkably, Jack transferred his company to employee stock ownership over the last year before his death. His legacy now lives on in his employees and in everybody in Montgomery County, Maryland who loved him. Please join me in saluting the life of Jack Fitzgerald, who was a pillar of our community, a local hero, and may his memory be a blessing. Yield back.
Does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Lori Frazier Bearden, a resident of Savannah, Georgia, who will serve as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Employment and Training Administration, ETA, at the United States Department of Labor. Ms. Bearden earned her bachelor's degree in political science from Columbus State University in Georgia and her master's degree in public administration from Auburn University. In this role, Ms. Bearden will assist Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer in executing President Donald Trump's mission of prioritizing American workers, veterans, and retirees. She will work to advance the ETA's mission of contributing to the more efficient functioning of the U.S. labor market by providing high-quality job training, employment, labor market information, and income maintenance services, primarily through state and local workforce development programs. Ms. Bearden's dedication to public service and expertise in navigating complex policy landscapes make her an asset to the Trump administration. Ms. Bearden, congratulations on this exciting achievement. We all look forward to watching you succeed and wish you the best in your new role. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor U.S. Coast Guard Admiral Linda Fagan, a trailblazer. Her decades of service have strengthened our nation and brought pride to the people of Ohio. Throughout her distinguished 40-year career, Admiral Fagan broke barriers. She led with strength of purpose. As the first woman to serve as Commandant of the United States Coast Guard and the first woman to lead a branch of our armed forces, she made history with integrity and fortitude. Her service spanned all 7 continents. From the icy waters of the poles to ports around the world, she safeguarded our nation's interests with professionalism and resolve. Her deep expertise in marine safety is unmatched, and she holds the title of Gold Ancient Trident, the first of that honor and a symbol of enduring leadership in one of the Coast Guard's most critical missions. Yet, patriots must acknowledge with concern the abrupt dismissal of Admiral Fagan just 1 day after a presidential inauguration with only 3 hours' notice. Actions that politicize our armed services undermine the trust and stability of these institutions. Admiral Fagan's legacy is not one of partisanship, but of patriotism. Let us honor and thank her for her service. Our military remains above political winds, guided as she was by our Constitution, principle, high professionalism, and a deep love of country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Service Admiral. Now we have the watch.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Girl Scouts of Western Ohio. These hardworking and dedicated scouts are agents for positive change in their communities and work every day to create a better world. In 2024, 44 senior and ambassador Girl Scouts from the Girl Scouts of Western Ohio earned the prestigious Gold Award. In pursuit of this distinction, each scout identified a specific issue close to their hearts and utilized teamwork and collaboration to effect positive change in their community, leaving a lasting impact. Carolyn Koch, a graduate of Blanchester High School, created a Build Community Through Theater program to engage youth and help them develop confidence. Promoting drama education in her community, Caroline invested her time and energy in creating a middle school drama camp free of charge for 5th to 8th grade students in the Blanchester local school district. The Girl Scout promise reads, "On my honor, I will try to serve God and my country, to help people at all times, and to live by the Girl Scout law." Carolyn and each of the other recipients of the Girl Scout Gold Award are the embodiment of this promise. I would also like to recognize the parents and Scout leaders who supported each Girl Scout on their path to this milestone. Your support made all the difference. Congratulations, Girl Scouts, especially Carolyn. Your investment in our community is appreciated, and Ohio can't wait to see what's in store for you next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to serve as the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, and today I rise to recognize one veteran in particular, my great uncle, Manso Takahashi. Uncle Mon served in the legendary 442nd Infantry Battalion and gave his life in service to our nation on this very day 80 years ago. He gave the last full measure of devotion while his family, my grandparents and parents, were incarcerated in camps simply because they were Japanese Americans. Uncle Mon's story is just one of nearly 18,000 Japanese American soldiers who embodied the motto, "Go for broke." They risked everything for a country that had denied them so much because they believed in the promise of America. But that promise is fragile. The Trump administration erased the story of the 442nd from the Army's website and now seeks to gut the care our veterans have earned. We cannot let that happen. To truly honor our veterans, we must defend their legacy,
the gentleman's time has expired,
and uphold the nation they fought to build.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this morning all 216 of my GOP colleagues, along with just 4 out of 212 Democrats, passed the SAVE Act, which is a bill that mandates proof of citizenship for those registering to vote. I think most people think that's already required and mandated. But guess what? Even though it's in the Constitution, federal law mandates that only citizens can vote, there are states that have systems in place that allow non-citizens to register. And guess what? They vote. To address this problem, the SAVE Act also requires states to establish a program to remove non-citizens from their voter rolls. And just last month, even though Iowa did what it could to correct this problem, 277 non-citizens were on the voter rolls and 35 of them voted. That may not sound consequential, but there are races that are decided by less than that. The votes against the SAVE Act today were nothing more than to allow non-citizens to vote in the United States of America. I think that falls into the category of the 80-20 position. All I know, Mr. Speaker, is a vote against the SAVE Act today was a vote against American citizens' voting rights. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am so proud to honor Isaac Samuelson, a young leader from Long Island and a member of Boy Scout Troop 613 based in West Hempstead. Isaac spearheaded a project to preserve over 20 years' worth of religious texts, prayer books, and educational materials that had just been stashed away somewhere in his synagogue. He, along with his family, friends, and Troop 613 members, spent hours organizing, ensuring that important religious materials could be preserved and used by future generations. Isaac exemplifies the values of Boy Scouts and civic responsibility. He is a role model, not just for young people in our community, but for all of us. Thank you, Isaac, for your leadership in our community. I am so proud to be your representative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you. Today marks 46 years since Taiwan Relations Act became law. This landmark bill has strengthened the partnership with Taiwan and shaped America's foreign policy in the Indo-Pacific region. And I want to recognize that Taiwan is a trusted leader in freedom, democracy, and trade, and is also a needed partner in security against shared interests or shared threats. As chairwoman of the East Asia and Pacific Subcommittee, I have worked on bipartisan bills to give Taiwan a rightful seat at the table in international organizations such as WHO and IMF. And I led the charge to track and ensure efficient delivery of weapons that Taiwan has purchased from the United States. This year, I introduced a bipartisan, bicameral bill to enhance U.S.-Taiwan economic and trade ties. Our partnership with Taiwan is more important than ever. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the president posted on social media, quote, "This is a great time to buy." And then shortly after that, he paused his tariff plan, the very one that sent markets into a tailspin. The market bounced back, although it's down again. And the president celebrated in the Oval Office with top financial executives. And they celebrated at whose expense? The parents who watch their kids' college savings accounts get depleted, the retirees who rely on their investments to carry them through their remaining years, and the small business owners, including many in my district, who don't know how to plan and don't know how to keep the lights on at this point. This wreaked havoc on millions of Americans, and those Americans also deserve to know about what happened and who profited off of it. Did the financial executives know about what was going to happen? Did the president's donors know? Who knew and who profited from this great time to buy tweet and everything that was leading up to it? We need a full investigation into what happened and who profited from it. The American people deserve better. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I somberly rise to recognize the tremendous life and career of the Honorable Judge Michael J. Kramer from Ligonier, Indiana. Judge Kramer was a well-recognized titan of the judicial branch in the state and beyond. Prior to his sudden passing last month, he achieved the legendary feat of becoming the longest-serving judge in Noble County history. His many accomplishments include being named Distinguished Hoosier by former Governor Frank O'Bannon, being named Volunteer of the Year by Drug Free Indiana, and becoming Advocate of the Year for the Community Anti-Drug Coalitions of America. Michael was serving as the chair of Drug Free Noble County and was a member and former president of the Noble County Bar Association at the time of his passing. Noble County was lucky to have lived under the unbiased and truth-seeking gavel of Judge Kramer. He will be sorely missed by his surviving family and the community he loved so much. Despite his unexpected passing, the institutions he helped form and the community he made safer will continue to honor his memory and legacy. The world can use more men like Judge Michael Kramer. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Fredericksburg Nationals on winning their first ever Carolina League championship. Under manager Joe Lowry's leadership, the team made a thrilling late-season run and delivered a dominant performance to win the championship. Standout prospects like Seaver King and Travis Sikora showed incredible talent, while veteran leaders brought unity and heart to the clubhouse. My team was honored to represent a congratulatory letter when joining your recent ring ceremony and celebration. This win is not just a triumph for the team, it's a moment of pride for owner Art Silber and his family and the entire Fredericksburg community. Congratulations to the Fredericksburg Nats on the unforgettable season and championship well earned. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the lives of Christopher Camp and his beloved sons, David and Thomas, of Bristol Borough, Bucks County, Pennsylvania. A father and two sons bound by an unshakable love and now mourned in the wake of an unfathomable tragedy. Mr. Speaker, Chris Camp was a man who chose compassion not as an occasional act, but as a daily calling across every corner of our community. He was known not only for what he did, but for how he did it. With an unwavering commitment to lifting up those most in need, he was, in every sense of the word, a guardian of the vulnerable. To the homeless, to those struggling with mental health challenges, Chris was a lifeline. He met people in their lowest moments and helped them chart a path back to hope and dignity. And even in his final moments, as Thomas struggled, Chris and his son David did what they have always done. They responded with love. And in their courageous attempt to save him, they gave their own lives, a sacrifice that speaks to the very core of who they are as human beings. Mr. Speaker, the magnitude of this loss has reverberated throughout Bristol Borough and our entire Bucks County community and far beyond. May we remember Chris for how he lived with open hands, an open heart, and a tireless devotion to the forgotten and to the unseen. Today, Mr. Speaker, let us lift up the Camp family in our prayers and let us commit to carrying forward Chris's legacy, to serve with compassion, to love without condition, and to never turn away from those who need us most. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As for unanimous consent to adjust the House for 1 minute to revise and extend our remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Ann Evans, who was called home on February the 12th. There are some people so important and central to a city and a community that their lives become intertwined. Ann Evans' life and the life of San Diego for the last 60 years were magnificently intertwined. Ann was America's finest lady, and she made San Diego America's finest city. Every major advancement in the last 60 years that made San Diego great, from developing our beloved Mission Bay to redeveloping our urban core, you could find Ann right in the middle of it. Ann was a doer. She was fearless, brilliant, and a trailblazer, always anxious to make things better for everyone. This is why she became a leading philanthropist and gave back generously to the city she loved and taught her children to do the same. The city of San Diego's heart is broken with the passing of Ann. We would have never become America's finest city without her. We pray for her family, her greatest legacy to our city, and we thank God for the life of Ann Evans, the guardian of San Diego. Rest in peace, Ann Evans, and job well done. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor today to wish the happiest of birthdays to my dear friend and brother in Christ, Richard Lockamy. I have known Richard for as long as I can remember. With age, the more I admire and respect and appreciate Richard is growing with every day. Briefly, Richard grew up in Benson, North Carolina, the oldest of four. He attended Shaw University, followed by North Carolina State University, where he received a graduate degree in mathematics. He married Lena Lockamy, with whom he shared 48 wonderful years of marriage before Lena passed into her eternal heavenly home nearly 5 years ago. Richard and Lena had one son, Marcus, who in his own right is now a wonderful man. Professionally, Richard has worked at some of the world's leading companies, and for decades he has taught at the high school and collegiate level. But despite his many professional accomplishments, what truly set Richard apart in my life and in the lives of many others is his faithful service to his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. With each day, in every encounter, Richard's witness is as apparent as it is infectious. I saw this personally in the Raleigh men's class of Bible Study Fellowship.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Where for nearly 40 years, Richard met with dozens of men each week.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Richard, happy birthday.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, House Republicans betrayed their mothers, their sisters, their daughters, and every woman in their life. The so-called SAVE Act is an anti-woman, anti-democracy voter suppression bill cloaked in lies about election integrity. With this vote, House Republicans have jeopardized access to the ballot box for nearly 70 million American women. That isn't just a number, it's personal. It's the working mom in Sandy who can't afford to take time off work to go get paperwork. It's the woman in Portland whose name no longer matches her birth certificate and doesn't have $160 for a passport. In the year 2025, I cannot believe I have to come to the House floor to argue for a woman's right to vote. But I will fight this Republican effort to disempower women today and every single day if I need to. As a mother, I will not allow this country to continue to strip our daughters of their rights. We cannot force them to grow up in a world where they have fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers. I call on my Senate colleagues to show courage and defeat this despicable bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to speak for a minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
On committees I was on yesterday, immigration was a topic that was brought up, and it seemed apparent to me that the party on the other side of the aisle didn't understand why we have immigration laws. First of all, it's a complete insult to the over 800,000 people who are sworn in as new citizens in this country annually. Secondly, we have to make sure the next generation of Americans here think like Americans fit in our culture, which means they're law-abiding. Just in general, the idea of having 1 million people come here without breaking the law to come here or say they need asylum when they don't means they're not going to fit in with our culture. But finally, I want to share a word from Mark Ryle, back from my state legislative days of the Carpenters Union. Again and again, he'd come into my office saying that his guys, his union carpenters, were being undercut by people coming here illegally. And he demanded that we crack down on that. Illegal immigration drives down wages of Americans who are already here.
The gentleman's
we heard
time
that
has expired.
yesterday as the Democrats were claiming that if
time
we
has
kicked out the
expired.
illegals, we'd have the cost of things go up, as they will. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in firm opposition to the Republican passage of the so-called SAVE Act, an act of legislative voter suppression that will make it much harder for most people to vote, the cornerstone of our democracy. This bill, which just passed the Republican House, is designed to combat a non-existent problem. Non-citizens are already not allowed to vote under federal law. Instances of fraudulent non-citizen voting are exceedingly rare. You are literally more likely to get struck by lightning than encounter non-citizen voting. To address this made-up problem, Republicans have passed a draconian bill that would make it extremely difficult and costly for service members, married women, and disadvantaged Americans to register to vote. In most cases, it requires a person to present their birth certificate matching a current ID. There are no exceptions for the 70 million American women who change their married name. This bill also mandates in-person visits to register to vote, disenfranchising potentially tens of thousands of deployed service members as well as Native Americans in rural areas like northern Arizona. This is a shocking act of voter suppression. I yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Republicans just passed their budget plan. President Trump's big, beautiful bill again. The first version didn't cut enough from critical programs like Medicaid and SNAP. This budget is a direct attack on the working and middle classes, all while handling more than $7 trillion in tax breaks for billionaires. Over 196,000 residents in my district are at risk of losing Medicaid coverage, including 73,000 children and 27,000 seniors in one district. 74,000 people who count on SNAP may not be able to put food on the table. People who are covered through the Affordable Care Act will see premiums rise by an average of almost $3,000 a year. This is what President Trump called beautiful. It's anything but. This budget won't lower costs. Coupled with the president's thoughtless tariff policies, will make life more expensive for our neighbors. We're making a beeline to a MAGA recession and perhaps a MAGA depression. This is reverse Robin Hood, stealing from the lower and middle classes to benefit the wealthiest.
The gentleman's
it is
time has expired.
Un-American. I yield my time back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Good morning. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment today to share a story of why we are fighting and who we are fighting for. Every day, this administration claims they're trying to make America healthy again, and yet everything they are doing seems to indicate that they are trying to make us sicker again. They've fired 10,000 HHS health professionals, and on this floor this week, the GOP passed a reconciliation package that would cut Medicaid by billions of dollars. Every day, my constituents ask, how can this cruel agenda continue? Yesterday, I met with Rochelle Titman, a mom of 4 who was diagnosed with cancer when she was 29 weeks pregnant 8 years ago. But by the grace of God, her family, and the medical advancements made possible by the HHS, by the National Institutes of Health, by the CDC, she is here today, and her youngest daughter, Ray, is in the 2nd grade. These are the people we are fighting for. This is why we are fighting back, and this is why we oppose this cruel agenda. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 10th, 2025. I hereby designate the period from Thursday, April 10th, 2025, through Sunday, April 27th, 2025, as a district work period under Clause 13 of Rule 1. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise today to initially extend greetings to all, especially those who are traveling over this season of resurrection. In my church, I'm a Christian, we commemorate and celebrate Easter. So I want to let everyone know that I appreciate those who do, and to those who do not, I understand. But I also want to give a special expression of gratitude and thanks to the thousands of persons who have literally called my office, sent cards, greeted me along life's way to give me a pep talk or to simply say to me, we appreciate what you're doing. It means a lot to me to have people that I do not know, many of whom I will never meet and greet, to simply say to me, we want you to continue to do what you're doing. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, I have been censured. I have been censured. I was censured, but not silenced. Censured, but not silenced. I am here today because I was censured, but not silenced. And today, as a person who still speaks truth to power, also speaks truth about power. Speaking truth to power is not as difficult as it is to speak truth about power. To speak truth to power, you but only have to go to power and say, there is a problem, and you and I can solve it. That's speaking truth to power. But when you speak truth about power, you go to power and say, there is a problem, and you are it. I speak truth about power and to power. And today I'm going to speak truth to power as it relates to the president's tariff. The president's tariff. One has to ponder why the President of the United States of America would put so much emphasis on these tariffs, emphasizing the tariffs for many, many years, I'm told, but put emphasis on the tariffs to the extent that he nearly drove the economy into a ditch. Colloquial way of saying driving the economy into an area wherein it would suffer greatly. The president put a lot of emphasis on this. He was just obsessed with the tariffs. And we have to ask ourselves, why was he obsessed with the tariff? And I'm going to answer these questions, and I'm going to answer this question as it relates to the president's obsession and how it will impact you. It's important for you to understand how this obsession would impact you, how it would impact billionaires, how it would impact your life. I will answer the question, how it will impact you. It's important for me to call to your attention that the president has a book that you are familiar with. It is styled The Art of the Deal. The Art of the Deal. Well, I want to introduce you to the president's Art of the Steal. Art of the Steal. A steal can be an underhanded way of acquiring something. The art of the steal. Here is how it works. The president, with his tariffs, will continue. At one point, it was going to be unimaginable, but he has reduced it. Let's just say 10%. There's a 10% tariff. This tariff is collected at the point of entry into the United States of goods that an importer desires to purvey in this country. He wants to sell it, or she wants to sell it. They want to sell it. They want to sell these goods. So they have to pay this tariff. And this tariff has to be paid that the president would add to the goods. Let's say you have something that costs $40,000 coming into the country, tariff of 10%. So that's going to give you an additional $4,000. This additional $4,000 is collected at the point of entry, and the person importing has to pay the tariff. Has to pay the tariff. This is the Trump tariff tax at this point. And when that tariff is paid, that money goes into the Treasury of the United States of America. The same place that your tax dollars will go, into the Treasury of the United States of America. Tariff, collected, port of entry, let's say $4,000 on a $40,000 item, if it's a 10% tariff. And when it is collected, it goes again, important to remember, into the Treasury. Now, that person who imports and has this additional tax now to deal with will do what you will see when you buy something and you're in a state that has a sales tax. You'll see that the item costs X amount of dollars. If it's something that costs $40,000 and there's a 10% sales tax, then you'll see that there's a tax on there, sales tax of 10% or $4,000. Well, here is where the stealth comes in. Here's where the art of the steal begins. When the person sells that $40,000 item and has to add that additional $4,000 to it, that person becomes somewhat of a tax collector for the Trump tariff tax steal. That person who purchased this item, brought it into the country, paid $40,000 for it, and then had to pay 4 more, making it $44,000, adds that $4,000 to that product when you buy it. That $4,000 is added. The unfortunate thing is, it's not done the way a sales tax is done. It's not noted that you're paying it. You pay it because it's a part of buying the product. But there's nothing that will say this is the Trump tariff tax steal. It won't be there. It's a very stealthy way of doing business. Most people don't realize that they're paying this tariff, this tax, this steal, if you will. They do. But we really haven't gotten to the essence of what's important here. That money, that $4,000 that was paid at the point of entry, now collected from you because the person who is selling, purveying, does not want to pay that because they're operating possibly on a thin profit margin. They already have an overhead that they have to consider. So you pay it. Now it goes into the Treasury. And here's where it gets really stealthy. The steal gets stealthy. Because at some point the president is desiring to say, I gave you a tax break. You got a tax break from the president. Well, here is the truth. That tax break that you think you're getting or may get, and the billionaires will get, that's the money that came out of your pocket. The president was desiring to get this huge tariff because that would be more money in the coffer coming out of your pocket so that it could then be some of it. You don't get it back dollar for dollar. You might get some of it back. Some. You may not get any depending on your tax circumstance. The billionaires will get plenty. You may not get any. This is a stealthy way of doing business. It's a steal. This is why it is the art of the steal that has been developed by this president so that he can take money out of your pocket, put it into the Treasury, and then say later on, you now have a tax break. I think that people who understand this will understand why tariffs are not always a great benefit to you. They can be a benefit in some circumstances, but remember, the president was putting a tariff on some 90 plus countries. He was putting a tariff on any and every country that he could find a means by which he could tax with a tariff. And some places didn't have people to actually tax with a tariff, just animal life. But he was desperate because he wants to get money into the coffer, the Treasury of the United States of America, so that he can then say to you, you have now a tax break. Some of you may, billionaires will, have a tax break, but it's really money out of your pocket that is being returned to you in a diminished fashion. This is the art of the steal as perfected or as is being perfected by our president. Our president understands also that there are other ways to get money into this coffer, the Treasury. You could get money into the Treasury by simply having Medicare or Medicaid have some cuts into these two programs, these two health care programs. And this can be done because there has been an indication in this House that some $880 billion will be cut or should be cut. I'm going to fight it. Attempt to cut. I'm going to fight it from the committee that has jurisdiction over Medicaid and Medicare. $880 billion. You can't cut $880 billion out of the appropriations that would emanate from that committee without cutting into Medicaid or Medicare. You have to do it. Well, when that is done, that money goes into the Treasury. So now you add the stealth tax, which was a tariff, and you add the money that you're saving now by putting people who need health care in harm's way as it relates to their health care, put that money in. And when I say people who need it, I'm talking about people who have long-term illnesses and they're seniors, they are dual eligible persons, may qualify for Medicaid and Medicare, so they need these long-term hospitalization programs available to them. That can be cut. Talking about children in this country, approximately 40% of all children benefit from Medicaid at some point in their lives. That can be cut. These cuts will then go into the cuts to children that would impact children and impact seniors, would go into the coffer. And again, add this to the stealth tariff tax, and you have more money that you can now pass back to people who are going to get a break and say, here's what the government is sending you by way of cutting taxes and giving you additional money. Friends, I conclude that this is a very stealthy way of doing business when people don't always understand. I believe that if people truly understand how the president is amassing this tax break for billionaires, I think they're going to be exceedingly upset. And there are many ways to express how upset you are. You can do this always peacefully. Many are going to protest. Others will do it at the polls. A good many of my colleagues who are participating as persons who are aiding and abetting, if you will, many of them will find that, as they are finding out currently, that they are going to be received in less than a very warm way when they find themselves having town meetings. They're already experiencing this. That's why many of them are not having their town meetings. But they're going to experience it also when we have an election, because people aren't going to forget this. They're not going to forget how the president desperately tried to tax them so that he could then return money, some to them if they would qualify, but much to billionaires who would qualify. This is, in my opinion, a shameful and disgraceful way for the president to tell people that they're going to get a tax break when it's really their money that is being returned to them by way of this tariff. I would also remind people that as we move forward, I have indicated that impeachment is imminent. The filing of articles of impeachment is imminent. We are currently in a countdown to impeachment. Now, those who know me know that I wouldn't say this if I were not going to move on with it. And I am. We will have articles of impeachment filed. I cannot tell you what the vote will be. And there are some who would say, well, you shouldn't file the articles of impeachment if you can't win. No, you need to know where people stand. You really do. We need to know. I heard a member just yesterday indicate that we need to have a certain thing brought before the House to understand where people are. It is not unusual for us to have votes to find out where people are on certain issues. And this is no exception. And the first articles of impeachment may not succeed. The second may not succeed. But having laid the foundation for the president's impeachment in the past, I know that impeachment can succeed. And I also know that should Democrats reclaim the House and the Senate by margins that are sufficient to not only impeach but to convict, I believe that the president can be removed from office. He talks of having another term. Well, Mr. President, you're not going to have another term. That's not going to happen. But I do know that you have incited persons to come to the Capitol, the citadel of democracy, and engage in an insurrection. So I don't know what you have up your sleeve, but I do know that we will prevent you from having a third term. And the best way to do it is to not have you finish this term. And the best way to do this is to have you impeached and convicted and removed from office. It can be done. I'm telling you it can be done. The law says it can be done. We but only have to have the will to do it. The way is before us. The will is what is necessary to implement the way to an impeachment and a removal of Donald John Trump as President of the United States of America. It would be the appropriate thing because he is unfit to be president, unfit to enforce the laws of the land in such a way as to bring honor to the process. Unfit when you consistently, repeatedly flout the laws, flout the notion of due process. When you would have agents of the state approach a female and approach her with persons who would surround her and then pull up a mask and then take her away, all in plain clothes, mask. I don't believe that the American people want to see that kind of episode take place in this country. It looks like we have secret police. America is not a country with secret police that come and take you away from your home to some distant state where you're not known, where you don't have resources, don't give you any due process. This is not America. The president is destroying the lawful judicious processes that we have enjoyed. He is chipping away at them. And if the president can do it for a person who is here for whatever reasons, the president can do it to any one of us, especially when the president believes that you don't have to allow a person to say, hey, you have the wrong person. I didn't do that. Doesn't matter, because the president believes that he has the sole authority by and through his agents to determine who can stay and who must leave. And unfortunately, someone who should be here is not here as a result of the president's behavior. The president is harmful to the processes that we have enjoyed in this country. He is unfit to be president. He is also unfit because he disrespects the judiciary. When he loses a case, it's always the judge's fault. And what is amazing to me is that I have colleagues who are buying into that it's the judge's fault. Let's impeach the judge because it's the judge's fault. Always the judge. Always the judge. Never his fault. Always the judge. When we start this process of having the person who holds the highest office in the land continually say that judges are not fair when they are dealing with him and things that he would have done, when we allow that, we are now sending a signal to the rest of society that the judges are the reason why we're not succeeding, the reason why we can't have whatever it is that we want and can't acquire, and we have to take it to court. It's always the judges. At some point, people will have a disrespect for the law and the process that will cause others to disrespect the country. People invest in this country because they know that we have a good judiciary, that it is a process that has been in place and that will be honored. They invest in this country also because they know that your money is safe here. You invest in our bills, our bonds, it's safe. We have stability, except when you do as the president has just done, and that is tariff some 90 countries and do it in such a way as to cause people to start to equivocate when it comes to our bonds, our notes. And when that happens, you can see how the president backs off. He understood at last that he was making a terrible mistake, and he backed off. He has extended what he calls a 90-day, I would call it pause. But I don't think he's going to go back to where he was. I don't think he will. Even he understands that he was making a serious mistake. But here's the problem with that mistake. He has hurt the brand, the American brand. He's hurt the image of the country. He has put the country in a position such that people may no longer think that this is the safest place for their investment dollars. They may not want to buy our bonds as readily. They will then, if they don't buy them readily, that will make it difficult for us to sell them to pay bills. The president is hurting the image of the United States of America. We are now seen as a country that doesn't honor its word. President negotiated with Canada and Mexico a trade deal. He breaks the trade deal. President says that he wants Canada to be the 51st state. Canada is not about to become the 51st state. I will be quite candid with you. I admire the way the Canadians have made it perfectly clear to the president that this won't happen. Someone has to stand up to him. Greenland wants to take it, wants to make Gaza a resort. The president has to understand that he is not a king. He's not the emperor. He's not a dictator. He has awesome power, but he doesn't have the power to just go around people and take what he wants. He doesn't have that kind of power, and we can't let him have that kind of power. So it's important for us to move to impeachment, because impeachment is the means by which a reckless, ruthless president can be brought into check. This is the balance that we have. When all else fails, when the Congress majority refuses to act, and when he disregards the orders of the courts, impeachment is still available. I intend to bring articles of impeachment. I don't know what the vote would be. My guess is that you're not going to get the vote required, but you will get the opportunity to see who believes in what we have said. We said that the president was a detriment to democracy. We talked about how he would harm the country if he got back into office. Let's find out if we meant that. One of the ways we'll find out is with articles of impeachment. I'm proud to serve my country. I am proud to be an American. It means something to me. And I want to protect what this country stands for in a positive way, the positive image that our country has had. The negative image I'm trying to change to a positive. But I want to protect that. It means something to me to be an American. And I want this country to be the one that people look up to as opposed to frown upon. And many do now because of the way our president behaves. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to say that I'm going to yield back my time, that I am censured, but not silenced. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, The gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight 10 ways in which the state of California is currently under federal investigation. In particular, the Newsom administration under federal investigation. Now, the New York Times recently ran a story on this topic, headlined, "Trump Takes Aim at California." The question was, why is the administration targeting California? They called it a multi-pronged assault on California that has begun in earnest. But that's actually the wrong question, to ask why the administration is targeting California. The appropriate question is, why is California so flagrantly violating federal law in so many different ways? In the article, the junior senator in our state, Adam Schiff, is quoted as saying that the president has a, quote, partisan vendetta against California. Senator Schiff says that he is continuing to weaponize the federal government against California. Of course, that's not it at all. Protecting the civil rights of Californians is not weaponizing the federal government. It's what the federal government is supposed to do, what it's required to do under established law. You see, what Senator Schiff and others are so upset about is that they're used to one-party rule in California being absolutely unchecked. They are used to radicalism having absolutely no counterweight. They're used to our governor, Gavin Newsom, whose only motivation is his own political self-promotion, having a supermajority legislator and other statewide elected officials that simply go along with whatever he says or does, regardless of how much damage it does to our state and regardless of how clearly it violates federal law. So when the Times asked my opinion for this article, what I said was that extreme policies and unchecked one-party rule have lowered the quality of life across our state. All Californians will benefit from greater accountability. We need balance and common sense. So I wanted to discuss today the 10 ways in which federal investigations are restoring that sense of balance and common sense and assuring compliance with the law. Number one is on the issue of men in women's sports, where the state has continued to be defiant. Recently, the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights announced a directed investigation into the California Interscholastic Federation because of its refusal to follow anti-discrimination laws related to girls and women's sports. This includes the possibility of allowing male athletes to compete in women's sports and use women's intimate facilities. Governor Newsom has received as well a letter from U.S. Education Secretary Linda McMahon warning the governor that California could lose federal funds if the state continues to allowing transgender athletes to play in girls and women's sports. As Secretary of Education, Secretary McMahon wrote, "I am officially asking you to inform the department whether you will remind schools in California to comply with federal law by protecting sex-segregated spaces and activities." She also wrote, "Allowing participation in sex-separated activities based on gender identity places schools at risk of Title IX violations and loss of federal funding." She says, "As governor, you have a duty to inform California school districts of this risk." Interestingly enough, Governor Newsom actually recently stated that he believes it's unfair what the state is doing, allowing for men to compete in women's sports, and yet he has taken absolutely no action to stop this unlawful practice. The second ongoing investigation relates to California's policy of forcing school districts and schools to keep secrets from parents about their own students, about their own children. The U.S. Department of Education's Student Privacy Policy Office has launched an investigation into the California Department of Education for alleged violations of the Family Educational Rights Privacy Act, known as FERPA, which gives parents the right to access their children's educational data. The California Department of Education, it is alleged, has abdicated the responsibilities FERPA imposes because of a new California state law that prohibits school personnel from disclosing a child's gender identity to that child's parents. So what happened in California is you have a number of school districts that have said that we're simply going to hide this information from parents. We're not going to tell parents if their child changes their name or changes their pronouns or anything like that. You then had some other districts that said, well, this is not right. We actually want to make sure that we're being open and transparent with parents. So they passed their own policies saying, no, our policy is that we believe that parents have a right to know this. What the state then did is started suing these districts, trying to get legal judgments against them, saying you are required under law to lie to parents about their children. Fortunately, those lawsuits are being rejected, but the state legislature then followed up with a statewide law saying that it is now the policy of the state that you are not allowed to communicate this information with parents, that school districts are not allowed to have any policy that allows them to communicate this information with parents. So think about the absurdity of this. In California, you have teachers are forced to use one name and one set of pronouns with a student in class. Then their parents come in for a conference and they're supposed to switch names and switch pronouns and doctor their assignments and the names written on them, which has actually been done in documented cases in California. Thankfully, this federal law is on the books, protecting the privacy right of students and the right of parents to know this information, and the Department of Education has launched a federal investigation accordingly. The third ongoing investigation relates to the issue of racial discrimination in California higher education. The Department of Justice, under Attorney General Bondi, is investigating several California universities to assess compliance with the 2023 U.S. Supreme Court ruling that ended affirmative action in college admissions. Now, this is notable because not only is this now the supreme law of the land per the recent Supreme Court decision, is that you have to have equal access, but it's also the overwhelmingly expressed will of California voters. Just a few years ago, in 2020, the supermajority legislature tried to repeal an existing state constitutional provision that forbade racial discrimination in college admissions. So they put it directly on the ballot by a supermajority. They passed a measure to put it on the ballot, but the people of California said no. Despite the campaign for this initiative having a massive, I think, 10-to-1 spending advantage, the people of California voted 57% to 43% to say, no, we want to continue to have equality under law be the policy of our state. So this investigation by Attorney General Bondi is not only about assuring compliance with federal law, but is also going to protect the clearly expressed will of the people of California. The fourth investigation relates to the crisis of anti-Semitism at our universities. The Federal Task Force to Combat Anti-Semitism has announced that the Department of Justice has opened a civil pattern of practice investigation into the University of California under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The investigation will assess whether the UC is engaged in a pattern or practice of discrimination based on race, religion, and national origin against its professors, staff, and other employees by allowing an anti-Semitic hostile work environment to exist on its campuses. Attorney General Bondi said, quote, "The Department of Justice will always defend Jewish Americans, protect civil rights, and leverage our resources to eradicate institutional anti-Semitism in our nation's universities." We've seen over the last year and a half or so absolutely abhorrent, outright anti-Semitism at many universities throughout the country, including at California universities, which our Committee on Education and the Workforce did a lot of work to expose through a number of hearings. And while there have been some positive reforms that have occurred on some campuses, there are still many ongoing, very severe problems with these issues being aided and abetted in a lot of cases by university faculty and administrations. So this is an investigation into the full gamut of that activity. And then there's a related set of investigations that are looking at the extent to which students who are here on an international students are actually working to advance not only anti-Semitic, but pro-Hamas type activity. We saw, related to all of these anti-Semitic anti-Semitic incidents on university campuses, illegal activity as well, with illegal encampments that violate the law, violate university policies, violate the civil rights of other students. We saw buildings being taken over, and we have seen connections between these activities and the agenda of Hamas and Hamas-affiliated groups. So recently, the the administration has revoked about 100 student visas at universities across California, including the University of California at Berkeley, which is part of a broader assessment of individuals who are involved in activities deemed contrary to U.S. interests. Now, this is actually a pretty small number, 100 out of 140,000 international students that are in California, but we do know that there are people who are here who are not from this country who have participated in these illegal activities, because as the president's order cites, federal law bars non-citizens from being in the U.S. if they support terrorism. And so any connection with pro-Hamas activity falls under the purview of those statutes. Indeed, the executive order from the White House quotes the president as saying that his intention is to deport Hamas sympathizers and revoke student visas. In a similar vein, UCLA has been sued in federal court in a case alleging that it enabled protesters at an encampment to block Jewish students from accessing certain campus pathways. To the extent that folks who are here on a visa were involved in that sort of illegal pro-terrorist activity, the administration is doing an assessment to take appropriate action. The sixth investigation that is going on against some of the insane and potentially illegal policies in California relates to high-speed rail, which is the biggest public infrastructure failure in United States history. I was at the train station in LA, Union Station, a couple weeks ago, where we were with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announcing this investigation specifically into the federal money that has gone into high-speed rail. The review that we launched on that day will help determine whether roughly $4 billion in taxpayer money should remain committed to the proposed project to build high-speed rail in the California Central Valley between Merced and Bakersfield. I have also requested an investigation by the FBI into how exactly it is that California has so far spent some $17 billion on this project, which was approved in 2008, so we're talking over 15 years, and has yet to lay any track. At this point, even the New York Times has said the project isn't going to be completed this century at the current pace. The overall cost has ballooned to over $130 billion. That's more than $100 billion more than it was supposed to be. The whole thing was supposed to be completed by now, per the initial projections, but now at this point, even the first segment from Bakersfield to Merced, a very modest segment, they're saying isn't even going to be completed by 2033. And indeed, just last week, there was a report from the nonpartisan legislative analysts that there's another $9 billion funding gap, and they're continuing to rely on federal funding. So this is an investigation that is ongoing, and I fully expect it will result in those funds being clawed back and hopefully then used on infrastructure projects in California that will actually serve to move people and goods, will create jobs that have positive economic value, and will actually be helpful in improving the quality of life for folks in our state. The seventh ongoing investigation relates to California's cap and trade program. An executive order from the president has directed Attorney General Bondi to identify state and local acts that may be unconstitutional or preempted by federal law. And it singles out California's cap and trade program, which sets limits on greenhouse gas emissions and then has companies buy and sell credits. As the order says, California punishes carbon use by adopting impossible caps on the amount of carbon businesses may use, all but forcing businesses to pay large sums to trade carbon credit to meet California's radical requirements. What is the result of this? Even as we have seen gas prices that have gotten much lower across the entire country, Californians continue to pay astronomical prices when they fill up their cars. Indeed, California is now some $1.60 above the national average. We have the highest gas prices in the country, higher than even Hawaii, and the major cause of that is the state's taxes and regulations and other requirements, foremost among them being this cap and trade program, which adds substantially to the price of each gallon of gas. The eighth ongoing investigation relates to the homelessness crisis in California. California is the national leader in homelessness. It is not even close. We have roughly half the unsheltered homeless in the entire country, despite spending absolutely staggering amounts of money. Indeed, over the course of the last 5 years, we have seen $24 billion spent on homelessness, and homelessness has continued to go up significantly. A recent audit actually found that the state has lost track of the money and can't even tell you where it went or what outcomes it has produced. But now the new United States Attorney for the Central District of California, Bill Asaley, has announced the formation of the Homelessness, Fraud, and Corruption Task Force, which will investigate fraud, waste, abuse, and corruption involving funds allocated towards the eradication of homelessness within the 7-county jurisdiction of the Central District of California. The task force will be comprised of federal prosecutors from the Major Fraud Section, the Public Corruption and Civil Rights Section, and the Civil Division Civil Fraud Section of the U.S. Attorney's Office. And it'll specifically look into what's going on in Los Angeles, where recently a court-ordered audit found that homelessness services provided by the city and county were, quote, disjointed and contained poor quality and integration. And there's a lot of federal money at stake at issue here, by the way. During COVID, the federal government sent $100 million in emergency aid to LA County to address homelessness. And last month, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development awarded more than $200 million to address homelessness in LA. So now there is a federal investigation ongoing, led by the U.S. Attorney's Office, into exactly what has happened to all of this money. The ninth ongoing investigation relates to concealed carry. As part of a broader review of restrictive firearms-related laws in California and other states, the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division has announced an investigation into the LA County Sheriff's Department to determine whether it is engaging in a pattern or practice of depriving ordinary law-abiding Californians of their Second Amendment rights. The release from the Attorney General's office notes that a recent federal court decision found that the law and facts were clearly in favor of 2 private plaintiffs who challenged the lengthy 18-month delays that the LA County Sheriff's Department had imposed when processing their concealed handgun license applications, and that the Civil Rights Division has reason to believe that those 2 plaintiffs are not the only ones in this county of some 8 million people experiencing long delays that are unduly burdening or effectively denying the Second Amendment rights of the people of Los Angeles. The release from the Attorney General goes on to note the ways in which the Second Amendment rights of Californians have been unduly burdened in countless ways. They call California a particularly egregious offender. In response to recent Supreme Court case law, California enacted new legislation to further restrict the ability of ordinary, law-abiding Californians to keep and bear arms. And many California localities appear to be imposing additional burdens beyond those required by California state law, including by subjecting ordinary, law-abiding Californians to expensive fees and lengthy wait times associated with applications for concealed handgun licenses. So now there will be some counterweight to these measures which are restricting the rights of Californians. In fact, there was even a recent proposal in the legislature that went to the very core of the Second Amendment that would have said that you're no longer allowed to defend yourself against an intruder who breaks into your own home. Luckily, that bill was defeated, but it just shows you how far California has gone from what is protected by the Constitution. And finally, of course, there is ongoing federal action, and this being the 10th federal action related to California when it comes to sanctuary jurisdictions. The Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security, pursuant to an executive order from the President, are looking to the maximum extent possible under federal law. They're evaluating and undertaking any lawful actions to ensure that so-called sanctuary jurisdictions, which seek to interfere with the lawful exercise of federal law enforcement operations, do not receive access to federal funds. Further, the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security, per the terms of the order, are evaluating and undertaking any other lawful actions, criminal or civil, that they deem warranted based on any such jurisdictions' practices that interfere with the enforcement of federal law. When it comes to sanctuary policies, California has been the very worst offender in the country. The state has a sanctuary state policy that was passed in 2017 and is responsible for many, many tragedies that have been documented throughout our state. And then you even have jurisdictions like Los Angeles and San Diego and San Francisco that were already sanctuary jurisdictions on top of being within a sanctuary state, but are now even going further, one of them even passing what they're calling a super sanctuary jurisdiction ordinance. We have, those of us who represent districts in California that are not sanctuary jurisdictions have also asked the administration to be sure to recognize those counties and jurisdictions that are in good faith trying to comply with federal law, very much unlike jurisdictions like Los Angeles, San Diego, and San Francisco. So these are 10 ways in which we see finally something of a check on the runaway lawlessness of the Newsom administration and a number of jurisdictions in California. And in Congress, we are very much a partner in those efforts. Indeed, I'm working on a number of measures here in Congress, in the House of Representatives, that are seeking to push back on the radical, harmful policies of the Newsom administration. For example, we recently introduced legislation to overturn Newsom's ban on gas-powered vehicles. I've introduced legislation called the No Medi-Cal for Illegal Immigrants Act, which will seek to preserve Medi-Cal benefits for American citizens at a time when the policy of expanding those benefits to everyone in the state illegally is literally bankrupting the system. And in addition to Secretary Duffy's investigation into high-speed rail's staggering failures, I've introduced legislation to assure that the high-speed rail project will be ineligible for any federal funding going forward. California has a long way to go towards restoring sanity, but these actions are very important steps, and I look forward to following these investigations as they protect the civil rights of Californians and protect our citizens against truly radical and failed policies. Mr. Speaker, today I'm excited to announce new legislation that I'm introducing along with Representative Claudia Tenney called the High Quality Charter Schools Act, which is going to be among the most significant pieces of legislation for school choice that we've had in this country in a very long time. What it will do is create a new tax credit for charitable contributions to nonprofit charter school organizations. Specifically, it'll establish a 75% federal tax credit for qualified charitable contributions made to nonprofit charter school organizations with a proven record of success, incentivizing donations to support the development of more high-quality charter schools. This could be truly significant, allowing perhaps millions of more kids in this country to gain access to charter schools. Because the reality that we see right now is that you have very successful charter schools that get tremendous results for students. For example, Success Academy in New York, which is the #1 school system in the entire state. But there are a limited number of seats, and it costs a lot of money to start a new school. And a lot of times, especially in states like California or New York, you are disadvantaged under state law. You have politicians like Gavin Newsom or the supermajority in California that do everything possible to try to stop you from helping your students succeed. So there are all of these obstacles that exist often under state law, as well as the inherent obstacles that exist to starting up an enterprise as complicated and complex as a school. And the federal charter school grant program has actually been critical to helping a number of charter schools start. What this legislation seeks to do is to help those that have proven to be successful to expand, to replicate their model. Because the ones that are really successful often have very long waiting lists. You can have thousands of kids on the waiting list for a school. And by the way, charter schools are required to then conduct lotteries. They can't show any sort of favoritism in their admissions or anything like that. They have to be open to all. So you have a lottery, and if you don't win the lottery, unfortunately, then you can't go to the school. And you might, if your local neighborhood school is not a good one, then your child it misses out on the opportunity to go to a high-quality school, has to end up going to a low-quality school. So the best way, probably the most effective effective way to expand educational opportunity and excellence in America today is to facilitate the expansion and replication of charter schools that have proven to be successful. That is precisely what this legislation does, and I'm hopeful that we'll get it passed into law, perhaps even as part of the reconciliation process, as a way to start to turn around this sharp decline in education outcomes that unfortunately is posing such a risk to our country's future. I look forward to hopefully getting bipartisan support and seeing it passed into law and seeing what it will do for so many kids across this country. Mr. Speaker, this week I introduced, along with my colleague Jay Olbernalty, as well as Representatives Calvert, Fong, Valadeo, and Issa, the Election Results Accountability Act, which will restore some measure of public trust in our elections. The problem in California, one of many problems with our elections in California, is that they take forever. Not only do voters have about a month to cast their votes, it then takes about a month to actually count the votes, with updates being made periodically throughout this what's called month-long canvassing period. And you see results that flip. Someone's ahead on election night, but then somehow 3 weeks later, they're behind. Or if you're in a tight race, you're just living and dying with each update. Am I going to be the next city councilor or school board member, or whatever the case may be? It limits your ability to plan because you don't know if you're going to be coming into office, or you need to find some other job, or you're planning to run again, whatever the case may be. The voters don't know who's going to be their representative when they should. And so, and it also just fosters a sense of distrust in the process, and it's frankly embarrassing to our state. When you have every other state manages to get its act together, to most of them can give you the results on election night. That's kind of the way it's supposed to work. You go to the voting booth, you cast your vote, you find out who won that night. You don't find out a month later and have it change several times in the process. So this is beyond embarrassing for California, and it's time we brought some accountability. So we've introduced this legislation, the Election Results Accountability Act, which will require all states to count and publicly report no less than 90% of ballots cast in federal election within 72 hours of polls closing. Additionally, it mandates that states complete the ballot count and certify the final results within 2 weeks of Election Day. These are not onerous requirements. 90% of the votes within 3 days need to be counted, and we need to have the results within 2 weeks. It's more than, our state should be more than capable of complying with this. And by the way, even though we're requiring it in federal elections, that likely will mean we'll get the results up and down the ballot as well. This, along with measures that we passed today, to the SAVE Act to require proof of citizenship in order to vote, as well as an initiative that I think is likely to be presented to California voters in the near future to require voter ID, will go a long way towards ensuring election security, election integrity, and the sense of democratic legitimacy on which our state and country's political identity depends. Mr. Speaker, this last week, I introduced legislation in the House to reverse California's ban on gas-powered vehicles. This is a special resolution under the Congressional Review Act that provides a fast-track procedure, not subject to a Senate filibuster, to overturn an agency action. In this case, it is the action of the Biden administration that gave Gavin Newsom special permission to ban gas cars in California. This is a measure that will affect almost everyone in our state. It's set to go into effect in 2035. It is utterly unrealistic, and yet it has not been subject to a vote of the people, a vote of the state legislature, or a vote of the United States Congress. But that will change soon. This measure, I believe, will pass, hopefully with bipartisan support, and will restore the ability of Californians to select the vehicle of their choice. It will also prevent massive increases in costs for Californians who are already burdened with the highest cost of living, the highest gas prices, the highest energy prices, and much more of any state in the country. I think this is a pretty common sense measure. Unfortunately, California has dragged a lot of other states along with it, with this measure, so it's truly an issue of national concern as well. And so I look forward to seeing this passed, to reversing the Biden administration's waiver under the Clean Air Act for California, and I think this will go a long way towards us restoring some sanity to our state. Mr. Speaker, this last week, as chair of the House subcommittee that covers K-12 education, I held a very important hearing on the topic of artificial intelligence in education. Now, we are in the midst of a truly unprecedented period in which AI is advancing at a mind-boggling rate. In terms of its capabilities. And there's truly no end to this progress in sight. We see all of the leading labs introducing new models, it seems like every day, that demonstrate increasingly astonishing capabilities. And there are a lot of risks and concerns that tend to come to mind when people see this progress, and a lot of, I think, legitimate fears as it relates to AI and its impact on society. And it's very important that we are attentive to these concerns and taking whatever measures we can to make sure that we get these questions right. But I think that it's equally important that we make sure that the benefits of this technology, as it exists now and as it's likely to exist in the future, are understood as well. I think that there is, frankly, far less dialogue and conversation on a national level than there should be about the absolutely enormous changes that could well be ahead of us. And so I wanted to use this hearing to examine one particular domain where AI holds the potential to dramatically expand opportunity and benefit our country and bring unprecedented opportunities to American kids across the country. You know, I'm a former high school teacher, and we have in this country truly shameful achievement gaps when it comes to the educational opportunities that are available to kids depending on their zip codes. And in my view, much of that is a result of failed policies, none more so than in California, which has just about the widest achievement gaps of any state in the country. So we absolutely need to have policy reforms that bring accountability, that empower parents, that expand school choice, and that support teachers, among many other policy reforms. But the correct use of artificial intelligence could go a long way in itself towards bridging these achievement gaps. Not only that, I believe that it will very soon be possible for any child in our country to receive a richer educational experience than any child did just a few years ago. And this is because of the absolutely incredible capabilities that are now accessible to anyone for free or at very little cost on a computer or smartphone. And we saw during our hearing examples of how these possibilities are already being realized in many classrooms across America, where you can have, for example, a personalized tutor who knows just about everything there is to know, who knows everything about your own strengths and weaknesses, your own interests, and who engages with you directly to learn any topic. Now, this is no small matter because studies show that having access to a high-quality tutor is one of the most important interventions that improves educational outcomes by a significant degree, potentially moving you, a half standard deviation or so, or giving you more than a year's worth of additional learning in any given year if you have access to a high-quality tutor. Well, with AI tools, any child will have that access at a level that has never been known before, in a more personalized way than has ever been known before. And what's more is that these tools allow for learning across different modalities, through text, through hearing, or through images, through voice, and can engage with different students in different ways. Or, just to give you another example, can take on the form of different characters. So when you're learning history, you could actually have a conversation with a version, an animated version of a historical figure. If you're reading a book, you could actually have a conversation with a character in the book. If you're learning physics, maybe you could learn physics from a reanimated version of Einstein himself. And these are just the tip of the iceberg. When you look at the technologies that are advancing when it comes to augmented reality, when it comes to VR, we're already seeing ways in which AI is being deployed for sort of career training type learning, whether it's welding or other types of career or trades where these environments can be simulated in very realistic ways to help students learn regardless of whether they go to a school where you can get hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of expensive machinery. So I think that we are still just scratching the surface of what is possible here. One of the suggestions at our hearing is that we need to continue to facilitate ways of sharing best practices. And importantly as well, when it comes to how these tools can be used by teachers, because teachers' role is as important as ever, is potentially more important, in the sense that having access to AI tools that can assist students in individual ways actually frees teachers in many ways to provide the sort of mentorship and instruction and teaching that only a caring human can. So we saw examples at our hearing of how AI tools have been used to assist with lesson planning, have been used to help grade papers, or to provide direct, immediate feedback to students to help with the assessment process, and many other ways as well. And so for those who think that the AI tool is somehow going to change the role of the teacher, these tools can change the role of the teachers, but I think in very positive ways as well. Of course, there are risks in this domain as well when it comes to academic dishonesty, when it comes to the potential of further absorbing students into digital worlds and thereby exacerbating some of the harms that we've seen from excessive use of smartphones. All of those things we need to be very mindful of as well, which is why following our hearing, we're exploring ways to establish forums where these sort of best practices can be shared, so different teachers, different schools, different states can see what's happening elsewhere, see what the results are, see the impact it's having on the well-being and learning of our students. But this is one area where I think there truly is unbounded potential, and I'm looking forward to working with our subcommittee to try to assist districts across the country in unlocking that potential. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield to my, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, is recognized for the remainder of the hour as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the passing of Bob Phelan of Modesto, a valued and beloved member of my congressional staff for these past 3 years. His was a remarkable life and one that should inspire every American to realize the opportunities that freedom provides. When Bob's father died, he was forced to drop out of high school to work odd jobs to support their family. For nearly 10 years, he worked as a crab cracker at Aliotto's restaurant on Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco. Searching for a better life, he came to Modesto, where his outgoing personality made him an ideal salesman and a manager for such well-known companies as Keebler Cookies and Earl Scheib. There in Modesto, he met his wife of 31 years, Alta, and raised their family. When his son joined the Navy in the Gulf War, Bob's attention turned to politics. He became a devotee of Rush Limbaugh and began working for local candidates. He ended up starting his own political consulting firm. Ultimately, he served as a trusted advisor to state assemblyman and then state senator and also a county supervisor, Tom Berryhill, for nearly 15 years. When reapportionment brought my district into Stanislaus County, I was fortunate to bring him into my congressional office, where he served ably as my district representative. His work ethic, his love for people, his sunny disposition, and his simple decency made him an exemplary figure in our community. He was always a picture of fitness and health until he was diagnosed last year with cancer. But he never let that slow him down, and until the very end, he continued to attend to his duties. He was an exemplary father, husband, grandfather, citizen, and human being, the kind of person who holds a community together even through trying times, and he will be particularly missed in these. Mr. Speaker, it was a great loss for our community, a great loss for our office, but most of all, a great loss for his family, and we mourn his passing today. Mr. Speaker, on May 17th, the College of the Canyons Foundation will honor Marlee Laufer with the 2025 Silver Spur Community Service Award in recognition of her longtime philanthropic work. I first met Marlee as a high school student leader in Tustin, and she was my first and only choice as Chief of Staff when I was elected to the California State Assembly in 1982. Somehow, she was able to clean up every mess I made in those years. She continued in that capacity until Newhall Land and Farming, the largest land developer in California, recognized her talents and offered her a senior position in their company when she was still in her 20s. Well, 4 decades later, she is still in her 20s, and her energy and devotion to the community has never been stronger. I am deeply gratified to see her honored by her community and to join in their accolades of her work. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today out of deep concern for the manufacturing workers and families of Northern Ohio. From Toledo Jeep to our numerous parts suppliers and union shops across the Great Lakes in both the United States and Canada. The Trump administration's reckless and arbitrary tariff policy is putting their jobs and livelihoods at risk. These billboards just started to go up in our region. Trump's tariffs are a tax. They're a tax on everything. While yesterday President Trump claimed to pause all tariffs, he left in place a 10% across-the-board tariff on all global trade entering the United States, even in places like our region where we have a very, very wonderful relationship with companies in Canada, and we are an integrated economy. We don't need any tariffs, not at our end of the country. Let me be clear. Tariffs are not a strategy. They are a tax on working Americans and the firms that employ them. If not wisely applied, jobs hang in the balance on both sides of our border between the United States and Canada. A part in a car or truck, in a steel mill, all of this that happens in our area can cross over the border 6 times. Is it going to be 10% tariff going to be put on every time it crosses the border? This is crazy. Tariffs threaten good-paying jobs. They raise prices at the checkout line, and they disrupt deeply integrated supply chains like ours, especially with Canada, Ohio's largest fair trade partner, that keep our auto industry strong and globally competitive. We don't need any more problems. We've been fighting global competition now for half a century, and it's rough. Instead of a blunt Trump instrument, we need a targeted approach that brings real investment to American manufacturing and in the communities hollowed out by decades of bad and broken trade deals and outsourcing. I call on this administration. We do share in common a deep worry about the trade deficit, but work with us, work with Congress to craft smart, strategic reciprocity agreements with each country and ensure that workers, like United Auto Workers, have a seat at the table, a voice, and real power to negotiate on all sides of all borders. For too long, what's been happening is billionaire companies and corporate executives have been taking our production and outsourcing it to penny-wage nations. Slave labor, really, where people make hardly anything, if $1 an hour, maybe $2 an hour, competing against a first-world economy like ours. As the proud daughter of union workers, I know the road to rebuilding American manufacturing runs straight through our heartland, through the working class, the people who work hard, the spine of America's industrial economy in our Great Lakes region and the Midwest. America's enemies around the world today are applauding at the self-inflicted tariff chaos that has been exacted on our people. They're also plotting as they watch the U.S. stock market plummet and then, oops, bounce back a little bit and then go down again, endangering and impacting markets around the globe. Reckless and cavalier economic policy could lead us into a Trump recession. And trillions of dollars in U.S. wealth were just lost this past week, a record, due to chaotic moves on tariffs arbitrarily imposed by the Trump administration. This week, the hole was being dug deeper as markets continued to free fall. There was a partial rollback, and where will the roller coaster head next week? Nobody really knows. None of the tariffs that the President has proposed and implemented have ever had a single vote in this Congress. This is unconstitutional, and it's caused the retirement programs of millions, tens of millions of Americans, caused them loss on their 401k retirement accounts. Those nosedived. They've been yo-yoing up and down. We're talking about $10 trillion of market loss these past few days. That's unprecedented. Where is Speaker Johnson? Asleep at the wheel? Where's the Republican Ways and Means Committee? On vacation? The Trump administration's dangerous overreach is totally damaging to our economy and unnerving to our trade allies around the globe. Crashing the U.S. and global economy is not in the short nor long-term interests of the American people. President Trump's so-called Liberation Day, he thought it was a huge success. If the goal was liberating Americans from their hard-earned money and making them pay more for everything, whether it's their car, thousands of dollars more, my friends, are going to be placed on top of the purchase of a car, the price of energy you pay, the price of gas, the price of food. I mean, take your pick. Lumber, housing is outpriced for most people now. Meanwhile, when asked about car prices going up, the President gave a rare, troubling response. He said, "I couldn't care less." I couldn't care less. That's what he said about automotive prices. President Trump, come to Ohio. Come to us. Visit us with Canada. Let us show you what we've done without your help for decades, trying to rebuild the industrial spine of America. I'll fight for the American auto industry and without tanking our economy, because clearly there are some people in charge who don't know what they're doing and are raising prices on every single citizen in this country. Retirement plans should be sacred. What just happened on Wall Street made a whole lot of people nervous. We got so many phone calls in our office. Not only jobs are at risk, but retirement savings are put at risk. Investments are put at risk. I've spent too much of my time in this House and in this chamber trying to repair the economic damage to our economy of trade deals like NAFTA, CAFTA, China PNTR. They said USMCA was going to fix everything. Guess what? The trade deficit's getting worse every year. That means our jobs are being hollowed out to someplace else, and they need to be returned to this country. We need to negotiate that. It just won't happen because we want it to happen. As a private businessman and billionaire, Donald Trump never lifted a finger to help us. He didn't stop the outsourcing of jobs during his first term. They got worse. Jobs were outsourced. We had family farm after family farm collapse across this country through consolidation. He didn't do anything. You need a partnership between the legislative branch, the executive branch, working with our companies. This is complicated. It just doesn't happen. So, as a result, we have these gigantic trade deficits. We haven't had a balanced trade account in this country in over half a century. And there's a cost to that. It comes in jobs, wages, life, the ability to pay your way forward in your own family. And it's happened in manufacturing and agriculture and energy. And there must be reforms in trade policy. We all agree on that. It's not a question of whether, but of how. Huge trade deficits translate into growing U.S. debt. We hear a lot on the other side of the aisle about the debt. Well, you'd have a lot more economic strength if you hadn't outsourced so many jobs. And with Canada, our largest fair trade partner, the books look pretty good. The Great Lakes folks get along on both sides of the border. So why disrupt something that is working? That is absolutely insane. Tariffs can be a tool to create jobs and wealth as well as bring back jobs to our country, and we ought to head in that direction. But the President's efforts seem to be adding more trade deficits, not balancing our trade accounts. But America can't import its way to jobs and wealth. It must export products. We must grow things and make things here and export them. Thus, fair trade with nations that play by the fair trade rules must be our objective. Let's start there. Let's work with our friends and then open up other markets and retool other markets where that isn't working in our interest. You can't just do it with a broad brush stroke. Working with Canada is very different than working with China, believe me. At the same time, we must be carefully assured that we grow jobs here through our trade policies and prevent price gouging by adversaries that benefit from protection in the marketplace. Here's what China does. It manufactures 4 times as much steel as the world consumes, and then it strategically dumps to wipe out production. Come with me to Lorain, Ohio. It's deeply in my heart. I represented it for 10 years until they gerrymandered our state again and took it away. What happened to the workers in Lorain, Ohio, should happen to no worker in this country. They deserve better for the hard work they do. So let's stop the chaos of trade wars, arbitrary pauses, crazy tariffs and threats. The American people sent us here for solutions. They don't need more tariffs that are really taxes on their cost of living. America's trade accounts need balancing. We don't need to keep hemorrhaging, and that'll be the real test. That'll be the real test. The accounts will be the real test at the end of this year, but they're already not looking good. But you don't make it better by killing the patient, the American worker, with higher prices on everything they buy and by jerking away millions of dollars for the cumulative wealth of their retirement accounts. America must achieve free trade among free people, not more tariff chaos. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to put in a word in our office as all of this has been going on. I've thought a lot about my own faith and how to help the American people that are so worried about what is going on. And so I did some reflection on the faith community in which I was baptized and still belong. Next Sunday for us is the most profound holy day. We commemorate Easter, and it holds profound meaning. This coming Saturday in Judaism, Jews around our globe and throughout our nation will sit down for a Passover Seder. For both religions, this weekend is one of the most significant religious holidays in the calendar year, with expression, with remembrance on the importance of treasuring our heritage and endowment. For 2,000 years or more, these days have expressed faith that can move the human conscience. Faith motivates people's behavior to think about the difference between daily life and the divine, and what life could be. Christians are encouraged to be a sacrificial people, and importantly, a resurrection people. Jews think of how hard it was for their ancestors escaping Egypt, and thankful for all the joys they have in modern life. With Easter and Passover in mind, I wish to place on the record today reflections as a result of the Trump administration's recent actions that are causing anxiety among the people that I represent. These holy days seem a proper time to pray for them, to remember them, and to seriously ask ourselves what together we can do to heal them, our nation, and our people. Days ago, I was approached by a kind nurse who had endured a hard day. She shared with me that a patient of hers in a local health care center had emigrated to our country legally to work as a common laborer. She had fled a troubled Latin American country where thugs control the streets. Leaving all behind, the worker had journeyed here from a place where there was no hope for a better future. And then last week here in America, very sadly, she attempted to take her own life with a fentanyl overdose because she feared being arrested by Trump administration immigration officials. She could not imagine going back to the hell from which she had come, and here, with no help, understanding the law that she came here by, that she could work in America, she was frozen with fear because of what she saw on TV. And I immediately thought of the last words uttered by Jesus as he was put to death by those that could not accept his religious teachings. He asked, "Father, Father, why have you forsaken me?" This also parallels the story of Passover, with the Jewish people fleeing Egypt in search of a better life where they could live free from bondage and fear. Are we not to care for strangers in a strange land, to treat our neighbors as we would want to be treated? Do we leave them to wander the desert to horror? Or do we offer a hand out and up to ensure that they can live in safety and security? I think this is a weekend for examining our own conscience. My office has heard an influx of others fleeing horror, seeking shelter, scared they will be sent back somewhere. Haitians who were here legally and working were scared in Ohio that they would be sent back to the streets of Port-au-Prince that are controlled by warlord gangsters and roving bandits. Who would want to go back to that? And these are people who are working, and every company I know is looking for workers right now. Local churches, synagogues, mosques help to resettle Ukrainians here legally, fleeing war-torn regions in their homeland. Those Ukrainians all received an erroneous email last week. Imagine when your relatives are fighting and dying in another country, and you're here trying to hold your family together in some minimal way, a letter saying they would be able to self-deport before it was claimed to be sent in error. In other words, they sent out the wrong letter, some person in some agency, which even causes more anxiety and fear from families that are already suffering. What kind of a country are we becoming? Then this week, our district staff took a call from a senior citizen who for many years has ordered her prescription drugs from Canada. She receives them by mail because she can't walk. She's deeply worried that with the new 10% Trump tariffs across the board, the price of her medicine will go up beyond her ability to afford it. There's a lot of people in charge of things here in Washington that can't think in front of their own nose. They've never faced these situations. So I ask myself, what would Jesus do? What would the Jewish people who leave the door open and a seat for Elijah, what would they do? Our president has even threatened higher tariffs on all imported medicine. Boy, that's a hard sock to the gut. This isn't something someone who cares about people and their health and well-being would do or should do. So if I were his mother, I would scold him. Our office is receiving numerous inquiries from retirees, working people who worked hard and are deeply concerned about the drop in value of their 401k retirement plans that they worked for. Those just lost enormous value in the financial markets, and as the Trump tariffs traded away the value of their earnings. Meanwhile, the cost of everything keeps rising. Where I live, the price of gas rose 75 cents more a gallon, 75 cents more a gallon than I paid a week before. I've heard from mothers worried their daughters and granddaughters will lose their Medicaid coverage for mental health care and treatment. And God bless every American family that has a child with mental illness or a relative with mental illness. You are saints caring for them. A wife called worried her husband was going through chemo for cancer treatment and he would lose his Medicaid because of the cuts that are being proposed here just 3 years before he becomes Medicare eligible. So if families are denied access to Medicaid, without the finances to cover care, what will happen to them? If your family's lucky and you've never had an ill relative, you are lucky. Because there are millions of people across this country that are suffering as I deliver these remarks tonight. Walk in their shoes. People on Medicare are about to lose access to telehealth. This is terrible. Many seniors can't walk, folks. I have neighbors. They fell out. One lady, she fell out of her bed. She couldn't get up the floor. She had one of those things on her neck that she pushes, and then the ambulances came from the local fire department. There are a lot of people living at the edge. We have to be concerned about them. We can't cut their benefits. These are just some of the countless stories and fears we hear, and there are hundreds, thousands more reaching out to members of Congress in fear for themselves, their families, their loved ones, and treasured members of their community. America does not live in fear. That isn't why our country was founded. We have been a refuge for our entire history, and we need to continue to be a refuge for those seeking a better life. So who will speak up for these people while they are painted as worthless or not worthy of a place in our country by those who just want to slash and burn and tax and deport and destroy? Jesus' last words were uttered in the Aramaic language, and he breathed his last breath asking why he had been forsaken. We can ask this for people we know, and we can do something to help. Some of us must ask during Passover and Easter week, who is being forsaken in this wild rush to endow the billionaire class with more vast infusions of money taken out of the hides and hearts of the American people? What would Jesus do? What would Moses do? Why won't we as a country and a people ask ourselves the question of how we can help, not hurt? How can we help and not hurt? Let us recommit to that objective in the greatest nation in the world that needs caring leadership and those that truly are capable of loving one another and other people. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 276H and the order of the House of Representatives on January 3rd, 2025, of the following members on the part of the House to the Mexico-United States Interparliamentary Group.
Mr. McCall of Texas, Chair. Mr. Valadeo of California, Mr. Jimenez of Florida, Mr. Ciscomani of Arizona, and Ms. De La Cruz of Texas.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. on Monday, April 14th, 2025.